This podcast is sponsored by Dorado tonic wine. I love this stuff. Do you know Dorado in English means the gold? This shit is liquid gold. We love it here in Riley's Gaff. We drink it all the time. And you could be drinking it too. Just walk on down to any local convenience store in your area and I bet they'll be selling it. Amazon.com also sell it, so you can get it there and have a wee drink by the fire. Cheers, guys. Enjoy the podcast.
Put the feet up, get back and relaxing your best, not staying on we know the church. On the day-to-day the shit changed, but you know for the most part nothing ain't different. Sometimes we stuck in my ways, we came fucked up in somebody's kitchen. Sticking my hand out, I'm chilling with the troops and my few cans down, so I walk like Winston. Trust me, I wake up hanging. You think that I'm leaving this bed, you're kidding. I'm sitting on back in the pad, get deep fried and I smoke some packs of the grass. Put the feet up, get back and relaxing your best, no I'm sitting on Riley's gal.
Troops, what is happening? I hope you're having a wonderful wee sort of festive break, that bit between Christmas and New Year, wherever you don't know what day it is. It's wonderful. But a man who's probably not having a good time now is a certain Mr. Lee Southerland. Now, we all know what Lee done. We know it was horrible, and we know it was horrible for the family that was connected to. He done a terrible thing, and we can't defend that at all. But before all that happened, when he was just a bit odd, he was on our podcast 3 times. 3? So we got to speak to him for hours, and also we got to do wee Patreon bits that you'll see in this video. But this is the end of Lee Southerland for Riley's Gaff. That we're not going to go to the jail, we're not going to phone him, we're not going to get him back on when he comes out. This is it. So what we wanted to do is put together a full video of every bit of content we've ever done with the big man. And enjoy it. This is the nail in the coffin. This is his obituary, if you will. So enjoy it. I hope you're all having a great time being off with your families and all that. Thanks for all the support that you've gave us this year, watching our videos, sharing them, joining the Patreon, just anything you've done to support us. Thank you so much. I hope you are all enjoying this wee time you've got off. And I know a lot of you still love the Lee content, so we wanted to put it all together. As I said, there'll be bits that we done in Patreon with him that you've probably never seen before. So it's on this video. Whack it on if you are bored. Have a bit of the big man, because it's not going to happen again. Enjoy, troops. You know, we had Joe Rogan interviewing Elon Musk not long ago, and I think this is the next biggest interview.
Aye.
Easily
we
is.
Overtook that.
Well, this will overtake it. Everybody welcome the man, Lee Southerland. Yes! Mate, I cannot explain how happy we are to have you in here. We thought it was a lost cause. We thought it wasn't going to happen.
And we were gutted for a bit.
We were gutted, but then one day I just seen the mail. You still want to do the podcast, and honestly,
still want to do it.
Yes, mate, it's beautiful.
Still want to do it.
It's beautiful, mate. Honestly, right, no joke. You're probably the highest requested guest for this podcast.
I know there's a lot of people like some of them are shout outs. Honestly, it's just crazy, you know.
Aye, it is.
Like I do have quite a lot of followers.
I know.
But obviously my last account was banned and I lost that account, so now it's a different account I have, you know.
Aye.
So I'm gutted with that, you know.
Aye, it's shit.
So, but the fact is, what I'm upset about is because there's so many fake accounts, you know.
I know, by the way.
That's what I hate, you know. That what really makes me angry.
And they just take your videos and post them as
that's
if,
what it is.
and they just call it like Lee Southerland 55555.
Challenger and 555, and then you get 565, and you know, like, honestly, it's crazy.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's mad.
Absolutely crazy.
But,
so,
mate, honestly, people were like, because I've watched your videos for ages. Then I put Jamie onto you, and then he fucking watched them.
So
and we were just like, mate, honestly, in working that, I was like, I've never been looking forward to a podcast as much, so we're looking forward to it. But I wanted to start, mate, because I remember I texted you and I was like, oh fuck, it's not delivered and that, and blah blah blah, and then I find out you were in the fucking jail on Saturday. What happened there?
See, the fact is because obviously I was an aggravated breach of bail, so obviously I breached that. and obviously it was 2 breach of bails, you know. So obviously the first one was a Paisley Sheriff Court, and basically what happened was I completed that. I have to do the hours for that. It's 165 hours for, what was it, for unpaid work. That's what it is, you know. So, and then the second one, which I just got arrested coming through Coat Bridge, the fucking bastards honestly caught me, you know.
How did they pull you? Did they see a
They
motor?
did, they bullied about and all that. The reason why I asked them, I says, what's the reason for stop, you know? And they asked me, it says, it's because you were drawing attention to yourself, you know. Honestly, that's what they say.
What were you doing?
Just because I was passing by. I was a wee short policewoman, you know. And, you know, it's very, very short, like probably, 5 foot tall?
Like maybe a legal small person?
Like a very, very small woman, honestly. She was driving a police Ford Cougar. That's what it was, right? A wee Jeep. And soon as I left the roundabout, that point I looked like that there, and I thought to myself, what the fuck is that? You know, why would a policewoman be so short as that? And that was drawed attention to her, you know. So that's the reason why, because obviously I drive a old Jeep and all that as well, you know. So
I
know, I was just going to say, so what was it? Do you know how, like, breach of bail, is that like if you have community service or what do you call it, unpaid work?
it is, it's unpaid work.
And then if you don't complete that, you get, is that what breach of bail
it's
is?
3 minors. So if you breach it the third time, there's automatically a custodial sentence, you know. So I could be looking up to 8 months, you know. That's how tough it is. They take it quite serious, breach of bail,
So
you know.
what was the original offence for you to, like, do you know what I mean?
It was to do with unpaid work. Sorry, I'm telling a lie. It was to do with community, what do you call it? The
community service?
No, no community service. It was to do with community service, and obviously I breached that, you know. So that's the first minor, you know. But if it's a second minor, maybe the skin of my teeth, I might possibly get away with it. I might probably end up getting remanded, you know.
You going back to court for this?
No, it's already been, like, obviously, just on Monday there, obviously I have to complete the unpaid work, you know, so it's 120 hours for a road traffic matter, you know. So it's crazy, you know.
What is the unpaid work? Is it like...
It's basically like fixing push bikes or like breaking bits of wood and stuff like that. I thought you would
enjoy that, no? Do you not like a bit
it's alright, but it's the fact is I'm more of a money type of guy, you know. I'm always into money, you know. I'm not interested in doing things like for nothing, exactly, you know.
Don't do something like that for freely.
How many can, so like say they give you a certain amount of hours, can you say I want to do 4 hours a day, or do they say, right, you're gone?
It's 6.5 hours.
Right.
So it's from 9 o'clock to 3:30, you know. So that's 6.5 hours. And you have to complete that, you know. 1 day a week, you know.
Fuck, that's top.
So it's crazy, you know. It's absolutely brutal.
And then if you're not working for that day, I know.
So...
crazy.
It's crazy, you know, but obviously I work for myself, you know, I just buy and sell cars and stuff like that, you know, so I make decent money, you know, so...
So why the fuck would you go and do work for nothing?
Exactly, but that's the way the legal system is. The legal system is corrupt, you know. It is corrupt to the core, you know.
So see just on like, because obviously I've watched your TikToks and that for ages, your lives and that for ages, right? And it's always been about like the fucking police and the law and all that. Like, so when did you start getting like interested in law and all that? Since you were young, like were you always into this since you were young?
So basically, what happened was my first offence was 2016, right? So obviously, I got myself into trouble again. The first offence was this wee police van passed by. And obviously, I do not want to speak to the police. I hate the police, you know. They're so corrupt to the fucking core, honestly. I just never, ever want to speak to them at all, you know. So at that point, I started running away from them, you know. So when I run away from them, that point, I was a policewoman and a policeman, you know. So both of them bullied about and they came after me, right? So they stopped the wee van and I was over a wee bank and I was covered in mud top to bottom and stuff like that, you know. Honestly, I was covered in mud top to bottom. It was brutal, honestly, you know. So at that point, the next thing was the this policewoman saying, "Are you there?" and all that, you know. We know you're there, you know. And I was climbing through people's back gardens and stuff like that. It was so funny. And I was soaking wet top to bottom, pissing down the rain, everything, you know. It was crazy, honestly, you know.
Shawshank Redemption
So
stuff.
Honestly, I was covered in top to bottom, covered in mud, top to bottom.
Just trying to get
Just
away
like
from
commando style, you know, just crawling through the mud and all that, you know.
Rambo style.
But
Exactly,
the more
you
you're
know.
running, they're like, he's fucking done something
Aye,
here.
that's
You know what I
right,
mean?
aye,
So
'cause
they're obviously.
That's right.
I presume like most of your offences are quite minor.
It's just stupid
Daft things.
offences,
Aye.
road traffic offences, coronavirus. That's the most. That like this day age, I'm still doing breach of bail and all that, doing unpaid work for this stupid coronavirus pish. You know,
What is your like? Are you see by like patching the bail and like or patching unpaid work and stuff, and like your videos and that? Are you just trying to get like the word out there, like this is a corrupt system and that?
exactly. That's the only idea. Like, see when. Like going on, like see for lawyers and all that, right? I find how corrupt lawyers are. Your lawyers are just fucking idiots, you know. They just tell you just to say plead guilty to that, and you'll get away with it, you know. And that's all they're interested in, legal money, you know, legal aid and all that, you know. And you think to yourself, how corrupt is that? You know, your lawyers are supposed to be there to try and help you out and all that, you know.
Serving the people.
Exactly, they're
They're
trying
just
to
a part of
serve.
the system, aren't they?
Exactly. So it's all in a gang leading, you know, like basically what it is, it's just they're just after money, that's all it is, you know.
Aye, it's all about money, really, innit?
That's what it is.
Fines and
Aye.
yeah,
That's what
they were
it's all
finding
about.
people. Like my pal got a fine during like when we were in lockdown, like right at the start when everybody was shitting themselves and that. My pal went outside. Was out with his other pal. He walked from his house to the other house. It was a 5-minute walk, and they both got a fine for being outdoors together. Like that's not right, innit? No?
It's ridiculous, you know. There's no need for that, you know.
Aye.
Here, I'll tell you another thing. Right, so listen to this, right? No jaywalking is. Like, so like jaywalking is like, it's like when there's a red light. So like say the green man isn't on and you cross the road, right, when it's still red. My pal...
But that's in America.
Aye, but it's not even illegal here, right? It's only illegal in America, right? So
Never heard of it.
my pal was walking home one night for a house, crossed the road, and the police were like just coming up to it, but the lights were green obviously, but he's just ran across right in front of him. They pulled him, gave him a fine for jaywalking. It's not even illegal here.
Really? That's
and, aye,
ridiculous.
and he was sitting saying to them when they're getting the fine, like, this isn't even illegal here. And they're like, aye, shut up, wee man, you're lucky it's
That's
no mayor.
crazy, that, honestly. Yeah.
Aye.
Just bamming them up.
And then, do you know what's even better? But this just shows you it's corrupt. Because he said, right, I'll take this to court then. And see, as soon as he mentioned court, they dropped it. Because they
Really?
knew. Fucking
Everything
unbelievable.
is complicated. Like, see the new laws they're bringing out for road traffic matters and all that. It's crazy. You know, you can't keep up with the things. Like you're not allowed to go like live streaming while you're driving. They stopped that. So that was just a couple of weeks ago. They stopped that.
You do
know,
that quite a lot as
and
well.
I do. I do quite a lot. But now I stopped that. You know, especially that fucking idiot. You know, that's a fuck with that. Honestly, that
Who's
would
he?
he's a copper
Right.
based in Kirkintor Police Office, you know, and see that fucking idiot. Honestly, I can't stand that prick. You know?
What have you like? What have you had dealings with him then? I take it.
Basically, I never knew this guy right at first, and I thought to myself, who the fuck is this guy? You know. And I thought to myself, right, okay, let's try and look into this bampot, you know. So at that point, I kept asking, I kept going about like Kirkintilloch and all that, passing by the police station and all that. And every time I get pulled up by the police, right, for the local police office in Kirky, right, and the colleagues kept obviously pulling me up and all that. That point, the next thing was I said to him, I says, who's a you know? Oh, we can't comment on that, you know. That's the way they're going on because they knew the story, the background, because obviously we have a bad connection for myself and you know.
Right.
So
And
honestly,
they knew Big Lee was in the house.
that's right.
Can't
That-
get in
Come
there.
down.
See, to be honest, see the amount of coppers, Coatbridge, Cumbernauld and Kirkians and all that, and also Glasgow ones. Honestly, see the amount of them has got me on that TikTok. Honestly, they watch me all the time.
They
You
always
know?
say,
They
'cause
do, aye.
I seen you like, and you're like, I don't know if you took a picture or a video, and there was two posts, and you're like, they said they recognise me off TikTok. And
That's right, aye. They're for Drum Chapel, you
Aye.
know. Honestly, that's away the other side of
Oh,
Glasgow, you know.
That's
It's
a good
crazy,
bit away,
you know.
man. That's crazy.
But they were very, very sound, you know, like, oh, I love your content and all that, you know, and you think to yourself, fuck's sakes, you know.
Maybe
Imagine.
like the like because there's some some people that are alright, but then the system that they work in.
See, to be honest, there's a lot of police I spoke to, and they say that they don't like fining people with this COVID restriction fines, you know. They don't like it at all, because they know exactly it's a load of piss anyway. It's all a full of bullshit, you know. And I agree with them, you know. So... But end of the day, what else can you do? It's their job, you know, to oppose that.
To do it, and they
have to do it, aye.
And the thing is as well, like, if they don't enforce it and they get
Aye.
caught no enforcing it, they'll get their balls booted, you know
That's
what I mean?
right.
Or
Aye.
vagina.
That'd be 5 for a woman.
But see, even just on your TikToks and that, obviously, like, it's fucking pure exploded. Like, as soon as you're going live, within 2 minutes, there's 100+ people in it, with, like, right away, right? But when did you even make, like, how did you find out about TikTok? Who put you onto TikTok?
So basically the start of TikTok was, I think it was to do with the telly. So obviously there were quite a lot of it. So start of lockdown, it was nothing but TikTok advertised on TV and all that. I thought to myself, what's this TikTok all about and all that? So anyway, I started downloading it. One night I downloaded it, right? And I started like scrolling through and all that, and like, obviously I started seeing like famous people, example like Mark Hamilton and stuff like that, you know. And I thought to myself, right, okay, I'm going to make this, you know, can I grow a wee bit bigger, you know? So which I did, you know. So all the videos which I saved through Snapchat, I put it all onto TikTok, and it started going bigger and bigger, and then a lot of people follow me and stuff like that, you know. And then this is a middle of during lockdown, you know. So at that point I decided, okay, well, I'm going to show and educate a lot of people how corrupt the legal system is, right? Because obviously at that point, the same period of time, I was like going through courts and all that, you know, and I really hated it, honestly, you know. So I was posing with the police and all that, and I kept going back and forward, not giving a fuck about how lockdown started and stuff like that. Because I knew exactly it's a load of piss anyway, you know.
That sounds like a lot like our pal Evan here. That's the exact same reason you started TikTok. You took all your videos off Insta, put them on
I had
TikTok.
tons of videos on Instagram, and then
It was the same
do you know you know Coops?
Oh, I could say the
right,
weak
so-
and an Eddie guy. Aye.
I'm sure he'd agree to that anyway. But he would always say to me, because I went to school with him, right? Same
did you?
year, like, a wee bit of school together in Canvas Lang. And I went to school with him, and he was always saying to me, like, you need to get all these Instagram videos
Right.
onto TikTok, because
That's
TikTok's
right.
huge. And I was always like, oh, it's a fucking wee lassie's app or whatever, right? And then I went on it, and it was like, there's everything on it. It's fucking, there's everything on it. So I uploaded it on there. And then same as you, especially during lockdown, I think because everybody was stuck on their phone, couldn't
That's
go
right,
out.
That's right.
Aye, that's what happens,
Because,
isn't
believe it or not, I helped a lot of people during lockdown, because there were a lot of young folk out there, especially a lot of young guys, and they felt like very suicidal and all that, you know, especially during lockdown. And I helped a lot of people out there to get through lockdown.
Aye.
And that was me, you know. There's a lot of people said, you just helped me out through this lockdown.
just with your
you know,
videos and all that?
because of
Aye.
the entertainment, and I was just on and off, just like constant on live, constant all the time,
Aye.
like mostly every 24 hours a day, you know.
Your
It's
lives
crazy.
they go long and odd, don't they, man? Like sometimes, like we just like see your live, and it'll be like, say it was like 9 o'clock or something, and then I'll
That's right.
just go on my phone again at like 2 in the morning, and you'll still be on live, mate. Just
Like,
still
I
going,
always
mate.
uploaded like videos and stuff like that, and obviously I usually uploaded like fancy cars and stuff like that. Obviously I had that lifestyle. I used to had the best of the best cars, which you'll probably see. Like I had that 19 plate BMW. I paid 34 grand for that, you know. But obviously I lost that, you know. So
How'd
because
you
of the
lose it?
because of the legal system, you know.
Oh,
Because of the coppers and all that, you know, because I always, like, every time I get getting remanded and all that, you know. One time I had a Ford Focus, and I actually put all my money, because I needed to put all my money, you know, because there was no point of keeping it and saving it into a bank account, you know. So I wanted to put it towards something, so which I did, you know. So I bought myself a brand spanking new Ford Focus, went to Evan Halshaw showroom, right, and I bought myself a brand spanking new Ford Focus 2-litre diesel ST line X model, you know, 70 plate, honestly.
Topper.
Paid 28 grand for it, you know, and I lost it, honestly. I lost that money, you know, and also as well, I lost the car as well.
So
Gutted.
everything. So the legal system's basically fucked you over.
It fucked my life over, honestly. It really fucked my life over, and it's because of one cop, you know. I hate that bastard, you know. I fucking
And is he
hate
still
him.
is he still in Kirky?
He's still based in Kirky,
Aye.
but I will not speak to that bastard, honestly. And you know the funny thing about it? I called that guy out so many times, multiple times, to come and see to me, you know. Come and see me face to face, you know. And he will not do it because he's shiting himself.
Aye.
He knows exactly what he did is wrong, you know.
Aye.
He knows. He really, really knows. You know, I would actually kick fuck him. You know? Honestly, I would. I would actually.
If he came in that door right now, it would be over for him, eh?
Exactly, I would actually bite his face, honestly, gypsy style. I would actually do it gypsy style, honestly, you know.
Gypsy style.
I would actually just bite his nose, I'll rip his ear off, everything with my 2 teeth, you know.
So that's out of every police, he's the
He's the main one. He's the
bad
one that
boss.
just ruined my life, honestly. And see the funny thing about it, do you know I used to have a social worker as well? My supervision order, a criminal justice social worker, right? Do you know she's related to the same family member of Did you know that?
Oh,
Honestly.
so she would have been fucking you over through him.
Honestly, the both of them were sharing information together. Every time, behind my fucking back, honestly.
So she's
Because she was was feeding him information.
Exactly, aye. So I had a 2-year supervision order, right? So at that point, this social worker, and I actually just found out about this, right? There's 3 family members. One's called the other one's called and the other one's called and they're 3 family members, you know. Fucking idiots, honestly.
they're on the chopping block and all.
That's right,
Social
because
worker.
I used to hang about with, you know, it used to be a pal of mine, but no anymore, you know.
Because they're related.
Because
aye.
they're related to these other 2 family members, exactly. You
Aye.
know.
So you won't go near any of them.
I will never ever speak to them. I will never forgive them. I just cannot stand these fuckers, you know.
So sorry, I don't know if you answered that earlier, but what was the original thing that happened what was the original
So basically what
offence?
happened was during lockdown I kept getting breaching these COVID restrictions during lockdown, and there was non-essential journeys, you know, so I kept multing up with fines and stuff like that. I must have mounted up to close to £6,000 or £7,000 worth of fines. Honestly, that's how close it was, you know.
Me.
And I kept breaching it. I kept getting reported all the time, and the police says if I see you again, you will get reported, you know.
Aye.
And the next following day, they done it again. I was out driving about and all that, not giving 2 fucks about it, doing the same thing again. Like every 7 days a week, I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And that's how come I have a really bad punishment, you know,
Aye.
for this bullshit, you know.
Would you see if you could go back? Would you no do that?
If I wind the time back, I would realise. But obviously, end of the day, I'm a fuckwit. End of the day, honestly.
So, do you think it's this? Do you think you kind of, because obviously you're breaching all these things that you know, I'm going to fucking probably get pulped at. Do you just like that feeling of when they pull up on you and you get to have a wee tussle with them?
End of the day, I do get a buzz off the police.
Aye.
End of the day, I do get a buzz off them. I like to wind them up. Especially, there's one copper as well. His name's called PC Mackenzie, right? Honestly, PC Mackenzie's an old school copper, right? I do like him, but end of the day, I don't like his attitude, you know.
Right.
But he is still the rest of the fuckwits for Kirky Police Station.
What would you say is the difference between like him, like an old school guy, and like maybe some newer guys? That just the way they deal with things.
So basically, he's alright, but sometimes he can be a prick sometimes, you know. Like the rest of them, they're all the same. Every copper's all the same, you know. They try and be your pal, and they try and, we do like you and all that, Mr. Sutherland, and all that bullshit, you know. Aye, no bother and all that, you know. So
you would never,
exactly, aye.
So you would never trust one of them? Would you ever trust?
I will never ever trust them.
No.
Not even see if they, for my whole life, I would never ever trust these people, honestly. I will never ever trust them, you know.
Paid liars.
Exactly, the all paid liars, exactly, it's true what you say, you know.
And see, just obviously I was saying that I found your videos and that, and then I remember, right, because at night I'd just be in, now that way, just before you sleep, you're maybe just scrolling through TikTok or whatever, and I would always end up in your videos, and then there was a period, right, where I was thinking, fucking TikTok's went shite and that, and then I realised you were in the fucking jail, right? So it was like, maybe
I remember that video,
Aye. So I made a video. What jail were you in?
It was.
It was about August time.
Addiewell, no, Bologna was.
Mate, I was honestly ready to get a fucking sign made, free the Lee. outside Berlin that, mate. I could not, but I was like, what am I going to do on TikTok now that Lee's gone? And then I made a video saying, like, fucking, where is he? Can we go break him out? What's happening here? So you were in Berlin that time?
Berlin, that's
So
what it
what was that for a road traffic thing?
No, it was to do with COVID,
Right.
breaching bail. So obviously I kept breaching multiple times with coronavirus, as COVID restrictions, right? So that point when everything started getting eased, that, I think it was a week before, that's when I've been issued a 77 curfew, you know?
Right, okay.
So obviously I kept breaching it again, and so many times going back and forth to Paisley Sheriff Court and then going back to Glasgow Sheriff Court, because the funny thing about it, I had 2 curfews, you know? So when I had 2 curfews, that's when I kept breaching it, you know? So I was going into Glasgow Sheriff Court and then I was going to Paisley Sheriff Court, you know?
Aye.
Honestly, it was hard time.
And so how long did you, because was it a few months you got? How long were you in for that time?
I was in for, I think it was Addiewell, I was in for 5 months. you
Right,
know?
aye, because it felt like an eternity to me, mate.
It was
But,
a long time.
Aye, but so obviously, like, none of us have been to jail, right?
But I'm planning to do some crimes in that.
You are
so-
planning to get to jail
Aye.
soon, aye.
So-
But we'll discuss it after the podcast.
Aye, aye,
No, but see, so like, talk me through, like, you getting were you scared to go to the jail?
At first, back in 2016, yes, I was.
Aye.
I was kind of concerned because obviously you're mixing with like murderers,
Aye.
you're mixing with like serious assaults and all that. People done with like drug offences and all that, like really serious crime, you
All
know.
the stuff I'm going to be doing.
You're mixing in with them, so you were a bit nervous about getting in
I
at
was,
first.
I was kind of concerned for my own safety and stuff like that. But the second time I was back in Berlin again because of this COVID restrictions. So, like last year, 2021, right? That's 3 times I was in custody, you know.
Aye.
3 times I was in custody. So, but end of the day, you have to get on with it. That's the way the legal system is, you know.
Have you got any tips for maybe 2 young guys that may have a podcast and maybe planning to get up to something?
Say Jamie goes out and commits horrible crimes tonight, right?
Aye.
And then he gets to jail. What would you... First,
Hey, train me up.
Wait, before the tips, right, I want to know, how was the jail compared to what you had in your head? Was it
So-
easier? Was it harder? What did you...
It is, it's hard
Aye.
because obviously you're locked up. Like Berlin, you're locked up 23 hours a day. So you basically get out for your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner. It's like every 20 minutes, you know, and then you get locked up back up again.
brutal,
But
man.
obviously it's quite stricter now because of this stupid daft COVID pish, you know.
Aye.
And obviously they serve your food through the door now, you know.
fuck.
Honestly,
So
so
you
you're
can't
literally 24 hours a day, you're locked up into a cell, you know. How brutal is that, you know?
You can get a PlayStation or nothing.
No, you don't. You don't get a
Get a telly?
PlayStation. You do get a telly. That's the only luxury thing you get. You know,
Aye.
it's just a TV. But if you do break it, you don't get a telly.
You feel
Aye.
yourself going fucking nuts in there a bit? Like, fuck me.
That's it. It
Just need-
kind of damaged my brain as well. I kind of see a big difference in myself. You know,
Really? Aye, since you
I
came
do.
out?
I kind of struggle with things. My brain is
It's like-
it's not working properly. No, sometimes you know.
Would you call that like when you're constitutionalised? It's like
Institutionalised.
Institutionalised.
It's like you just start living as if
Aye.
you're in the jail
Like,
when you're
That's
out.
right,
I've
aye.
been out to like the pub with boys before, and it's like I was at the pub and my pal's like, all my brother's coming, and he's just out of jail. He was in there for like 9 years for something, right? And he comes in, and it's just like a mad intensity. That's like he's not been in the pub for 9 years. He's been dealing with these situations that are so like
Aye.
Tense,
no
aye.
civilized. Well, no civilized. That sounds horrible, but like. So he was like just coming up and he was just saying shit, and it was like threatening kind of stuff and that. And I'm just like,
Because he's been in such an aggressive environment.
aye. But
Horrible
so
experience, you know.
tips, Lee.
I tips
But
you some tips
see-
on how to get through it.
See Addiewell is the worst prison I have ever been. Honestly, I remember there were one guy, a foreign guy, right? So this foreign guy was in the prison. He was in for a few days and all that, right? In this hall, you know. I think it was C Hall, I think it was, right? Douglas C. And I was upstairs, you know. And that point, this guy came in, he was like out to his face, whatever he took and all that, right? So obviously he went in and spoke to somebody and all that, and he got something. So anyway, moving on. Next thing was he had his dinner. I think it was a Chinese curry. everybody was all getting, right? So everybody was all lined up for the dinner, right? And also myself as well. I was lined up, but I was kind of in the front at that point. Next thing was this guy, he was arguing with the prison staff, right? I was a woman. And, would you fucking eat that and all that? I didn't want to eat that, you know? And the woman says, in your cell now, you know, like that there, right? And he took the plate and he just smashed it right into the woman's face, honestly.
Fucking hell.
That point, he lifted it back up, right? He started punching the woman and all that, right? Because obviously the woman and the guy started fighting together. That's when everybody started just like laying onto this guy, honestly.
Really?
Kicking fuck out of this guy. Some of them had penknives as well, because obviously, you know why? Because it actually... Like, they go into the prison, right, and they actually put stuff up the bumhole, you know?
To get stuff in.
Exactly, I had to get the stuff in, and also drugs and all that. Do you know how much drugs cost into the prison? You're looking at thousands of pounds and hundreds of pounds, you know, to just go into the prison. You know, it's big business, you know, especially for drug dealers, you know.
So would you suggest that maybe I partake in a bit of the old drugs up the bum, just so I've got a bit of currency when I'm in there?
If you get caught, you get more time, you know.
Yeah,
but
see, I always thought it was like, I always hear things about like, oh, I don't want to say this on camera, but like it's like the screws are letting it happen. Do you know what I mean?
Some of them will be
but see the funny thing about it, see some of the prison staff as well, the screws and all that, right? They actually do it themselves because they're getting paid for it.
That's what I mean,
it's big money.
Exactly, it's big money, you know, because they're getting a share of it as well. You know, Addiewell is a very corrupt prison, you know.
And also, as bad as it sounds, right? See, like drugs like opioids and that, or like heroin, stuff like that, might actually be alright for a prison guard for the prisoner to be on that. Do you know what I mean? Because they're more docile on that.
Oh, aye, like it'll calm them down rather than get And see as well, I know a boy that was in the jail down in England, and he my pal's cousin, he said to me, it's easier to get drugs in the jail than it is outside.
It is, it's easier.
Aye,
I heard
that's
a
what he
lot of
said.
story about that.
And he
you know.
said that they're all about 5-10 times the price. Because obviously the demand, like, you can't just go and I'll phone somebody else, mate. You know what I mean? You're in the fucking jail.
It's like Tina Park, innit?
Aye, you can up the prices, everything, man. Aye, but so you're in prison, you're in the jail, and then you're in Addiewell. Did you do the 5 months in Addiewell?
I did. I done. Obviously, I've been sentenced for that. You know, so horrible experience. Horrible experience. You know.
So you get out, and then you thinking, I'm fucking never going back there.
I tried my best. I really tried my best, and then back to this same bullshit again, getting punishment with unpaid work now this time. You know, honestly, I'm getting sick of it. You know, it really does my head in. You know,
stressing you out.
It does. It really stressed me right out. You know.
Fuck there.
They're the police.
We phoned them when you got in here.
He set you up, mate.
So are you doing it? Are you going to do the unpaid work this time?
I just have to do it. You know, you just have to be a man and just get on with it, you know, and stop being lazy, you know. You just have to get on with it,
because you can still, I mean, if your business is, and I know you love business, you're a businessman.
That's why I'm a businessman.
And then you could still buy and sell your motors and that.
That's what I do. I buy and sell cars and all that.
You could still do that at the same time as doing that unpaid work, couldn't you? So
I can now, because it's only 1 day a week. You know, I'm happy just to have 1 day per week for one punishment.
And you just suck it up.
That's it. 6 days, you can do whatever you want, you know. So I usually, most of the time, I always buy motors down in London and all that. Because obviously you got the congestion fee thing, you know.
Oh, right, aye.
So that's why I get cheap cars and all that, you know.
Mate, the diesel thing, you can't drive, like, I don't know if it's in or it's coming in, but you can't drive diesel motors in central London.
So that's why there's something like that. I heard a story
diesel
about that.
Diesel tax or something in it.
Is it because of the emissions?
Aye.
It costs a lot of money as well to go in. I think, see if you didn't, well, obviously I got a fine through the post and all that, and obviously I don't register cars in my name, you know. Aye. So obviously I'm quite a fly wee bastard.
Can you be saying this on camera?
I
don't give a fuck, you know.
That, mate, look,
fuck the legal system, you know.
None of us give a fuck here, so that's the best thing. So obviously the way you are walking about, well, obviously people call you the challenger. Do you call yourself the challenger?
I don't know. I think it's wee guys or something for TikTok. And obviously they brought that up, you know. You're the challenger, you know. It's crazy, you know.
You're always challenging things that you think are wrong. It doesn't, and sometimes it's not even just the police. Sometimes it's people in Asda.
Exactly.
Right? And
aye.
it lets...
see that, honestly. See
Mate,
that
we've got-
woman, honestly.
Right, so Trips, we've got the video. So here is Lee and Asda. Cumbernauld, innit?
Cumbernauld
Right.
and stuff.
You dare touch me. You touched me. You just touched me. You just assaulted me. You just assaulted me. You shut your mouth up, right? Don't you dare touch me again, because you're getting the jail of night and I'm getting the police to you. I'm getting the police. Go and knock yourself out, big man. Aye, no bother. Fucking prick.
Mate, you
the
sound
fucking
raging.
Mate, can I just stop it, right? So basically, right, I remember seeing this, right, but I seen the video for the moment that the woman was like, "You need to get out of here," and that. So what happened before that?
Woman. So basically what happened was me and Michael, a friend of mine's Michael, right? So obviously we both went to Asda one night, late at night, just to get a few things and all that out the shop, you know. So at that point, the next thing was I was on live, right? No, I wasn't recording, I wasn't going like there waving the phone or like nothing to do with that, you know. I was just on live and just speaking to a random guy on TikTok, you know. And the next thing was this woman came up to me, a wee short woman with glasses, you know, and are you recording and all that, you know, going like that there, right? I says, who you think you're talking to or not? I says, I'm speaking to somebody. You're not allowed to use your phone while you're in the store. What? Honestly, I says, what the fuck you think you're talking to? And then I went like that there and I pointed the phone to her, right? I says, you got a problem or something? That's what I said to her. You know, get that phone away from me now and all that, right? You're barred for the shop and all that. You don't go like that there. Is that right? Aye, no bother and all that, you know. So we actually walked away and all that. And I think it was, 2 days later during the day, went back into Asda again. And the next thing was, obviously, this guy, it was that guy there which I was arguing with, right? And he started like, you, out the shop now, you know, going like that there, right? So, and the next thing was, who you think you're talking to and all that? That's what I said to him and all that. I said, you think you're a big man? I said, come on then. That's what I said to him. I said, come on then.
Leather him.
Yeah, that's what I said to him. Right, out the shop now and all that, I'm getting the police to you and all that. I said, get the police then. I said, fucking get the police then. You know? I said, who's Mr. and Mrs. Asda? You know? That's what I said to him, right? I said, see what I'm going to do? I says, get the manager down. I said, phone the manager. I said, and let me speak to the manager, right? This wee kind of fat chubby woman came down and all that. I think it was 3 managers, you know. A big tall guy, the other guy had glasses and all that, and there was a wee fat kind of stumpy woman, you know. So the 3 of them come down, Lee, out the shop now and all that, you know. Obviously she must have knew me through TikTok and all that, you know. So next thing happened was, what was it? This woman, she kept saying out the shop now, and then we started like debating each other, right? So I was spot on that point. I was my other account, which I had that video, Lee Southerland 555, right? But obviously I lost that account, you know. If we had that account, we would have put it up, you know.
Aye.
So, but anyway, at that point, she said to me, she says, do you understand you're bad for the shop and all that, you know? I says, I'm not bad for no shop at all. I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a superior claim against you. I said, with this shop. I said, you're going to get the sack. I says, and I'm going to get £5,000. That's what I said to her, right?
That's a checkmate move.
I did, it's just a threats. It's all threats, you know, but obviously I never claimed the shop, you know, because I couldn't be bothered with that pish, you know, going through courts and all that, you know. But it was just all banter, it was all threats and all that to say that to her, you know. And the woman was shiting herself, you know.
You could see it in her
honestly,
face,
you can
probably.
actually see the whole lot of them were actually panicking, you know.
Because he probably realised, like, oh fuck, we're actually dealing with somebody that knows what they're talking about here. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, I was actually spot on. I was actually, there were no missing hidden agenda and all that, you know. So I was actually fucking spot on, you know. See, when I'm debating with somebody anywhere, right, I'm actually spot on. I know my knowledge and all that, if my brain does work, you know. But honestly, sometimes my brain doesn't work and it makes me really hungry, you know. But, you know, what else can you do?
You just can't like get out what you're trying to say.
That's right, aye. But see when it's because my blood is adrenaline and all that. Like, see, adrenaline, it just kicks in, and I'm just, you know.
It's kind of like when you're arguing with somebody and you go, "Hey man," and you're like, "Oh, I should have said that."
You think what you should have
Exactly,
said.
aye. But see the way when my adrenaline does kick in, I'm actually just perfect. You know, that brain does work sometimes. You know, if it does, you know.
We should have a debate. We should have a debate on here. Like, just, we'll kid on to be police. We'll kid on to be Asda
we
workers.
could have dressed up as police and I know.
I would have dressed up as a judge.
You could have showcased your skills.
Exactly, aye. That was crazy.
See, just on, see, you're talking about your pal Michael. How long you been pals with Michael?
When I knew Michael, it was through Luke Sellers, other pal of mine, you know.
Okay.
When I moved to Cumbernauld, you know, kind of high poverty type of flats, you know. Them flats are brutal, honestly. That was just temporary to stay there, you know. So obviously I was going through a hard time that point, you know, because obviously my family home has been vandalised and obviously through Kirky and all that, you know. A lot of people don't like me through Kirky because obviously my friend, my pal of mine's got me a job through traffic management, and obviously I left the job and then the whole carry on started, and he says that I was actually, obviously I was taking advantage of him and all that, you know, which I wasn't, you know. I hated the job, you know, so we kind of fell out between together, you know. So
And they vandalised your house?
and then we started carrying on, and he started like pissing about and all that, and then obviously I bought myself a brand new M Sport BMW and all that, you know. And then that same night, right, when I bought this new car, right, it was a 3 Series at that point, you know. So when I bought this new car, this is him. He must have seen that I uploaded it on Facebook, you know, with the pictures and all that, right? So the next thing was he got really jealous. He got really, really fucking jealous, you know. So that same night, he must have paid somebody or whatever it was, right? It was a few guys, like about 3 or 4 guys, came round, smashed my mum and my dad's car and van up. They actually put a baseball bat. They actually made the full front door in bits and all that while I was in town driving about, you know, with my new car, you know. Honestly, I was so fucking hungry. Honestly, that
jealous
fact.
or something?
Just 'cause
Did
you
they
lost
want
the
that?
job.
Because of jealousy, exactly, you know. Because of jealousy, mate, you know.
That's fucking mad. And then obviously, obviously you get some people on your TikTok try to wind you up and all that,
Exactly, you
saying
get
about
flooded up,
saying about Michael Hughes or a couple and all that.
I know,
do you want to like end those rumours on this platform now?
It's just we're only pals, we're only friends, you know, really good friends. Michael helps me out quite a lot, so obviously I helped him out quite a lot as well.
Because Michael moved to London, didn't he?
He did. He moved to London, and obviously he came back up to Scotland, and he's working back with Stewart's again and all that. So he's a bus driver, you know. So he's doing well with that now. So
Did you not say that he was in the jail?
no, he wasn't in the jail. No, it was just
myself.
myself was in the jail. You know?
I thought.
Look, maybe.
No, I thought people were saying Michael's in.
That's all bullshit.
That's all lies.
Like that's a load of shit, you know.
How do you deal with like rumours and that getting made up about you?
There's nothing else you can do about it. Like
brush it off.
I just hate stupid wee daft boys and all that making up fake accounts, you know. Also as well, somebody put me up on, was it a gay website or something? Honestly, honestly, old guys and all that actually messaged me and all that. They actually put my phone number. Are you interested for a good fuck and all that? You know, or I'll do this to you, I'll do that
Can
to you.
you pass
You know,
their numbers on to me?
crazy, honestly. But honestly, it's terrible. You know, like imagine putting you onto dating websites. You know,
I think
honestly,
that happens a lot. That happened to like boys in my football team do that to people and that. I think that's
It's
like
crazy,
a kind
you
of
know.
part of people do, or like old age pensioner dating sites and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
A lot of people do the thing where they say, say it's a concert that's really sold out, they'll put some, he's got 2 tickets, and then their phone just gets hounded with them, man.
It's crazy.
That's obviously what happened to you in a sort of homosexual way, which, you know, whatever, you're free to do
Instead
what
of
you
a
want.
concert, it was
Gay sex. And, people are free to do what they want. But, no, obviously you said earlier, PC McCartney, if he came in here, you'd do him gypsy style. Now talk to me about gypsy style.
Gypsy style.
What would you say is gypsy style?
Well, I am a traveller myself.
Are you?
I am a gypsy, yeah.
Aye.
Definitely, 100%. Because when I've been brought up, well, I've been born in a caravan, right? So I was, you know where Mother Country Park is?
Aye.
So we called it Khyber Pass, you know. It's like a wee bridge and there's a wee river, you know. So basically what happened was, how do I explain it? So we're basically years and years of, like way back in the 90s and all that, right? Because obviously I've been born in the 90s, you know. So at that point, what was it? So basically it was loads of caravans and like lorries and vans, like what gypsies have, you know.
Aye.
So obviously I used to live into a rough lifestyle, you know. Been brought up in a very rough, like a poverty lifestyle. And it was just a muddy old campsite, you know. That's where I've been brought up for, you know.
But it's as if you've took the way that they haggle and buy and sell things, but you've done that and then you've got yourself out of that through that. And do you still keep that gypsy mindset when you're buying and selling these motors?
I do, I'm quite a fly guy. I actually go, like I say, from 100, right? From 20, 40, 60, 100. So I miss out the 80, you know? So that's the kind of wee gypsy gypsy style, you know?
When you're giving somebody money,
20, 40, 60, miss out the 80, but it's 100, you know? And that's how you get cars cheaper and all that, you know? I am a very, very fly bastard, you know? I'm very smart, very, very intelligent, you know?
What would you say, see how, like, when you're saying, you know the law, you know this, would you say your specialty is road traffic law in particular?
I am specialist in road traffic law because obviously most of the time I always present myself. Most of the time
in court,
Aye, exactly. I'm quite good at it. You know, I always went up to the front of a sheriff, into the dock, and presented myself into court. You know, so the sheriff always keep asking, do you have a lawyer? Do you have a solicitor? I don't want to use a solicitor. I want to present myself. You know, that's what I said to them.
They're part of the system.
Exactly, right. So that's why they kind of panic a wee bit, you know. So when they panic a wee bit in court, because obviously your lawyers, your PFs, your judges and all that, they're all in the same ring, you know. So that's why they want to make deals. So when they start making deals, that's why your lawyer's there to fight it, to make twist some of the words and all that, you know?
Get the verdict that they've all agreed on.
Exactly.
So who would you say, out of the whole process, right? You've got your coppers, you've got your lawyers. Who would you say is the most corrupt out them all?
Everything to do with the whole legal system,
Just
like
the whole
everything. The police, the judges, your PFs and all that, your lawyers. Some of your lawyers are corrupt as well because they're only after your money, your legal system, legal aid and all that, you know. Like, you see a lot of people get in the jail, and that's what really makes me so angry, you know. Like, a lot of innocent young people out there, even older guys out there as well, even women are getting in jail as well for absolutely nothing. See, a breach of the peace, right? A breach of the peace, you can actually get to jail, you know. You can actually go to a high court as well, because a breach of the peace, the way they see it in their eyes of the law, they can actually see a breach of the peace, you can actually kill somebody, because obviously if you threaten somebody that you're going to bomb the house, and if that person took a heart attack and died, then you could actually they actually really take that quite serious, you know. So they really take that really serious.
Is that good as manslaughter or something,
I think they usually put it down as a serious assault. No, I think they just usually leave as a breach of the peace.
But still flinging the jail.
They actually do fling the book. You know, even see if you breached your, say you breach a bail, they really take that really serious as well, because you only get one punishment, you know. But if you fuck it over the second time, you could end up getting 99.9%. You can actually get to jail, you know. So
there's another. Can you pull up the other video? But there's something I want to talk to you about first, right? Because I heard you on 5O's podcast, right? Premeditated Parter. Go check Lee out in there as well, right? I heard you talking. It was a wee story about maybe a time that you stumbled upon the police partaking in some homosexual gay sex, as we were talking about earlier.
To do with the back of the police van.
So what happened there? Tell that story.
So basically what happened was years and years ago, you know the old Vauxhall Amigas, old school, obviously the police cars used to drive about, it was, you ever watched the programme, The Road Wars? That's right, So that's what I used to had. Believe it or not, I had about 15 of them things, you know. Honestly, big old Vauxhall Amigos,
Was it like a Jeep kind of thing?
No, it's like old school police cars.
Saloon kind of
big saloon, old school type of cars, you know. They're quite good. I really liked them, you know. Big old Vauxhall Amigos, you know. So anyway, there were big V6 engines anyway, big gas guzzlers, you know. But so anyway, I was driving about with one of them. I think it was a black one or something. It was a black one, 3.2 V6. what I call, honestly, this thing had everything in it, right? And I was out for a drive and all that, through Lennoxtown and then through Strathblane, and then I went up to Mudder Country Park and all that, right? So before you get to Mudder Country Park, there's a wee car park. So the reason why I pulled into the car park, I needed to do a piss, right? So obviously I needed to do a toilet, right? So obviously I pulled in, but obviously it never happened. And I seen this, I drove right up the back of the car park, right? So at that point, I seen this van with high vises. I thought to myself, what the fuck's that, And then I drove right up, and that's what it was. A police van parked up in the middle of nowhere. I mean, middle of nowhere. And this has happened about, 1:30 in the morning, And then I put my full beam on, right? So it was Z-Ons I had on this car, bright, like proper bright headlights, So I put full beam on. And I seen the full windows were all steamy and all that, right? And the next thing was the windows were all steamy, and then this is what I seen. 3 policemen. Actually, 2 of them were naked, and I think it was in the back seat, and the other one was behind them, Well, they had black shirts back then, So the 3 of them were like actually gangbanging. I knew exactly, because actually you can actually tell somebody shagging in a car, right?
Yeah, you can tell.
You can actually tell somebody is shagging in a car while the windows were all steamy, And I was so shocked, especially for Police Scotland, honestly,
If the,
honestly,
if the police van's rocking, don't come knocking.
Don't come in knocking, exactly,
We all know that.
Mate, what about I'll tell Lee about that, the Campbelltown police?
Have you seen that video?
Mate,
no.
Lee,
No.
so my girlfriend's for Campbelltown, right?
No.
And then it was this thing she was going on about, like, there's this mad weird video last night. The police had their Christmas party, Lee, right?
No.
And she was like, it's been getting shared in like England and that, and it was on like, I think there was like, it was on American Twitter, like, is this for real and all that, like all that stuff.
No.
So it went quite big, and I was like, what is it? She showed me. It was this. So she obviously knows, everybody from Campbelltown knows these police, and it was them all just sitting in it's through a window, and the curtains are open, and you can see like a guy just holding a bottle of Budweiser.
Oh, I seen that. I put that on TikTok. I actually got videos of that.
So the horny boys, man.
Honestly, this is how corrupt the way the coppers are. Honestly, they're shocking.
They're that corrupt that they're gay orgymen.
They do whatever, They actually do whatever,
Corruption can turn you gay, and I think that's. But anyway, let's watch this video, because this is one of my favourite videos ever. Look how many likes this video's got. It's got like 56,000 likes.
I've seen that.
That's mental, isn't it?
It's crazy.
This is the best video.
Because this is just. Let's just watch it together, and then we can talk about it, right? What a tune as well, by the way.
All B&W.
I'm all alone in bed, and I can't sleep, but I'm feeling you.
Yes, man.
So there's something. So see when you're making that video, right? What is like? Do you miss? Did see it back in the day? Did you? Did you like see all the 4 for Bridies and that? Do you miss that? Did you used to have a lot?
I love that lifestyle. I always have that lifestyle. Eating Bridies and sausage rolls and tins of smart price beans at Asda.
See all these things, it says like the good old days, but you can still get all that stuff.
Aye, but maybe you don't date you.
You've got like the memory of having that kind of like.
See, to be honest, I'm old school. I'm actually proper old school. Like I'm into my old Ford Sierras and old Vauxhall Cavaliers and stuff like that. That's right.
I do actually miss the old Polos motors, to be fair.
So many comments and that are like, I know exactly what he means here.
No.
Even the wee chewing gums and that. I
That's
like
right, the wee poverty chewing gum.
Aye, even that, I was like, I fucking miss him as well. The bingo and that. But honestly, that's one of my favourites.
I like the high court in Berlin at the end of
I love old school, honestly.
Mate.
See if I can go back in like the early 2000s or 90s and all that, I actually loved that lifestyle.
Do you wish you could be like this age, but
exactly, I would actually wish to have that lifestyle, honestly. Like I like Postle Park and all that, and the bingo and poverty women about the NHS and all that.
I was about to say like the bingo, like see when you drive by like Ridley Bingo, it's pure like you're just in 2005 or something. You know what I mean? Like
that's right, old school,
Old school. is the best
And
school.
the Gala bingo at Poso as well. Now the big next to the Sea Woo and all that.
That's right. I like that. Honestly, like I remember years and years ago, I went to Poso Bingo with my mum. Right.
Right.
I was away back in 2004, 2005, and we went there. And the next thing was, it was some laugh, like
Aye.
you can actually see, like, you can actually smell the culture, Like, honestly, I was actually
know what
not
you
that
mean.
long ago.
The carpets and all that.
That's right. See, well, not that long ago, I was actually at the bingo, right? A few months ago. And I think it was the end of February, I think it was, And next thing was Poso Bingo. I actually... Like, see the carpets and all that. It was so
I know what you
manky, honestly.
But you love it.
Mate,
Honestly, the culture, you can actually feel the
mate, do you know what you would love, right? Because what you're describing is like how I feel when I go here, right?
No.
Craig Tara Caravan Park.
Really?
Aye,
Go
back in the
at
day.
the live lounge, mate, and then it's like somebody's playing, and it's like a Robbie Williams impersonator singing, and then there's like popcorn. Now they mad nut machines that are like spicy nuts behind the bar, and that.
Aye.
And then you get to the arcade, and then there's a chippy and all that. But see if you
Like
go,
sticky carpets.
aye, mate, aye, like colourful carpets and that. But if you go back now, it's like they've done everything up. Know what I mean?
Aye.
But I do miss that kind of old school caravan park.
I love the whole culture, honestly. See if I can go back in time, honestly.
but
I
no
would
too
actually
far
do
back.
it.
You don't want to go back to 60s.
No,
or that.
no, that. No, that's too far well
That's
back.
too far. So there's another thing about to ask you about another video, right? So obviously one of the first, before we play this, right, one of the first videos I ever seen of you was you're at the Clyde and you're saying I'm at the court in Glasgow today, I'm drinking some pishy tea, and there's this video, right, which I don't know if you love or hate Greg's, because like at the start of this, right, you seem to have quite enjoyed it, but then you call it dug meat, right? So
Because that's what it is,
But
dog
you
meat.
say
that was, you see that, right? So let's play it, and then we
let's
can
see
review it.
Ooh, dissect it.
Just had a Greg's house, quite tasty that. Had a Scotch pie, it was dynamite.
The old school.
See that place in there, Greg's? That place is just like the same as dog meat in there. And the food is rotten, like the same as my Scotch pie I had there. Like the Scotch pie I had, it was all crispy and hard round about the edges of the pastry, right? And below it was all watery, so you can tip it up. Now you'll see all the grease dripping down, like Bearsden style food, right? Close to the Bearsden area, by the high flats, the property flats. Supported by NHS, your golf ladder, your kidney stones. I'm telling you, see the tea in there, it's pishy, honestly. It's totally rank,
That's it.
rotten in there.
But so what's the honest? Do you like Greg's?
I'm actually crying, honestly, how funny that was. Honestly, you actually look at these old stupid videos and they're so funny, honestly,
Aye.
But
It's
we
crazy.
need a final verdict on it.
So Greg's, is Greg's good or bad? Do you enjoy Greg's, but at the same time you know it's poverty?
Greg's, I do enjoy it because it's a cheap snack, you know.
Aye.
But end of the day, it is what it is, you know. So it's a cheap lunch, you know.
Aye.
But so, because in that video you say I had that Scotch pie, it was dynamite, and then you go, see that place there's fucking rotten. And then see their
like
Scotch
dog meat.
pies, they're dug meat and that. But then it's just after you say they're dynamite. But I think I know what you mean now. After
Aye, like,
watching that
you
game.
enjoy it, but at the same time you know it's a lot of shite.
It is, it just tastes
Aye.
shite, you
Same
know.
as
It's not
McDonald's.
enjoyable.
See, at McDonald's, when you finish McDonald's, you're like, that was brilliant, but fucking awful and all. know what
Aye,
I mean?
it's, just like, it's just cheap shite, innit?
That's right. Did you
Aye.
hear the story about the wee young guy served me frozen chicken in McDonald's? Did you hear that story?
no, tell us
Honestly, I was at Rob Royston in McDonald's, right? And this wee young guy came up, right? And soon I took a bite of it, right? I went back through the drive-through. That point, the next thing was this should be, stupid wee young boy, And they came up to me and they said to me, he says, he said, aye, I would eat that and all that. After me telling him, says, would you actually eat that?
Was it cold, do you say?
It was, aye. See, when you take a bite of it, you can actually taste the ice of it, you know?
my God.
Honestly, it was fucking frozen. It was rank, honestly,
And
then
he's seen you would have ate it?
See, I had a double cheeseburger, I think it was, and I opened it, right? I opened the bun, I took the beef burger out, and I gave that a good snuff, right? And you can actually smell the coo shite off it. It was barking a shite, honestly. It was stinking, honestly. I couldn't eat that.
That's the corruption and lies of Rob Royston McDonald's.
That's probably what it is.
We need to
right?
start a new one. We need to start.
It's crazy, you know.
McSutherland's.
McSutherland's.
Pishy tea. What would we sell? Pishy tea.
A Scotch pie on a roll, do you
For
have
Friday and all that.
Aye, we could sell old school. We'll have pishy carpets, man. It'll be
salt
brilliant.
and pepper on the roll sausage.
Aye, because you made a video about that. What is that? Is that a Clackmanic shirt thing or something? Salt and pepper on the top of the roll. Mate,
I don't know, it's just things I make up while I go on, you know.
Did you make that up?
I just made that up,
I've been
aye.
telling everybody about that.
Oh, did you, right?
Aye, there's this mad thing in Clackmanic where they put salt and pepper on the top of the roll.
I've been putting salt and
I'm
pepper
not
on
like
the
an
top of the roll.
idiot. Trying to be a Clackmanic man. But aye, can I get the laptop? Aye, because we're going to play a wee game, right? Well, it's not a game. It's like I'm going to show you some pictures, right? And you just tell me what comes to your mind when you see them, right? So the first one,
first thing in your
right?
mind.
First one.
Glasgow Sheriff Court.
But like,
What do you feel when you see that? What do you
It's
think?
just the history of that building is just like it makes me a buzzing feeling. You know?
Aye.
does it?
Exactly, aye. I actually like Glasgow Sheriff Court. The judges are quite decent. In
Are they?
there.
Aye.
Aye.
Do you like going to court?
I do, aye. I do get a buzz off it. You know, I quite enjoy it. You know.
You posted a video the other day saying like, I wish it was me going up to court today or something. Like you tell when you had a shirt and tie and you're like, I wish I was going to court today. I was like,
What do you think it's when you walk in there and you see all them in their suits and waiting on you to come in and debate them? Is that the buzz you get?
I do, aye. See the wee cafe? I don't know if you ever been to Glasgow Sheriff Court.
No, I've not.
Like, there's a wee cafe down there. That's the only court it's got. Is a wee cafe. It's Glasgow Sheriff
Oh, really?
Court. Aye.
What's the worst court?
The worst court is Airdrie Sheriff. See, the judges are bad, honestly. Hamilton and Airdrie Sheriff is the worst courts to be in. Paisley's not that bad, you know, but Glasgow's all right. I've been through Glasgow, like, through all my life, you know, and most of the time I always, like, escape quite a lot of serious crimes and all that. Well, just stupid daft crimes, I mean, no serious crimes. You know?
Aye, just like daft.
Just driving offences and COVID restrictions and all that, you know.
So we've got another one, and this might be another thing you made up, right? But I want to get, because I've heard you talking about this a lot, right? There's a guy driving a Ford. Now you always talk about right. So what is it with the Ford drivers?
Right. So basically that'd be Fiesta, right? There's a lot of young guys are probably 20, 21 in their age, right? My own opinion, right? Well, it's not my own opinion, but obviously I've seen a lot of young guys drive about with wee Fiestas, like Ford Fiesta STs, and they have a tattoo in one arm, and their attitude is like smoking fags and probably into the pub, you know, like just drinking heavy baby.
All the same, like all different guys, but all doing the exact same thing. Like that
Exactly,
video you made, you said you had the sunglasses on, I'm going to Maggle with them all and that.
That's right.
So
wearing wee boys' handbags and all that, you know.
handbags and all that. That isn't the old school, mate. You'd never get that in the old school.
That's just me fanny lifestyle, you know.
Right. So what comes to mind? What do you feel like when you see this?
Please Scotland, fuck yes. Fuck the fucking legal system. You know?
There we go. Police Scotland, keeping people safe, it says. I think that's what
may
they
like keeping themselves safe, may like it, you know.
Aye, keeping their wallets safe.
Exactly, aye. May like keeping themselves safe, bastards.
And then something that you're very familiar with, right?
Oh, aye, the wig.
Aye, the wig.
The tie wig is called.
What is it called?
A tie wig.
A tie wig.
That's the name of it.
So who is it? Is it a barrister that wears that?
It's barristers or judges, you know,
Aye.
or sheriffs, you know.
Why do they?
Here, I found out about this, by the way. Listen to this. How mental is this? I know this, right? The reason, it's something to do with like,
it's to hide their identity.
Aye.
That's what it is, aye. That's what it is.
See the style of wig? It's something to do with like people had, British people had so many like fleas or something. It's something ridiculous. Aye, mate, it is. It's something to do with like British people had so. I can't remember.
Well,
maybe
back in the day, that was what like the hairstyle that like mad dandies and like rich people and that had. So I just thought it maybe came for that, but then I was like, why are they still wearing wigs? And see
it's
that
because it's to hide their identity.
mate, that Carol Pilkington said that. He said something about
maybe it is to hide their
Aye,
identity.
that's what it is.
He said going up to see if you're going up to court. He goes talking about what do you call that when you get sent away to another country when you grass on somebody?
Deported.
Well, no, when you grass on somebody.
Oh, like witness protection.
Witness protection. He was like, well, how can I not just wear a disguise when I go in there? And I was like, that's a pure good point,
Oh,
actually.
but
like,
when you're getting into...
like, to grass, instead of like going in and grassing as you and then getting a disguise and going in
Then
another
having to go
country.
somewhere else your full life.
But then so he said that, and then he goes, and the judges have got the disguises on, the wee wigs they wear. And I was like,
It is a
surely
disguise.
that's no why.
It is a disguise, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Do you know what
honestly.
I've thought as well, right? Sometimes maybe, like, now you get police, right? And then you get the undercover police, right? Why are they no... Like, I feel like, when, like... Why they know all just all undercover? Because when you see that police motor, you're like, oh, I know that's a police coming for me, so now I've got a chance to get away. But if they were all undercover, you would never know.
I think there shouldn't be undercover, but because they're like dodgy. It's like, I don't know, like, see when they're pure, they're signifiers have been police and then the lights going. And
How do you spot an undercover police? I'll tell you, super dry jacket. Always a super
Could
dry.
dress like a bouncer kind of
Do
face?
you think you could spot, say if you're seeing two guys walking down the road, do you think you'd be like, they're police?
You can actually tell they are police, you know. I'm quite smart, I'm quite intelligent, you know. Like, I can actually tell who's a copper, you know, or who's not a copper. I can actually tell they talk shite, you know, the way their eye contact and all that. So if they blink twice and all that, I know exactly they talk shite, you know. So, you know, that's the way, that's how smart I am,
you
you
can
know.
actually
I'm
sense
very, very smart with that, you know. A lot of people doesn't know me, like, how smart I am, you know.
Aye, they just see you on TikTok, and
That's right.
obviously I really enjoy what you've started doing with wearing the wig and going down and doing the dances.
doing
and
the
that.
stupid dancing and all that.
I've always wondered, right? Has anybody ever just walked down and you've been doing that?
Once.
One
once,
time? What
once.
happened? Were they just-
It was a security guy, right? And he was out smoking a fag, right? And I was going like this here, down with my phone, because obviously I use this here, right? So I went down like that there, put my phone like that there, just, you know, on the ground, you know, just to hold it, right? And press play like that there. Do, you know, with the music and all that, right? I turned around, oh, fucking hell, you know. I actually pushed up myself, and this guy was going like that there, leaning down on the wall, and he was smoking a fag, and he was a security guy, you know. So
See,
I was so...
You should have just kept going. Kept the dancer from swinging.
They started going towards them
Did you
dancing.
swing the jacket off and that?
I actually shot myself, but the guy knew exactly I was doing videos and all that.
See,
But,
are they dances for the ladies?
just for the ladies, exactly. right.
TikTok. Oh, you dirty dog.
And I was wondering as well, like, so obviously you've got quite a big thing with your lives, right? You go on live like you're live every day.
Most
ain't
of the time,
Aye,
right.
most of the time you're on live, right? So like you've got these moderators in the chat, haven't you, that are like blocking people and throwing
That's
people.
right, yeah.
Did you just meet all these people through TikTok, or do you know any of them? Or have you ever met any of them of that?
I never ever met anyone through TikTok, but I did meet people which I never ever met, if that makes sense.
Aye.
So basically, the first person I ever met was Kerry, you know. So I met Kerry, I met Ashley, I met Marty, that's all my moderators, you know. And see, to be honest, they're very nice people, you know, which I met, you know.
Aye. They do look out for you.
Aye,
'Cause-
that's right, they do, aye.
Aye.
Especially Kerry. I like, Kerry's always look out for me most of the time, you know. And I actually put my hat off that, and I actually will bow to this woman.
Aye,
Honestly,
she
this
actually-
woman, like, this woman's amazing, the things which she did for me, you know. She actually bought me a thing for Christmas as well, a Christmas present.
did she, aye?
Honestly, she did, aye. It was a ring light, you know.
Oh,
and she
okay.
actually bought it for me for Christmas, you know.
Oh,
and
that's
I
nice.
actually felt quite amazing with it, you know.
Aye, just somebody that just through this app and
That's
they're
right,
actually
aye.
willing to go out and spend money on you and send you a present. That's class,
right,
man.
aye.
Send you a wee ring light.
Do you use that now, aye?
I still use it. I use it all the time. Aye, definitely.
Does it help for your lives and that?
It does. Aye. Like, see, when I'm bored in the house now, I just put it on, and I just, like, say, just speak to people on live. You know.
Aye.
So
I usually see your lives when you're scanning your dinner.
that's right.
Aye,
that's
aye. Wee burger and that. But see,
A lunchbox.
aye. See, like when you're on your lives and that, obviously you get people. Do you just always go for like whoever wants to join? You just let them join, just
Just
talk to them.
whatever I want to speak to. You know.
Aye, because I've seen you like it's always English people. When you get on with somebody English, you just bam them up.
Aye, that's right. Do you know what eggs and chips is and all
Aye.
that? You know, like, talking about that, you know, I was literally down at the services down in England, right? I think it was Birmingham somewhere, you know, and I went up to this guy. I says, "Excuse me, do you know what eggs and chips is?" I said, "Do you eat eggs and chips?" You know, because that's the kind of guy I am. You know, I just literally just go up if I want something or I'll say something. I'll literally go up and say
What
something.
is the eggs and chips part?
It's like English version of eggs and chips, you know.
okay.
Like, you like eggs and chips, you know. Like that
English
there.
thing, innit?
You like voxels, you know.
That is an English thing. Maybe
That
that's
is
the
English.
maybe that's the next, like, take me back to the old days. English edition. You could have egg and chips.
That's right,
But
right.
we could do that. English Polish motors.
Aye.
Are English Polish motors and Scottish Polish motors different?
Metropolitan ones are
Aye,
different.
because they're a different police force, aren't they? The Met.
Aye, every city is, I think. Or
Aye.
every mad fucking...
right.
Do you think? Well, obviously you probably don't know because you've not been. Well, you're doing in England quite a lot, aren't you?
I do. I'm
find?
always down in England.
How do you find the police in Scotland compared to in England?
I never ever had any tour response with the coppers down in England. It's always been Scottish ones, you know. And see, the funny thing about it, when they're coming up for the borders of Scotland, you know, I actually, like, I'm always, like, twice I've been harassed by the traffic ones, you know. I fucking hate traffic police, you know.
Are they the worst?
I actually hate them, you know.
Are they the worst police? The traffic?
Just paid liars. They're horrible, honestly. They are the worst coppers out of any other police out there, you know.
Not even real coppers, aren't they, no? Lee?
They're just big headed. They think they drive about with big flashy cars, and they think they got a head that size, you know.
Yeah, you're actually right, by the way, because I used to work in the railway, right, and we had a lot of copper drums, right, like worth a lot of money. You know what I mean? There was like hundreds of them, and so the transport police used to have to come down and see, like, if anything was missing or, like, because it was that much money, right? And every time they came down, they were wankers, mate. They were a very arrogant, I am fine.
Very childish attitude, you know. Very, very obedient attitude.
Aye,
you know?
aye.
I just cannot stand none of them at all. You know, they're just like they really make me like they really make my stomach twist. You know,
Aye.
the way the attitude is. They're just horrible, dirty, corrupt bastards. You know, like. They didn't have no feelings. They don't have any heart for you. Like, they just want to do you, and that's it. You know,
Aye.
and that's the way I see it. You know.
Try to get it
You
done.
Aye.
So ACAB, Lee, do you agree
ACAB.
with that?
I don't know what that is.
ACAB, all cops are bastards.
Bastards, exactly.
Or beautiful.
Nah, no chance. no
All cops are
chance.
beautiful.
Have you never heard that, ACAB?
Never ever heard of that. Maybe I heard it once. I don't know. I couldn't
See,
really remember.
And sometimes people will write it as
It's like graffiti and that.
Sometimes
Is that
people
what it
will
is?
write it so it's in code as 1312 because like A is the first letter of the alphabet, then
Right.
C, so it's a wee code. So
I
that
didn't know that. It's
did you know?
fucking Da Vinci Code up in here, man. That's it.
But
Just for a bit of graffiti.
see, we're coming to the end, right? I just want to ask something, right? Do you think at any point in your life, from now till you die, there'll be a long period of time where the police and that is not even a part of your life?
I'm trying to keep out of trouble. That's my target this year. I want to try and keep out of trouble, you know.
Right.
I didn't want to keep involved and do this and do that because obviously this will destroy my life, you know. If this keeps going on and on and on, I am a strong guy, but I think, see, because going in and out of jail, and this is the truth, right? Because I've been experienced 4 times in custody, and it actually ruined my memory, you know, because my memory is really damaged, you know.
Do you think it's just the stress of going in and out
Just
of jail?
because of stress and all that. I actually, one period of time as well, I actually took self-harm myself as well.
Really,
I
just
did,
because you were doing so
just
low?
because I wanted to kill myself, you know. I just really wanted to kill myself.
Aye. So we need to get you off that path. We need to get you
That's right, aye.
clear of these coppers, especially what's his name, McCartney.
McCartney, aye.
He'll not go
Fuck
near
him.
you, actually.
I don't like him at all. You know, he's just a fucking dafty, you know.
Oh man. Well, look, Lee, can you tell the people, right? Say somebody's watched this and they're thinking, I need to go and fucking see what this guy's all about on TikTok. What is? Because obviously you've got a lot of fake accounts, don't you?
I do.
So,
I have a
so
lot
what
of
is
fake
what's the accounts that people can actually find you on, like your actual account?
Well, there's 2 accounts. There's Lee Backup 1, or there's the other one at Lee Southerland 5, you know.
Oh right, okay. So
So-
they're the only 2 legit ones.
That's the 2 legit accounts.
Right.
Block the rest of them.
The rest of them are all fake accounts, you know.
Aye.
All
and
fake
they're
accounts.
they're stealing your content, posting it, and then using it for
also
likes.
as well, the numbers going up bigger and stuff like that, you know. It's just stupid daffy boys, you know. And see, the funny thing about it, every street, every corner I go into town, Airdrie or Coatbridge or Paisley or whatever, you know, anywhere I go, is just nothing but stupid wee daft boys. Can I get a 40 for you? Or can I get this? You know, and then also as well the coppers as well stopping me. You know, it's crazy. You know,
That's the price of fame.
that's
It is.
right.
man
It's
for
a
the
weird.
land of Scotland.
Do you find that weird to deal with people coming up to you and all that?
No, really.
'Cause
I
I
just
seen a video of a guy, right? I don't know if you were recording. You must have been recording it, and the two of them looked steaming and they're like, "No fucking way, I love you," and all that. And they were,
oh aye that aye.
but does that stuff like that annoy you when they're drunk?
It's
And they're-
like, see, when there starts, like, I don't like people hugging me or that, you know, I don't like people touching me or stuff like
Aye.
that. Like, I really get, like, I just don't like it at all.
I just
Like,
makes you
Personal space, innit?
space, aye, exactly. I don't like a guy coming up to me and start touching me and stuff like that,
your
you know.
neck, no.
It really affects me, you know, like, can you stand back a
Aye.
bit or that, you know. You can speak to me there, but
Aye.
no, come right up
Hugging
to
you and
me.
touching
Like,
you and that.
exactly, you know, like a family member to me or that, you know, so...
Aye. But Trips, if you see Lee Southerland out and about, go up to him, talk to him. Don't fucking hug him or kiss him or anything like that. Unless he asks you to.
Aye.
But Lee,
Exactly.
thank you so much for coming on, mate. Is there anything else you want to say? You think that's it?
I think that's it, isn't it?
It was fucking superb.
I've got a wee question. Will you come back on video call and that?
Aye.
See if we've ever
I
got
would,
like
aye, I
questions about the law or like questions about corruption, because we do these other podcasts that are like, we go and like deep dives into mad mental like documentaries
See,
and articles and stuff, and it sometimes can be about crime and that. So
That's right,
if we ever need a wee hon,
A second opinion.
can we get you on the Zoom?
Yeah, if you want.
Brilliant, mate.
Signed up to that. That's
If I can work
contractual.
it properly.
That's contractually
Well, even
binding.
we
now.
we could work it out that we can just go on TikTok live together, and
Aye.
that might be easier. Do you know what I mean? But
TikTok will be fine.
aye, brilliant.
So we've got a regular contributor on board.
Brilliant, man.
Lee Southerland.
But Lee,
Brilliant.
thank you so much for coming on, mate. Thoroughly enjoyed it, man. Thank you so
been
much.
brilliant, mate.
Troops, you wanted it, you got it. See you later. Troops, the long-awaited return of the man, the animal, the challenger. He's back for round 2. Welcome back, Lee.
Hi, everyone.
Back in the building.
Back again. Obviously, the first one was tremendous. TikTok clips everywhere. It went amazing. But let's get right into it, Lee. What is up? Let's just go right off the bat. I seen a TikTok. I'm at work, you know, I'm looking for a wee bit of joy in my life, you know, I'm on my break. Go on TikTok, I see 2 Glasgow icons together. I see Lee Southerland suited up in court, and I see Amanda Britt. Tell me, what's the story behind this that people need to know, Lee? What happened with that?
So apparently on Thursday, that's the last few days there, before the weekend there, I met Amanda Britt at Glasgow Sheriff Court at the wee restaurant bit, and as soon as I got down to the wee restaurant cafe bit, this is her, oh my god, Lee Southerland, oh my god, and then she started running up to me and all that, you know, hi, how are you and all that, you know, you're that guy from TikTok and all that, you know, it's mental, you know, so, and obviously that in town and all that, you know, like, there's a lot of people comes up to me and they says, oh my god, can I get a photo, can I get a selfie and all that, you know.
Aye.
Oh, you're the main man and all that, you know. It's mental, you know.
Has it got worse since,
So-
do you think it's, even since like the last time we spoke, do you think it's got even worse now? Do you think, is it more and more,
Well-
has it ever slowed down? Is it just more and more people every time
Exactly,
you go out?
aye. England, Scotland, Ireland, everywhere. Like everywhere, there's a lot of people know me
Worldwide.
through that TikTok. Exactly, aye. So it is mental, you know. Like the biggest half of the people in Scotland through Glasgow and all that is just, oh my god, Lee Southerland, I love your content and all that. You
Aye.
know, police watch me, nurses, everything. You know,
Have you-
anybody
have you
has
spoke-
got a proper job, like works in courts and all that. Your lawyers and all that. Also as well, when I go to the court as well. Even lawyers as well.
Aye.
They always ask me, like, can I get a selfie and all that, you
The
know?
lawyers?
Honestly,
Aye,
aye.
they're
I
ones-
swear to God, honestly.
They
you know,
want some tips.
there's one lawyer, he's called Scotland Criminal Lawyer, right? He watched my content all the time. And also as well, he's on TikTok as well. I don't
Aye.
know if you watch him. Or...
I think I've seen his account.
Aye.
Have you maybe like done no videos together, but you'll maybe like reply to his videos sometimes or that? Or
I haven't replied to any of his videos, no.
Or has he maybe replied to some
I
of
think
yours?
it's just other people who replied to the videos.
Right, okay.
So
I see.
they're probably just through the comments, you know. So
It's like he's trying to be one of the backup accounts, isn't he?
That's
At
right. That's
Aldi, Lee
correct.
Sutherland.
Aye, there's so many. I don't even know what's your real account these
that's
days.
what I'm saying. There's so many fake accounts out there. There's multiple fake accounts.
So how many accounts do you officially?
So
Lee
the
I'm
main
talking Lee
account-
Sutherland official. How many?
So there's 3 accounts which I'm using just now. One is called Lee Southerntherland Lawyer, right? The other one is Lee Southerntherland Fiscal, and then I think the other one is Lee Criminal Scotland Law or something like that.
Aye.
So that's a new one which I just uploaded.
So that's
you
the
know.
3. You'll get 3.
That's the 3 account.
and any
that's the
other
3
one
accounts.
is not you.
The rest is all fake accounts, you
Aye.
know. So
Is there anything you can even do about that? Can you report Can you report them, or do you just
see, to
know
be honest,
there's too many?
every time you try and report them, they just stay the way they are. you
Aye,
know.
that happens.
Maybe meant to say as well, you're saying there's one called Lee Sutherland Lawyer there. We were wanting to congratulate you on...
Aye, because the last time you came on here, and then I seen a TikTok, you're like, I've finally qualified with all my law stuff.
I am, yes. I
So-
passed my law degree.
Aye, so tell us about that, man. That was, I mean...
I've forgotten to bring it with me, my law
Aye.
degree, so to show it to you, you know.
Aye.
But I did, yes. I finally passed it, you know.
Aye.
Well
So
done,
was
mate.
that an online thing, or like, how did you do it?
So apparently when the same time I was during COVID and all that, I kept studying it and stuff like that, right? So the next thing was I studied it through Edinburgh, and then the next thing is I got remanded. Then I lost that fucking thing, you know, in college,
Aye,
right?
aye.
The next thing what I did was I applied for Dundee. Then since after that, I kept studying it and studying it and studying it, and believe me, it was really fucking hard, right? It is so hard.
and is it just road traffic law, or is it all?
No, it's all criminal
Aye,
law,
aye.
you know. So including road traffic law as well. So that's what I do is criminal defence law, you know. So
Aye. No, well done. So, I mean, just take us for like there, because obviously that is like a big thing for you, and then you get that law degree. So, have you been at the court sort of non-stop then now?
just presenting myself and all that,
Aye.
standing up, finding the best, you know, my very, very, very best of my knowledge and all that. Fighting my own court cases. Also as well, I presented some of the people as well. And also I got one guy there out as well. He's out in bail as well.
Aye.
So he was over the moon with that, you know.
Oh, happy days.
So he got 4 court cases, you know.
What was his charges?
The charges were quite... One was
Murder.
assault, the
Murder.
other one was to do with road traffic and failing to give information
Oh, right.
to the police and all that as well. So so there you go.
And you got him off?
What's that?
And you got him off?
Well, I got him out in bail, so
what a
I
man.
did, you know. So
You'd be buzzing with
Halfway
that.
there.
I did.
Aye.
I'm happy with that, you know. So
I want to just go back to Amanda Britt for a minute. So even just see when you met, was she all right? Did
She
you
was
get on
alright,
there? Aye.
but don't get me wrong, she does have a wee bit of, I don't want to say anything bad, but I think she's got a wee bit of learning difficulties
Right.
or something like that. So, but don't get me wrong, she is very nice,
Aye.
you know, a young lassie or something like
Aye.
that, or a young woman or whatever you call her. But seems alright, you know.
Aye, so she was nice enough, aye, nice enough.
I think
for you,
so, aye, she's alright.
So what was she up? So you weren't a lot of people did think that, but I don't know if people thought you were. I don't want to say celebrity, but like a lawyer, like because of your TikTok stuff. Maybe people thought, no, you've got the law degree, you're going to be representing like famous TikTok people or whatever. Is that no? You weren't representing her.
I wasn't to do with that. It was
Aye.
to do with a case for myself.
So you just
I was
met
up
her.
for 3 cases, aye. Apparently I was up for a Section 38, a breach of the peace, right? The other one was to do with a firework and vandalism. Throwing a firework into a council bin and vandalism it.
Aye.
Vandalising
I
a
did,
bin,
aye,
mate.
so,
It's 10 years,
you know,
that.
it was a council bin, so it was a black bin. And the only thing has been vandalised, it was to do with a bin bag. Honestly, a bin bag has been vandalised.
And they
a
wanted-
metal council bin, you know.
What, and they wanted.
So that's what the charges I'm up for, you know. So
Is that all the charges you're up for the now?
I'm up for a few road traffic offences, but don't worry about it; they'll all get dropped anyway. So,
Aye.
aye, definitely.
'Cause
I
I-
know my stuff, you know.
Aye, no.
I can
but-
twist and bend my ways about
See?
how to fuck about with these cases, you know.
See when you say that, is it ever speeding? Because I just get done for speeding in England, and I need to like go to a mad course about it. And all
Aye,
that.
so how would he get off this ticket?
Right, so it depends. So it depends what type of speed you were doing.
So I was doing 51 and a 40, but it was.
Did you reply to the letter?
No, I only got it yesterday.
Right, so what you have to do is you need to reply to the letter and plead not guilty to it, you know, and tell him that you're not the registered keeper of that car.
Well, it was a work van, so can I just pin it on
Oh,
there?
that's even
Aye,
easier
well,
then.
just do that then. Just tell him that it was somebody else was driving it, you know.
Aye, see,
But
coming
again, the
for you.
company can't thing with points on your license, you know.
Aye.
That's how it works, you know.
Aye.
So
I'm a
if it was
Scot-free.
your vehicle, then you will end up getting points on your license.
And if I did need to go to court about this, would you come and represent me?
Well, possibly, aye.
By the way.
There's a bit of that involved, but I would
Again,
suggest.
there's
I've got Riley's gaff backing me here.
Aye, he's not get that. He's not get that
We've got a
much.
superpower.
He's not get that much, man.
A conglomerate.
Aye. Would you think? I mean, this just interests me because you seem to have a way where I don't even think it's even just necessarily. I know you'll know about law, but there's something else in you that knows how to just weave your way. Aye, I'll get that drop. They all seem to just go away. All the cases. Would you think it is in you that? Do you think you're just
what
a
do you mean,
slippy?
like the cases is just
Aye,
getting thrown out?
Like, because you're like that. They're 3 road traffics, but they'll get dropped. So
Aye.
you
It's
know.
because-
So is it your knowledge? Is it? Are you like what? Are you quite like?
It's
Shifty.
a,
what with
a
it?
silver tongue.
Aye, like you just able to just get your way out of things.
It's because I know the Fiscals.
Oh,
It's because of the Fiscals, you know. So obviously I get a good deal with a Fiscal, and obviously I tell him if I plead guilty to that yin, the rest will get dropped. And there
Right.
you go. That's how the deal works.
And is
you know.
that how it works? Is it all deals? Is it all
It's all
handshakes?
about bribery.
Aye.
That's what it's all about.
Backhanders,
Bribery.
Aye, because I mean, you think. I mean, like,
And the best court to do that is Glasgow Sheriff Court.
aye,
Glasgow Sheriff Court. Yep. 100%.
That's mental, man.
Glasgow Sheriff. So if somebody's got a case in there, just a couple, look, say they've got 6 charges.
Yep.
That top one, I'll take guilty for that as long as the rest get dropped. Is that how it goes? Sort
Yep,
of?
that's how it
You
works.
scratch
Yep.
my back, I'll scratch yours.
Aye.
It's not just about money. It's all about having good relationship or friendship with the Fiscals, you know. It's fuck all to do with the judge, you know. It's to do with the Fiscal, you know. They're the ones that try and get you to jail. But obviously I know a few Fiscals, you know. And obviously I'm quite good friendly with them.
Aye.
You know,
How did you become friends with the Fiscals?
through TikTok and stuff like
Oh,
that.
really?
You know?
So
Aye,
they
I
just
do.
get interested in your videos and then.
No, just a good relationship with them, you know. So
And what are these guys? Because these are obviously quite, you know, probably a lot of money. I'm guessing these guys making a lot of money. What are these kind of guys like as people? Are they good people? Would you say?
What, you mean the Fiscals?
Aye. How would you how would you describe your average Fiscal to somebody?
Fiscal Joe.
They're decent enough, you know,
Aye.
like they love my content and all that, they like what I do and stuff like that, you know. But it's not just about that, it's about obviously wiping the back of my arse, you know, to try and get a case off the back of my back. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what I want, you know. I want to try and get away from avoiding to get like Danny be in the jail or that, you know. So I want to try and get out in bail, you know, or even just the skin of my teeth to try and maybe get a fine or maybe community service or something like that, unpaid work, you know.
Aye.
So, but that's how it works, you know.
So, I was just perfect timing, almost like the Lord done this, Lee. I was actually recently at a court. No, this is a special court. I was at the High Court.
Right, okay.
I was selected for. I didn't get picked, but I was jury duty. Then I didn't get picked, whatever. So happy days, I didn't. But that was my first time in the High Court.
Okay.
And you know what? I kind of get the whole buzz about it. I kind of get the whole, because you go in, it's very official. Everyone's very smartly dressed, and they're all. Can you go through the scanner? It's very like. Backhand, but handshakes, suits. I did love it myself. What can you tell people about the High Court? Have you had much experience in there?
I've never ever been in a High Court in my life. I've never ever been in a High Court.
Is that like
Everybody always keeps saying, "Oh, you're a High Court grass," and all that. I'm the one that always gets slugged about that all the time.
Aye.
You know, how would I be a High Court gross if I'd never been into a High Court in my life, you know? It's always been Glasgow Sheriff, Airdrie Sheriff, or Paisley Sheriff, or sometimes some of the courts down in England as well. But I've never ever been to a High Court in my life, so,
Aye.
you know.
You
But
don't-
you were kind of seduced by it, weren't you?
I kind of got. I mean, I have heard that the sheriff court is the sort of ugly cousin of the courts, and the High Court is obviously it's the highest one. High Court, the biggest cases probably, so the bigger lawyers are going to be in the High Court.
So obviously a High Court is for like serious fraud, attempted murders, stuff like that. You know, that's what a High Court is, you know.
Do you want to one day be in the High Court?
Well, possibly, yes, maybe, aye. If I can try and run up my own business, then become a proper business lawyer, you know, to set up a company like that,
Aye.
then I would actually maybe do stuff like that,
So
you know.
is that the goal then?
Well, I'm hoping maybe to do stuff like that, you know.
solicitors.
So, but I still have to do a diploma yet, you know.
Aye. See, I am, because when we were talking about that, you were saying, I get it, man. People walking about in suits, that kind of
As soon as
busy atmosphere in that.
I get the letter through, I thought, I can tell Lee about this as soon as we get on the podcast. And then when I was in the wee waiting room, and they go, take your seat in there, then they'll see you, and then you sitting there, and everybody's sitting like, oh, what's this about?
See, when you were in the High Court, can you smell a power corruption?
Aye, I could smell. It was almost like every person I came across, I could smell it off them almost.
Really?
I could smell that.
Does it smell like a hard start sausage roll? with
Aye,
eggs?
it smelled like hard stack sausage roll mixed with pishy tea, I would say.
Really?
Yep.
And I could smell it off them a mile away. You know, they're acting all your pal, but I know they're dirty
It's like
bastards.
they're smiling, but they're not really smiling,
Nah,
kind of thing.
nah.
Corrupt to the core. You know?
to the
I
fucking
bet-
core, mate.
Recently, I had a court experience, but it was Hamilton Sheriff Court, and I was just up. I was up as a witness to something, and it wasn't even that I was like grassing anything. It was that a place I worked had CCTV that looked onto a street. Police asked me for it, so I gave her it. But anyway, that was a few years ago. The other day I was up for it, and it was like I went to the actual big sheriff court and that, and I was like, oh, it's a bit fancy, and you go through metal detectors.
Oh,
and all.
aye, it's...
And then they were like, oh, aye, that case isn't here. That's like a building like miles away. And I went to like a mad industrial estate and turned in, and it was just this wee building that was like a mad annex of the court, know what I mean?
Oh, aye.
And the woman was just like,
Put the poverty court.
the poverty court, aye. And the woman was like, you just go and sit in that wee room. And I just went and sat in this room myself. The woman just came in and done, aye, you can go, guilty. After about 3 hours, I was just like, oh, fuck's sake. So I didn't get the glitz and the glamour of the court, know what I mean?
Did you went to Greg's and get some pishy tea?
Aye, just poured
Pishy
it.
tea.
Aye, just
You've
poured
got
it
it's a court tradition, innit, to go and get some pishy tea. That's like the first video I ever seen of yours. You outside the court. I'm drinking some pishy tea.
I'm off to get some pishy tea.
Aye, man, aye. But do you know what's interesting? We didn't even talk about this the last time you were on, right? So you're saying there the goal is one day maybe you're in the High Court representing the hardest of criminals out there, right? But I want to know what a young Lee Southerland, a boy, maybe when he was maybe 10 years old, what did he want to do when he was older? Can you remember?
So what I always wanted to do is probably like maybe become a HGV driver.
All right, aye.
Like a lorry driver, because my dad, he is a class 1 HGV driver. You know,
Right.
and that's what he does, you know. So, and I always had like a big, I had a big fantasy with lorries and
Aye.
big massive engines and stuff like that, you know. And then I started like a big interest with roads and stuff like that. And every time I get older, and then I had a big interest with law and stuff like that.
Right.
Then I started committing crime. And then that was it. That's when I started a knowledge of law and stuff like that. You know, that's how I wanted to become a lawyer. I
could see you in the back in the seat of a big Arctic, driving to Belgium or something, big long road lorry. I was similar. Like when I was a wee guy, I used to love like lorries and like mad machines. Know what I mean? Like I used to have mad. Know how like excavators. I used to have like wee toys that like pick up like blocks and all that. I was pure into all that.
Maybe
shit,
that's
so.
a wee vehicle
Similar.
obsession. Aye.
Exactly.
Do you know the symbol for a lorry driver? What truck drivers do?
No.
That's the symbol there.
What's that?
That's a symbol.
What, to go, I'm a lorry driver?
Aye, that's the symbol, aye. So when you pass by each other into a lorry, right? So what you do is you do that there. That's what you do.
What, to go...
That's what truck drivers do. That there.
Well, do you... that just sort of remind me of something else. Do you know what a lot lizard is?
Never heard of it.
So a lot lizard, right, is, you know, obviously there's... When you get long distance, when you're driving long distance, some of these men... Or even women...
they get urges.
They get urges. Everyone gets urges. A lot lizard is somebody who... It's an American term. Somebody who specifically hangs about parking lots waiting for long truckers...
Never heard of it.
For sexual favours. You never heard anything about that?
I never ever heard of it, no.
Nah.
Like,
truck stop holes.
Is there a sign for, like... Say I'm driving and I see somebody and I go, maybe they might want to have sex with me in my truck. Is there maybe a sign that...
Oh, well, no, I get what you're saying now, aye. So, apparently that truck drivers which getting off with men or something like that.
Right.
I heard a story about that. So apparently that a lot of truck drivers wouldn't like me saying this, but
Right.
fuck it anyway. So if you're driving down the M6 motorway, right, a lot of truck drivers, right, so what you do is you pass by each other, right? Some truck drivers will look each other into the cab and all that,
Aye,
right?
romantic.
If they like the driver, into the other cab while they're overtaken, right? That point, what they'll do is the one in the back, they'll start flashing his lights, right? Next thing was he'll start indicating left, right, quite quickly, right? That point,
That is pretty gay,
there,
alright, aye.
So that point,
That's
what
the
they'll
gayest
do
thing
next
of all.
is they'll follow each other to the next services, and then they'll join each other into the cab, and they'll start bum fucking each other. That's what they'll
yes,
do.
man.
So
That's the
that's
dream.
what lorry drivers do, and there's a lot of them does that. You know.
Do you think is lorry driving a bit like maybe being... Now, like, people in the jail, they'll be in the jail for a long time, no seeing a woman, and they go, all right, well, it's not really that gay anymore. Do you think that happens because they're driving long distances?
Like-
Who knows?
My own opinion, like, see a lot of Irish and English truck drivers, I think they do stuff like that. Like, my own opinion, you see a lot of stuff like on TikTok, like, I love cock or something like that on the number plate, you know, when you kick about in a truck show or something like that. You know, the fuckwits, you know, like, they're really mental. Some of these lorry drivers are a bit fried in the head, you get what I'm saying?
What is that festival? A truck fest? That's
Aye,
a
a
mad
truck
thing.
fest in
Is it?
Edinburgh or
Oh,
stuff
they
like that.
all meet up, and it was like, no, because I used to work for, like, I used to fix lorries and that when I was like heavy young, like 15, 16, and it would be like all the different Arctic drivers would be getting like mad fancy lights put on for truck fest. Now, like,
That's mental, innit?
No, like,
We need to go to that.
mate. That would be good. Actually, that'd be really.
Why
good.
don't the three of us go to Truck Fest? that would be
100%.
funny, wouldn't it?
get our hole?
I know.
Start flashing them.
We know the sign now. We know the sign.
What was it again?
That there.
there.
That's what you do.
Let's fuck. Aye, but so I
Your
mean,
tan boots
Aye.
and your cowboy hat. and all that.
aye.
And a big tattoo on the one side, and drive a wee Fiesta when you go back home.
aye, the Fiesta drivers they never stop.
They're still coming. Aye,
That's
that
why
conveyor
there's
belt.
quite a lot of young lads, right, that drive a Ford Fiesta, right, with one tattoo on the side of the arm and all that. Why do they hang about with a lot of these HGV truck drivers?
Oh,
Why? Why do
I
they
have
like
seen.
the big daddies all the time?
Aye.
You know? You get
Do
what
they?
I'm saying?
Aye, mate.
Well,
There's
that's
a lot
All
of them
fried
doing
in
that.
the fucking
Like
nut,
bears
you know?
and twinks.
There is a lot of guys who are driving the Fiestas on TikTok with their arm hanging out,
That's right, aye.
and I've seen them throwing that up, bro.
Aye, aye.
From
They
the-
do that there, and they do not give a fuck on the
No.
road, you know. So they drive these yellow Skoda Fabias, right? And they drive these wee stupid Fiestas, which all the fancy body kit and, you know, things has got about stage 4 remap and all that,
aye.
and the thing's going da 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 da, you know, on the road and all that, you know. It's
Wait, go
mental,
say
you know.
something.
Just reminded me that you're going to love this news that the Ford Fiesta has been discontinued.
Oh, is it?
Fords don't make them
Was that
Aye,
your
that's
doing?
That
was
you?
You thought that
Fiesta
before?
stopped, crashed.
anymore. Confirmed.
R.I.P.
That's it. So
Oh,
I need to be
mate.
a Skoda Fabia.
What's that other thing about sleeve tattoos and all? That was you.
Moving on for the courts. Before we started, you said to me, see the guy that's been fucking trying to slag me on TikTok? But I said save it for the podcast. So what, because I'll ask and see if it's the same thing I'm talking about. Was it a boy and he kept replying to your TikToks, and it was like he had specs, and he was like, oh, I don't know. Maybe he looked like he worked in a security. He had a high vis jacket on and all that. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the guy, that kind of big fat guy. What's his name?
That guy.
I know. I get it. That's just entered in my head.
Right.
I know what you're talking about now. Right. So apparently this guy. I see, to be honest, mate, I really don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. He says that I'm slagging about people with mental health issues and all that. Right. Also as well. He actually just flattered himself after what I said through the videos, right? And the guy just pure panic in a panic mode, you know, because obviously he was concerned about his SIA badge, you know, in case he gets fucked for it because of this allegation, which is between me and him, we're arguing each other through TikTok, you know, you get what I'm saying? So that point, we just came into a big fight argument through TikTok and sharing each other with videos and stuff like that, you know. And it came to a point that, oh, I'm very sorry and all that, and I wish I never, you know, I was regretting to do this. You get what I'm saying? So it actually shot yourself, you know.
Shot yourself.
Exactly. So
is that what always happens in the end, do you think, when you, because obviously I don't think they realise that you debate for a living, so when they're entering an argument with you, it's not just like arguing with one of us, they're entering a guy who argues professionally. So do you think has there ever been somebody who you've actually went, no, what, I'm sorry, I think, see, people doesn't understand, people from Glasgow, right, like, I don't know if their mindsets that they don't understand, stop, this is going to get me into a lot of trouble. You get what I'm saying? They just get on with the argument and they regret it at the end. Does that make sense? Aye.
You get what I'm saying?
So they jump in the deep end almost,
exactly,
and then the shark takes them.
So that's the way it works, you know. And a lot of people from Glasgow, Scotland and all that, right? Scottish people does not understand, comes to a point, stop, this is going to get me into trouble and this is going to get me a bad name for myself, you know. You get what I'm saying? So that's how it works, you know. So
the garrulousness in it, that's it.
Aye, people are too big for their boots up here.
Exactly.
So have you had any other bother with people on TikTok recently?
Multiple times. Like multiple, you know.
I always see you causing a bit of bother in your lies. You like a bit of fun in the lies. Sometimes you join a random
the things
person.
I come out with, like I do have a very vile, dirty tongue, you know. Like the filth comes out my mouth will absolutely shock you, you know. It is meabosa and verbal diarrhea.
Aye.
You know? Honestly, it is absolutely disgusting. Do you think?
Do you think if you actually let, like on this podcast, obviously we're having a laugh, but if I said, Lee, I need you to bring out the demon, I need you to get that vile tongue on the go, do you think you could get us kicked off YouTube probably?
What do you mean by that?
Like if I say just let loose on, no, you're saying I've got a very dirty, vile
example,
tongue.
Like go and stick your tongue and lick my cunt at the same time,
right.
You know, like that there. So that's the kind of filth that comes out my mouth, you know.
Aye.
It's a part of a gypsy way I talk, you know, like that's the way it is, you know.
Is that we actually had people messaging saying, I don't know if they were saying Lee isn't, people are messaging us saying I'm for the gypsy community and Lee isn't a gypsy and all that. Like, what would you say to that? Are they lying?
To be honest, that's just stupid wee daft guys that doesn't have. They don't understand because obviously they're just stupid daft wee guys that doesn't have a brain. You get what I'm saying?
Do you know what happened to that? It wasn't even like the podcast page or even on me on like Instagram or whatever. It was like somebody had messaged me on Facebook. It was like Facebook Messenger and it was like in my message request and I just clicked on it and it was at like 3 a.m. and it was like, see if you don't fucking take that podcast down, man, get me in contact with Lee Southerland because of this and that. And he was saying all this mad shit and I was like, what? And I showed you.
Really?
And then I went like a week later, I went to show Joseph and he had deleted it. So he's obviously been sitting up steaming and he's just like, fuck knows. And then obviously, pure, as you said, went in both barrels and then regretted it.
That's shocking, honestly. That's that's what I'm saying. This is it happens to everybody, you know. Like that is mental, you know. Like I'm probably the most known man through TikTok, you know, from Scotland, you know. There's a lot of people know me. Like I had multiple threats, you know, like I'm going to come and find you and all that. You're going to get stabbed and all that, you know.
Really? Aye,
honestly, you're going to get kidnapped in the back of a van and I throw you in high speed on a road or somewhere, you know. Like it's mental, you know. And say, to be honest, it's just stupid wee daft guys about, what, name are 16, 18 years old, you know? You know?
What would you, if you could, like, the new, say they're watching this, if they are watching this right now, what would you say to them with their wee threats and that? What would you say?
Fuck them.
Fuck them?
I really do not give a fuck.
Would you think they'll ever get to you?
They're just stupid wee daft guys, you know? A wee slap in the side of the mouth and tell them to shut up, you know?
Set them
They'll
straight.
end up screaming and then probably end up shouting at you, you know? They're just stupid daft wee guys, you know? They didn't even have a brain, you know? They just try and get a name for themselves to impress their pals, you get what I'm saying? And then what they'll do is they get a reaction, screenshot it, and then what they'll do is they'll send it back to their pals. Because that's the way these stupid wee daft 18-year-old lads, you know, that's what they do. So they just want a wee stupid reaction.
Try to get attention after
Just
you
childish
because you're well
reaction
known and
behaviour,
that.
you know? So
Who do you think? Who? Like, obviously, you said I think, like, rightfully so. You said I'm maybe the most well-known guy on TikTok in Scotland. Who do you think? Who would you put like up there with you? Who do you think's really well-known as well? Is there somebody maybe you watch on TikTok and you're like, oh, I like their videos or I like them? Or
I
whatever?
know a lot of people through TikTok. Like, I like Mark Hamilton's content. He's alright. He's doing well with his what do you call it, tan cream or something?
Aye, I think it's
he just started his clothing brand and all that as well. And I'm proud what the guy does, you know. I watch his content and all that. It's amazing work what he does, you know. Also as well, the property boss, he's alright as well.
Aye, we had him on.
And I wish he does another second video because I liked his content, what he did through this YouTube thing, you know, with you, you know.
Aye, I know, because he kinda, obviously a lot of stuff came out about whatever, a lot of drama,
Contentious
aye,
figure.
a lot of allegations and drama, and then he sort of, do you think he's went a bit quieter, hasn't he? Doesn't he
I
really
think maybe
post
he's
as
just
much?
busy with his life and all that,
Aye,
you know,
probably,
with his relationship and stuff like that, you know. So
Have you spoke to him a few times or?
I spoke to him once on a live,
Right.
through TikTok, but at that point that was it. you
Aye,
know.
what did you think of him? Do you like him, aye?
I think he seems alright, you know, he's a decent man. But again, he's got a bit of a old school reaction, you get what I'm saying?
Aye.
So, you know.
After all that kind of stuff came out and that, I remember joining one of his lives and it was like, there was that a wee guy said something to him, like as you said, just trying to get a reaction. And he was like, see you fucking pam, you better
Aye.
fuck off now. I was like, whoa, man.
Do you think that's maybe why you
Come on, the Blanta boys.
Aye. Do you think that's maybe why you like him? Because he is a bit old school. He reminds you of that
To be
old school
honest,
that
I
you do
like-
love.
See, older men, the more I prefer the older men because obviously they're a bit of older school. They got a bit of up and go with them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Aye.
You can speak to them, and they're a bit laid back and all that. But see these wee dafties about 18, 21 odds. You know, they're just a bunch of wee bums. That's what they are. You know,
Aye.
you know, wee bums,
see-
wee cokeheads. That's what you call them.
Aye, true. See
Good idea.
when you're out and about, see when you're doing your, I see it like you'll maybe go a wee walk at night or whatever, and there's a video and it's all these people coming up to you. Is it mostly like that TikTok younger crowd that?
Just again, wee dafties, you know. There's a lot of women and all that on my content as well. Hi Lee, how you doing? You know, like that there, you know. So you get a lot of these birds and all that comes up to you, you know, and you know, they message me through this Facebook Messenger and Instagram and stuff like that, you know. Hi, would you like to meet up for coffee and all that, you know? And they're sitting about 60 years old, you know. And you think to yourself, what the fuck?
But
honestly?
that is because
No.
you are old school and they
Exactly,
maybe like
aye.
because you've got that older man sort of mentality.
Are you all saying it's like a catfish situation? Or?
I don't know.
Nah.
It's just,
None, they're like,
I bet their tuna's a bit rotten.
So see when you're out and about and that, and these lasses are any of them, like, apart from the 6-year, are any of them trying to be a wee bit too close to you, a wee bit touchy feely and that? Do you get that?
They're not really my type, you know.
Nah.
I prefer like maybe, I don't know, like 30 odds or something like that, you know. That's really my type, you know. So
anybody listening that's a 30-year-old woman, get in the messages. If you're 60, get out of here.
I had a girlfriend and obviously she was just a stupid dafty, you know.
And
I just boot her out, you know. I just told her, on you go. I says, I'm not interested in you in a
what
relationship. Oh, she was just a fucking cow, you know, like asking for money, buy me fags, stuff like that, you know. And I says, I'm not interested in you anymore, you know. So
Just using you.
exactly, aye.
Using
She
you
was
for
just
your
a daft cow,
capital.
you know. What's that?
Using you for your cash.
Exactly, aye. I
Terrible.
need to go and get my hair done and all that, you know.
They're all the
Oh my god,
same.
I need my nails done and
Oh,
all that, you know. I got a friend of mine's as well. I don't know if you know Luke.
Aye, they're in
Luke,
your
so
videos sometimes.
Obviously, he stays down in, well, obviously, he moved down in England now, so he's got a girlfriend, right? And I'm not a big fan of her, you know. Oh my god, I need my nails done. Obviously, she's Scottish, right? And she comes down to England to stay with a friend of mine's, Luke, right? And they're both, I think they're both in relationship 3 or 4 months now, I think.
Right, so early.
And she's quite chubby, you know.
Right, oh.
And obviously he's anti chubby birds, you know.
Right.
So I don't understand why. I can't get my mind round.
Maybe
why
like
he does it.
maybe he likes the maybe he sees beyond that and he just likes who she is.
Aye.
Aye, possibly.
Chubby
But
people
I
are
don't
beautiful.
like her, you know. Like I don't like her attitude, you know.
Oh, so she's not
Because-
even a nice person.
No,
Like, she's a
chubby
bit-
and no nice.
Well, she's for like kind of Livingston, Edinburgh direction. Oh my god, I need my hair done. You know, like I need my nails done. You know,
Sounds like
can I
you
get
have.
some money?
That does kind of sound like me actually.
Aye. And she eats like a pig as well. You know,
Aye.
So it's like
Jeez.
takeaways, Chinese stuff like that. You know,
Aye.
so it's mental. You know,
So you don't like being with her?
I don't like her.
Do you prefer when it's just you and Luke and?
I don't like her confidence. You get what I'm saying?
Oh right,
So,
she a bit too.
like. Hiya, you know, like that. They're very, very
hate that.
girly. You get what I'm saying? You know, so
Aye.
it's
fuck
mental. You get what I'm saying?
You do not want that. So I mean, when we were texting, we were talking about doing round 2 of the podcast, and you said to me, you know, a lot of wild stuff's been happening with the lawyers, with the TikTok, and with the police. Now we've not spoke about the police yet.
Right.
That is, you know, when I look at Lee Southerland's content, I mean, the other day I seen you talking to 2 police. They were saying, you know, I think you were at the police station at maybe 3 in the morning or something, and they were coming out talking to you and all that. It might have been Kirky police station. Do you remember that? No.
I think so, but I think that was a while ago.
Aye, maybe it was an old video. But is there any recent drama been happening with the coppers?
So apparently there were one time with the security people in Asda.
Right.
I don't know if you saw a video.
I think I did briefly. Aye.
Aye, so apparently what happened was this kind of, obviously the other woman, she got sacked from her job, and I made sure she did got the sack from her job because I made a superior claim against her, right? And I got about £700, right? That's how much I got, aye, because of behaviour and all that, you know? So next thing what happened was I went back to Asda again in Cumbernauld to get a bottle of water or something like that, right? So that point, the next thing what happened was this kind of new guy came in. Again, he knew me through TikTok and all that. Possibly the manager told him that keep an eye out for Lee Sutherland, right?
Right.
So as soon as I entered into the entrance of the shop, right, that point, the next thing was... he says, oh, you shouldn't be in here and all that, blah, blah, blah. A guy with glasses, I don't know if you saw the video.
I think I did.
Which I
quickly, aye.
uploaded.
Did they start laughing a bit in it?
I think he got a bit aggressive. Get out and all that, you know, and the woman, you know, the manager lady, right, like holding his hands or something like that. And the next thing, that point, what he did is he went like that there. He actually thumped me, like in my elbow, like that there, right? But again, I don't have the footage to prove that, you know.
Aye.
Again, under common law, common assault, that is assault, you know, like that there, right? So that point, I said to him, I said, you just assaulted me. No, he never assaulted me. You know, he never assaulted you and all that, you know. I said, yes, he clearly did. He just literally assaulted me, you know. And that's that point he got really angry because he knew that I was, you know, I'm one of these people kind of like a snake, but makes you really angry. You get what I'm saying?
Aye, like you know how to push
Like, I'm
people's
very
buttons.
calm, I'm very relaxed, I don't come out with swearing and stuff like that. But again, my wealth of knowledge into my brain tells me that because obviously I'm so used to doing stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Aye, because they're just
you know.
like normal people who are just working in Asda. That.
Exactly, aye.
Whereas you know that even like you're almost acting always as if you're in the court. Well, you don't get aggressive, you don't shout, you don't
It's
swear.
a chess match.
Aye.
I'll
You're
get
playing-
confrontations
Just very
at a
relaxed,
chess
and I
match.
know my knowledge and stuff like
So-
that. See, when it comes into argument and all that, you know, I know what I'm doing and stuff like that, you know. But that point, the next thing what happened was, so the woman, the manager lady, right, the woman, she said, shut up, right? So I said, shut up. I said, shut up. I said, you didn't tell me what to do like that, right? That's when that point I walked out the shop, you know. Again, that's putting someone in a state of fear and alarm under a Section 38, you know. So
Seeing, like, do you think every single argument you ever have for no one, do you think you would ever get, like, angry? Like, do you think you would ever fight with somebody? Or is it always just mentally, like, I'm going to outdo this person in this argument?
it's just because I needed to get something out of the shop. It's not like I'm going out, like, see, the way I do it is I don't go up and try and get a reaction, you get what I'm saying? So that point, what I do is I just go into the shop, mind my own business, you know? But these people come up to me and approach me and they try and get a reaction. But they know that they're in the wrong because obviously that they're trying to get you out the shop. You know, it's like a bumblebee or something in your house and you're trying to get
Shoot it.
Try and get out your house and throw it out the window, you get what I'm saying?
And
So that's the way
and
it
then
is.
stings you.
And then it
And
stings
it
you.
gets to the point it stings you, you know?
That is it.
And that's why I always keep saying to people, you should always take your phone out and start recording these muppets, you know, because these people are idiots. You know?
Who do you think in society, like, for all your jobs, Asda, police, who's the top 5 muppets, would you say?
Aye, let's do it.
Like, job-wise,
Police-
like...
Or
Police
just
Scotland. Police Scotland is the biggest idiots, you know.
Right.
Right.
See these people are idiots, you know. That's why I call them paid liars, you know.
Yep.
You know.
So number 2, would it, like, or even a description of a person, like the Fiesta boys and that, like, what is your top 5 Muppets? Number 1, Police Scotland.
Police Scotland, the wee dafties,
Wee
which is the
dafties.
Fiestas and all that.
3,
And possibly Asda as well.
Asda
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 workers.
stuff, you know.
Aye.
Asda stuff.
What do you think of? Because I've met a few of these muppets in my time now. Sometimes you're out having a wee drink in the town, whatever, and you get these bouncers and
Aye,
they
the
think
security
that the
staff
doormen
and
there, no, you've had too much to drink. What do you think of these guys? Do you think do they have any real authority over us?
Their job is a badge, right? But the fact is, they do not have no power or no authority to tell you what to do. You know, their job is just to stop you from the entrance of the door, or they're there to just phone the police up. That's it. That's their job to do. You know?
They always want a fight, don't
But
they?
they're
Like,
trying.
Aye.
But the reason why they do that is so they can try and get attention and all that to try
Aye.
and get you the jail. You
see,
get what
I
I'm saying?
thought it was like, kind of like, I always imagined lifeguards in the pool always want somebody to drown so they can
keep
like,
themselves in a
so
job.
they can like, cause they've been training this full time to be able to do something.
To like justify their job.
Bouncer's gonna
But
bounce.
that's the
know
same
what I
with
mean?
the police, innit? The police just will go. I mean, if you really think about it, right? Like the police. See, when I used to live in Asia, in Vietnam for like a year, right?
Yeah.
And I found that the police there you didn't see the police until there was actual trouble somewhere.
No.
Whereas here, they just go about the place just looking for things,
Aye.
But the police should be there to serve us, like, as in, we need you to know, not to catch you doing stuff.
Aye, like
then that's the
petty
difference.
shit.
Aye, fines and that. So have you had any bother after, PC McGregor?
Or PC McCartney.
People, McCartney,
I
sorry.
never ever had any problems with PC McCartney.
No, since.
But I remember one time, which the court case, which I was at Thursday, right?
Yep.
With the firework thing and all that, right? Before that, I must appeared. No, well, before that, I never appeared to court, and I had a warrant out for my arrest, right? And that point, this is who turned up, PC Ross Blaine, right? PC Ross Blaine turned up, and the next thing is, this is him eating chewing-gum and all, well, not eating chewing-gum, chewing chewing-gum, I mean, you know,
Aye.
try to get a bit of attention and all that, right? And again, I was at Glasgow Sheriff Court, right? And this is him, and he was I think he's with a colleague or something. And again, it was a young guy, you know. a stupid wee dafty asking a power questions, honestly. Hi Lee, how you doing? You know, like there. What do you do on TikTok? And do you get a buzz off TikTok and all that? And what kind of car do you drive and all that? You know, every question under the sun, honestly. And the same time while we're driving, like travelling to the police station, it was just a power of questions. You get what I'm saying?
Almost like a fan or something.
Just a stupid wee guy, you know, like a young cop, and he just doesn't even. Honestly, I really don't know. Like, I don't have any words to say, but the guy is just like obsessed with me. You get what I'm saying through TikTok.
See talk about like we daft police, like we guys training police. I once get pulled air by the police, and I had like green in my motor, right? And they pulled his air and they said like, oh, you were going 37 or something, or 30 there, and it was in a big van, and I was like, oh fuck. And I was like late for like I was going to a Celtic game or something, and I was like, oh, I was just got to pick my pal up, like I was heavy late, sorry, and that, and they're like, yeah. And they were like, so would you mind if we search your car and that? And I was like, what? And they were like, give him your licence. I gave the licence to the wee guy, and he was kind of pointing stuff out on it and all that, and he was like just talking to him while I was sitting in this van. And I was like, they actually got to search my motor, because I don't know, I was just thinking, and they were like, the guy was like, right, give him it back, and all that. I was kind of just wanting to show the wee man how it's done. Like, I was a mad training exercise, mate, but they were saying things like about like possession and all that, and I was like, could they know that I had a wee bit of green in my motor? And I was pure worried about something, and I was like, I walked out and I was like going to pick up Kieran, and I was like, I don't know if they can do that. Like,
I just use you as a training exercise.
Mate, this is not maybe done in the academy or whatever.
Shit, know what I mean? Shocking, innit? As you say, the biggest Muppets in
they
Scotland.
can actually do that, you know. Again, under the 165, the Road Traffic Act, they can actually do that, you know.
Can they,
a police constable can't pull anybody up on their duties, you know.
See, speaking about Muppets, right, just I was thinking there, what do you think about train conductors?
Train conductors,
like people, like, ticket collectors on the trains.
Never had any issues with them.
You are a man who you like to be in the road, though. You're no much.
Like, I'm always, I try and be on the books all the time. Do you get what I'm saying? I pay my ticket and all that, and continue with my travelling from A to B. You know, so that's the way I am. You know,
I've just always found them to be quite like similar to bouncers.
But here's one. What about people that give you like parking tickets and that?
They're just dafties, you know. Like a parking ticket, you don't even need to pay nothing off a parking ticket.
What would you say to somebody like right now, like maybe they came out of work, they parked, they can't get parked close to the work, so they park somewhere and they come out and there's a fine. What advice would you give?
I'll tell you a story, right? See Michael, right? Michael's really common for no paying parking tickets, right? And he actually had bailiffs at his door and everything, right? And I said to Michael, I said, do not pay the parking tickets, right? I says, these people does not have authority. See, the council know that as well. The council does not have no authority to tell you to pay these parking tickets, you know, because it's a fiction that has no life, you know. Mm-hmm. So that's what it is. It's a corporation that has no life. The council does not have no power or no authority to force you to pay something, even council tax as well. I don't pay council tax, TV or nothing like that. Again, it's a fiction that has no life. What
about when you get the chap at the door? Oh shit, sorry. What about
just do not answer no door at all.
Never answer your door.
Just close the door. Just close the door. Don't allow these people to come to your door, you know.
So I don't know if you said like TV license.
Just close the door. Just because it's a private corporation, you know.
See what they do. I don't know if this is just in films, but I've seen it in a couple of films that in America they like come in with a mad disguise near enough, so they'll come in with like a pizza and be like, Evan Riley, so that you go a pizza for Evan Riley and you go, alright, and then it's like, alright, here, and you give your mad subpoena or whatever, they give you a fine, know what I mean? So you admit that you're
so they've seen in person that you've accepted the fine. So what about this? What if they get the parking ticket but then like the person's there while they're doing it? Would you just drive away then? Just leave? Like say like you're getting back to your car and they're there writing the ticket for your motor. Do you know what I mean?
How do you negotiate your way out of a ticket while it's getting written?
You take the ticket and you just go like that to the front of the face, wrap it up.
Oh my god!
Wrap it up, throw it away.
That is how
That's
listen,
such bad advice.
No,
Lee.
this is how the animal does it. Like, cause that's what I'm saying. This is what happens when you get the challenger on. You're no dealing with just. I mean, any of us would have went, oh mate, I'm just leaving.
You're dealing with a private corporation. That's what you're dealing with, you know.
Aye, it's not like a governmental.
There's no like a thing like a policeman comes up to you and they're going to arrest you and then start taking your details and all that. You know, like, you know, a registration of a number plate of a car. You know, all that thing's for is like
Who bought it or whatever.
for insurance. That's
Aye.
it. You know, that's the most important thing. Is you need obviously under Section 164 of the Road Traffic Act that you need insurance to drive a car, right? That's what that number plate's there for, you know.
What would stop you, right? What would stop you? Say you went out one day and you got like a parking ticket, 2 speeding tickets and like other offences on the road. What would stop you for saying, oh, my motor got stolen that day and I found it? Like, how could they prove that? No, I mean, like,
what do
my
you mean,
motor just
like-
went missing for the driveway that day. I didn't have it all day, and then they brought it back at night time. Do you know what I mean? Like, what would stop them saying that?
Aye, so say your motor got like, say they got you in a speed camera and they're like, right, that's this, right, and then like, so obviously your regi plate goes back to a certain address and then they'll send something out. What if he says, oh, I wasn't driving my motor, it got stole the other day?
So speed cameras, see speeding tickets and all that, right? Now they're actually taking that quite serious, right? Again, I helped Michael through this again. Michael got disqualified from driving, right? And I actually helped him out with cases down in England. And I told him to apply for a statutory decoration and all that, right? And it's a thing, it's a form that which you fill in, right? And you take it to court, and what they can do is they appeal the case, right? Your points get removed and your disqualification gets removed, right? So that point, you get a date to go back to court again down in England, and that's how it works.
So you can get off like that.
Exactly, aye. So a statutory decoration is a appeal application form to try and get points or a disqualification or a banned thing with it to get it removed off your licence, you know.
And is Michael's is he a bus driver?
Yes, he's a bus driver. Now, Michael's got 0 points on his licence, you know.
Thanks
so
to
he's
you.
proud to that, you know.
Aye.
He's obliged to that, you know.
So Michael's getting off everything. We did want Michael up here, but he's a man who lives
Well,
in,
he's
he lives
not
in
off
London,
yet,
isn't he?
but he's got 0 points on his licence now. So, but he still have to appear to court, you know. For this
And
case.
Michael lives in London.
He stays in London now.
How's he been getting on? Is he okay?
He's keeping okay. He's
Aye.
not too bad, you know.
And
so.
do a lot of your pals live down south there?
Well, I do have a lot of Nigerian, African people and all that, you know. So it's a big gang, you know.
Aye.
So it's mental, you know.
So
Don't get me wrong, these people are very nice, you know.
I've seen you. What do you think of I've seen you talking into some Nigerian cuisine, some food.
Oh, the food, Nigeria food.
What do you think of that sort of food? Do
So
you like
it's like chicken stew with
Aye.
rice and all that. See, a lot of Nigerian African food and all that. Well, it's not Nigerian food, but it's African food, you know. What they make their food is a lot of spice and all that they put through it, and I mean it is really spicy. But don't get me wrong, it's very expensive as well when you go to an African restaurant and all that.
Aye.
But it is worth it, you know. It is well worth it.
I keep seeing things on TikTok of like, I think it's called Jafuru rice, and it looks amazing, man.
Jafra, is it not?
Aye,
Jafra
something
rice?
like that, aye, and it's heavy, like spicy.
Aye, I
and
know.
like, I feel what I
So
mean,
you would recommend trying it?
I tried it before.
Aye.
It's really nice. The food's amazing, you know. So I have a friend of mine that stays in Cumbernauld, and like mostly every night I usually go pop into him and probably get a bite to eat and all that, you
Aye.
know. But they love to drink a lot of alcohol as well.
And
but they
you-
like a good carry on as well.
Do you like a wee? I seen you actually.
I do have a drink and all that if I'm pissed off and all that, you know.
So
but-
say one of somebody that watches this, maybe who isn't a Fiesta driver, and they see you out and about and they go, do you know what, Lee? I love your content. I'm going to buy you a drink. What would they buy you?
So apparently there's a good friend of mine's as well. Apparently this older guy, he's gay, right?
Right.
And obviously you probably see me hanging about with gay clubs and stuff like that, right? But the fact is that there's a reason why I was hanging about is because of him, because he's a big fan of my content and all that, right? And obviously I've been going through, I don't know if you know some of the gay clubs in Glasgow,
Right.
like the Butterfly Lounge,
Right.
Polo Lounge, and you have the AXM and all that, right? That's all the clubs which I used to be in and all that. And don't get me wrong, these clubs are quite interesting, you know, the
Good night
music's
out.
quite old school and all that.
Like 80s and stuff.
Well, no,
like.
80s, like 2000, like proper good hits and all
Aye.
that. More better clubs than probably what normal clubs are. Like,
Aye.
example, Glasgow Nightclub in Sauchiehall Street and all
Aye,
that.
aye.
You get what I'm saying?
So it's like you prefer the music and the atmosphere and that.
The music's quite good and all that. A lot of these gay men, they know their stuff and all that, how to serve drinks and all that as
Right.
well. You know, like the poor fast at everything and all that. You
Aye.
know, so
Even better service at the bar and
exactly,
that.
that's what I was meaning. A better service
Aye.
at the bar.
That's because
interesting.
you're a good looking man.
Aye, maybe.
Don't get me wrong, I had a lot of gay men that came up to me and says, "Oh, you're a nice looking man and all that. You know, are you interested about a business?" I says, "I don't swing that way." I'm sorry."
Aye, aye.
So
Aye.
that's what I say to him. You know.
Aye, I mean, so I see on your wanders out and that, or like even just driving about, has there been anything since the last podcast that you can think you're like, I need to tell the boys about this?
So apparently a pal of mine's, we went to down in London. I stayed there for a few nights, right, and had a great big party and stuff like that. Again, was all full of African guys and all that, you know. And we're all drinking, playing music. That's kind of proper heavy African
Afrobeat.
reggae music,
Afrobeat
kind of
shit.
proper reggae music type of stuff. And they're all drinking and stuff like that. And it's been going on and on and on for the last 3 days, you know, 3 nights. And I was drinking as well and all that. No sleep, nothing at all, you know. And I was totally fucked, you know.
Aye.
I was absolutely fucked, you know. No sleep. I was so exhausted, drunk, everything, you know. And you know, a lot of these African men, they drink that heavy stuff, like gin, vodka, whiskey, rum, stuff like that. It's the proper heavy stuff.
And do you-
like up to probably 50 volume percentage or
Aye,
drink and all
50%,
that.
aye.
No.
And you're not used to drinking that as much as
Well, I
that?
do. Sometimes I do drink it, but I don't drink that much. You get what I'm saying? So you know.
Maybe have one or two.
So apparently that there were one big argument happened and all that. But you know, these African men, they talk a different language and all that, you know, and they were poor fighting each other and all that, you know.
Aye.
I was mental, you know.
You just try and stay with it. Like,
I know, it's mental.
You don't want to get in our
See,
case.
what they do is they come out with machetes and blades and all that, you know.
Aye.
That's what they do. They're mental, honestly.
Aye.
These African men are more worse than what we Neds are, you know.
Aye.
So what they'll do, they'll take and they'll stab the side of the, see, no next to your neck, but they'll take it and stab it right into the side of the settee, you know. They're mental, honestly.
just
See,
for
they're-
just for something today.
but they're very nice people. Don't get
but,
me wrong.
but if you get in the wrong side,
Aye,
an
exactly.
African
But sometimes they're very false as well. You get what I'm saying? They're very, very false. Like, hi, how are you? You know, like that there.
Aye,
you get
aye.
what I'm saying?
Aye.
And then when it comes to the wrong side, they will actually chop your legs off. That's the way they are, you know?
Aye,
Or
don't
they're
mess-
frightening
don't
people,
mess about.
honestly. They're mental. You know?
speaking of like culture, different cultures and that, we all want to play a wee game, wouldn't we?
Aye, Lee, so as you are a man who, you know, does like to say, you know, pishy tea, that's poverty.
Pishy tea.
The high flats, that's poverty. I thought we could play a wee game where I tell you something and you say if it's poverty or no poverty. Right?
A wee game show.
So everybody welcome, welcome to poverty or not.
Let's go for it.
Right, so first one, right, I'll show you a picture if you want. Ginger cats.
Ginger cats.
Would you think of ginger cats? Is it poverty or not poverty?
Not poverty.
No?
Poverty.
Do you like cats?
I do have a cat. I have a wee ragdoll. Her name's called Fluffy, you know.
I didn't expect
She's
that.
got blue eyes, you know. So
Aye.
she's a very, very old cat, you know.
Aye. But
How old, like 70s or something?
Oh, she's just so old. Like, I'm guessing, I think she's about 13 years old.
Aye, aye,
She's
right, okay.
a very, very old cat, you know.
Aye.
Totally knackered, you know.
so ginger cats are officially beep, not poverty.
Not poverty?
Not poverty, no.
Right, okay, the ginger cats are getting a buy. What do you think about cats? You like a cat? You've
mate,
got a cat?
I've got a cat, mate. My cat's my best pal in the full world. I love the wee guy.
His cat, right? You're not going to believe what his cat can do, right?
Okay.
His cat can go into the toilet, lift the lid up, and do a piss in the toilet
Anyway,
itself.
that's mental.
Aye, but I didn't teach him it, but
No.
He just like
Learned it
he
himself.
just knows it for some reason. But it's like he's like a savannah cat. He's like a mad
Really?
jungle cat. I love the cunt, man.
So he's smart.
Smokes the reggae ganja.
Aye. He's got a full-time job. He works in Asda, doesn't
Aye, he does. Come on, old Asda.
I don't know.
The very aggressive guy.
So next up, Lee, we do have a Glasgow classic. The double-decker bus.
That's poverty.
Aye.
That is definitely 100% guaranteed. That is
So
poverty.
even the new ones that have got like USB chargers,
Wi-Fi,
they're kind of
man.
like trains now. You know what I mean?
You can't. There's an old saying: you can't polish a turd. Poverty. Do you ever go on the bus?
I do. Sometimes.
Aye.
Sometimes.
Michael's driving poverty wagons.
Only when Michael's driving, but
Aye.
so,
Michael's a crazy driver.
is he? Aye. Even on the bus.
Just driving, just flat out, right through the fucking red lights and everything.
Aye,
you know?
You're gonna get him the
Do
3 points
not give a
back.
fuck. You know?
Aye, he might have the 3 points back on by the time this is
See
done.
people in London, they're mental down there. You know?
What, driving?
Aye, you have to be perfect at driving. You know.
Aye, so
Like
that.
you need to be a good driver. to
Aye.
get to
Aye,
drive.
I felt like when I was old place I used to work, a few guys walked in London and they said like one day when they get like digs down there, somewhere to stay, and they would come out their street and they would like it was like a busy junction and they say they sat at it for 45 minutes because they just went.
Really?
There wasn't a gap where us up here would think I will go now, but
Aye.
there you just need to go sort of thing.
Aye. Like there's only a wee space and you need to kind of
See
seize
like,
it.
see like the fort roundabouts
Aye. Oh,
on like 20th of December
Oh, no.
that I'm talking you need to go and just hope nothing
It's a
happens.
Mad Max Fury Road.
Aye.
Mate, Erin, we'll go back to the game actually.
What you gonna say?
I was just going to say, and I'm just back from Amsterdam rightly, and there, it's like, see to walk like a mile, however long it takes for it to walk a mile, so it's 10 minutes or whatever, it's like 5 minutes longer to drive. Cause like similar to London, like mad congestion places, you're not allowed to drive certain places and that. It's all one way streets, and obviously there's hundreds of canals and shit.
Aye, it's all cycling and that.
Aye,
isn't it?
mate, it's earlier like cycling. I think you were saying about mopeds in Ho Chi Minh.
Aye.
Cycling in Amsterdam's the same. There's more bikes in Amsterdam than there is people. Found that insane because it's pointless.
And then who even goes on the spare bikes, man?
No, I know.
There's
they
no
just-
enough people.
They're just left for dead. Know
I
what I
know,
mean?
man.
You know the most povertiest thing to drink
Wow.
is red Coca-Cola, cans of red cans of cola, right? A can of Red Bull, 25 club fags.
Oh, aye.
That's poverty, right?
That's a good
And eating chicken curry as well.
Oh, sounds like Friday
But
night.
what, Lee, what about no even Red Bull? What about like the Asda's own brand, the Emerge and
Aye,
all that?
that's
That's even more poverty,
Aye,
innit?
Mate, what about
You wouldn't
LSV?
get any
Mind that?
flavours out of that, you know?
What's that?
You don't.
I said you wouldn't get any flavours out of that.
Aye, it's just pish water.
Just
innit?
rain. They just what they did. Do you know how they make that? They go to like when it's raining, they'll open the can and just let the rainwater fill up, and then they'll shut it
Put a
out and they
wee-
just sell that.
Put a wee bit of speed in it.
Aye, that and
Poverty
speed.
thing.
So we've got ginger cats, not poverty. We have double decker buses in Glasgow, 100% guaranteed poverty.
Definitely 100%.
Next thing we've got, Lee, is the famous a munchie box.
Oh, it definitely is poverty. That's the people in the gyro with pub eats.
I've not done munchie box in a long time.
I don't mind a munchie box. What about like a salt and chili munchie box?
What about that, Lee, for the Chinese?
Aye,
Is that poverty
definitely.
still?
Is that still
Yep.
anything that's munchie box? I got a Thai munchie box the other day for a Thai restaurant. It was actually really nice. Gyozas and all that.
Poverty, mate.
That's still poverty.
Aye, that's poverty, man. Right, so we've got munchie boxes are certified poverty. So next we've got a plate of hard boiled eggs. Now, would you think of them?
I don't know. It's a bit of a complicated one. Maybe not poverty.
Right.
Because you can imagine them maybe at a fancy do on like wee wooden sticks and that. Like you get that probably, don't you? Pineapple on the top
like,
and
my
that.
own opinion, that's probably mainly ponytails. It does probably most of the hours do exercising in the gym.
Yoga
Right,
and
and they
that.
probably try and keep themselves fit and all
Oh,
that.
is
you
that
know?
what you're thinking? Like a protein source?
Aye, like
Right.
a protein, energy, exercise man or something, or whatever you call it.
I used to know one of the guys, and he used to bring in to work a tin of tuna and 3 boiled eggs, and that was it.
That's mental.
That was his lunch.
That is what we call in this room
see
poverty.
people like that. That's people which are bums. That's only what I can describe.
I think it's
bums,
that.
you know.
I think it's like with some mad fitness people, it's like a mad eating disorder. Know what I mean?
There's people that eat to, like, us here, we eat because we go, I like that, I like the taste of it, and I'm hungry. But there's people who just eat and just see it as like fuel going in a car, if you know what I mean.
My own opinion, that's people that goes by the rules and probably wear a face mask like 24 hours a day. You get what I'm saying?
Did you, did you ever wear a face mask in the shops and that?
Sometimes I did. I'm not going to lie, I did, yes, you know. Just to try and get through the building and try and, you know, to do the process, you get what I'm saying?
Aye.
But not all times, you know.
Aye.
Because of the most stupid daft things. See, COVID, my own opinion, COVID is a scam, you know. There's no disease out there, you know.
I think so, no?
Lee, see, I want you to send, now my dad, right, and don't hold back here, my dad watches the podcast, and let me tell you what my dad used to do, right? During COVID, he used to drive in the car himself with a mask on.
Really?
So look at that camera, what would you say to him about that? Would you say, don't hold back, Lee, what would you say to somebody that done that?
Get that filthy, vile mouth out.
He's a fuckwit. He is a fuckwit.
That I try to tell him that, Lee.
Why would you want to wear a face mask while you drive in a car? You know, like obviously you're protected inside your own.
That's what I'm trying to say, man.
A car is like a big metal face mask, innit? Really, when you're driving it with yourself.
A car is just a big mask.
A big, huge metal face mask.
Clearly, you're not round about anybody, you know.
So, Mr. Riley,
you've been warned. But look, Lee, we do have one more. So far we've had ginger cats, which were not poverty. We've had double decker bus, which was 100% guaranteed poverty. We've had a munchie box, which was 100% gyro poverty, I think I heard. And then I heard hard boiled eggs were not poverty because it's guys who are maybe in the gym trying to look after their image,
like
and
men with ponytails,
and we hate men with ponytails,
so on and so forth.
And the last one we've got, we do not have a picture, but you'll know what they are. You see them everywhere. Jamie's actually got one here. Actually, if you want to show it, the last one is Elf bars, vapes.
All right. You see, that's the most common thing you'll probably see in the streets.
I know.
Aye, that's a poverty thing, innit?
A vape, you know. So people are vaping everywhere. Like, I think the biggest half of the population is probably smoke that.
Do you partake in a vape?
I did had a go with it. You get what I'm saying? So, I don't really smoke it, but a lot of people does smoke it, you know.
Right, but is it poverty?
It is poverty.
There we go.
Definitely.
I would say it's
100%.
poverty. Big, bright, coloured plastic, man.
And everybody's doing it. So everybody's doing
Everybody's
it.
doing it, exactly.
Everybody's doing it.
Right, so I was thinking after that wee game, what about, I don't know, you might want to do this, you might know, what about like quick fire ones? Like, we just come up with them, fire them. And
Like,
we
just a quick answer?
poverty, not poverty,
Right,
poverty,
we'll do
not
a few.
poverty.
If you've got one in mind, go.
Right, pint of milk.
Poverty.
Right.
Because people have ulcers.
Right, aye.
Or heartburn, you know.
Right, aye. But so you're thinking walking about, so this is maybe a quick fire.
Let me explain. After maybe before the LUs in the morning, they probably order a greasy takeaway, right? Big fat people living up in the high flats or something like that, right? And they're drinking like poverty food, like a munchie box or something like that, or a curry or something, right? And that point, what they do is they need to drink a big pint of milk to obviously flush their vials.
Right.
Flush the valves right into their guts.
Yep.
So they can try and
eat more munchie boxes.
Exactly. Aye. So because of heartburn and all that, you know.
Aye.
So
IKEA.
IKEA, not poverty.
I wouldn't say it's no. You get nice stuff in IKEA.
Aye. Mars bar.
Mars bar, possibly poverty.
Aye.
Definitely. Especially a deep fried Mars bar.
Oh, a deep fried Mars bar. By the way,
I've never had one of them.
I had one at a Maggie Mays, right?
Really?
And it was just like, I was sitting, it was ages ago, but I was sitting having a few pints and I seen deep fried Mars bar and I've never had one of them before. I was like, get us one of them, and it came and it was like gourmet. It was like homemade ice cream with it and all that.
Was it nice?
It was amazing. It was actual banging. But I think if you got one out of Blue Lagoon, it would be barking a shite. Like.
like black cabs, like taxis, like black.
Poverty.
Is that pop? But they're expensive, but
They're expensive, but
It's just-
that's people who probably need to go to again late at night till the money goes into the account and probably hit or heard, like probably start travelling to a fucking petrol station and get a bottle of juice, a packet of fags, and possibly I don't know, a big bag of crisps or something like that, you know.
Right.
So
I've got one more. Lurpak butter. Is
possibly poverty.
It could be poverty.
You stick into a good big chunk of it and stick into a chip pan and then start frying a square sausage or something.
Oh,
like
it sounds good. By the way.
You know?
Here's a final one. Haggis.
Haggis. I wouldn't say poverty, no. Like,
It's on the line, innit? Though it's
it's
almost.
more like a Chookters type of Aberdeen type of folk, you know.
Aye.
Like, you know.
I do like a bit of haggis though.
So that I like a bit.
Black pudding.
Aye, definitely poverty.
Aye.
You can stick that into a square roll.
Aye,
you know?
aye. If it fits in a square roll, it's poverty.
Aye, that's it. Aye.
That's the rule. That's how it.
Butter's poverty.
Simple's a butter, a white roll, and stick a black pudding.
Right, I know we've stopped the poverty or not poverty segment, right? But well-fired rolls.
I never heard of them.
Like pure, like the rolls, the morning rolls you get, but they're like black. 'Cause they're like,
them type of things.
aye, like they're dead, but like.
I'd probably guess in poverty.
Aye, do you think so? See, I think they're a bit like fancy, man.
Oh no, mate.
Why would you want to have a black burnt roll?
I
know.
but, like they're the same. Like I don't know. Like
You wouldn't
this is
get
what
a
I'm
taste
saying,
of
right?
it.
See on a site I was working on for like ages once. Every time we'd get the rolls, there'd always be one guy that would get a well-fired roll, and it was for like Newton Mearns, and he was quite posh in that.
Aye, but that's just a coincidence, bro.
Aye,
that doesn't.
that's my only encounter.
That role didn't represent him as a
because
person.
I looked along the gantry of people eating rolls, and it was like we labourers, mate, all that. And it
Soft
was like,
rolls,
Aye, it was like joiners, like just normal rolls, and just like every day. And then it was like this guy, and I was like, it's quite a respectable man. I think he was an architect, and he was like well-fired roll. And it just it threw off my perception of a well-fired roll.
Aye,
you know what I mean?
Aye, no, I get it.
I've always thought they're barking, and he's eating them, so obviously. Do you like them, Joe?
Brilliant, man.
A well-fired burnt black roll.
Got to be the best.
What'd you put in it?
Crispy black roll.
Oh, Joe, get out of
Pure
here,
sticking
man.
to your teeth and all that.
Joe, tell Lee what you order for the Chinese.
Oh, aye.
Just chicken bars and chips.
Really?
That's
Tomato
it.
sauce.
That's it.
And no, even curry sauce, tomato sauce.
Really?
Do you not think that's disgraceful?
With tomato
poverty?
sauce with your chicken balls.
Aye.
Chinese.
But what about, speaking of the Chinese, the bloody...
Aye, Lee, we need to show you this before. We've got a few questions for the people on Patreon, just one or two, but we've got one more thing to show you, mate. What have you heard about this? So, apparently, right, there's a Chinese restaurant in Glasgow. So, right, we've got the article here. So, apparently, there's
Breaking news.
Aye, this is breaking news almost. So, Lee, experts say China's use of secret police stations no surprise after Glasgow intrigue. Right, so there's a restaurant called Lun Fung, a Cantonese seafood restaurant. Right, so it just says a Cantonese restaurant in the centre of Glasgow seems an unlikely focus of international intrigue, but experts say reports that a network of secret police stations operated by the Chinese communist regime, so just the Chinese government, including one base at the same address as the Lun Fung Eatery in the city's Sucky Hall Street, are not a surprise. So the Chinese government are using this Chinese restaurant on Sucky Hall Street as a fucking police station. How mad's that?
I never heard of that in my life.
I know, it's crazy.
So what's your thoughts on is that corruption then?
That is corruption, and
That is corruption.
Aye, 'cause
Not just corruption, that is tyrannous.
Oh, that's a good word.
Tyrannus.
you're
Tyranny.
threatening a bit of tyranny
Exactly.
by that. Aye, I'll read a wee bit more. Right, so human rights campaigners and international observers say they have watched Beijing launch an increasingly sophisticated operation to try and limit criticism of the Chinese government and keep tabs on their citizens abroad. So basically, any Chinese people that are living here, they're trying to keep an eye on like what the world's saying about about China and like about their government and that, innit? It's like
Aye,
they're using
right.
it as a, there you go, Joe.
See, I never actually read
Do you think
anything like that.
Aye,
they
so
try to hide the cooperation?
Aye, they're trying to like find out like what we really think about the Chinese government or Chinese people. And I've heard as well that what they're doing is like, see Chinese people that have moved here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the government think, or they're like maybe like a top lawyer,
Valuable.
or like some top athlete or say whatever. they try and convince them when they go in there to get them to go back to China. So they're using like I
know.
So it's crazy, mate. So they're trying to like get people that they want back in their society to go back.
Aye, that's mental. What if we were just in there one day and just like,
mate, I nearly went the other day.
What about that Chinese regime?
It's like the most authentic Chinese. It's like real Chinese food. It's
I've
not
heard
like
cunts talk about it. I've been heavy banging, but imagine you were in and you were just casually slagging the Chinese government. What do you think would happen? Just get peeled like bag taken the back. Well, actually, why don't we just tell the Chinese government what we think of them?
No, let's not do that.
All right,
right, Lee.
So a mad list. Right, number one.
So Lee, we have got a few questions from the people on Patreon who are loyal fans. We love every one of yous. And if you sign up for the Patreon, you get to ask us questions. And if you don't, you don't. That's just how it goes, baby. So, first one, we've got Dylan Jackson. He wants to know, how did Amanda Britt's case go? Do you know?
Don't know, because I wasn't there. So, but I know my case, I'm still back out and, well, I still got granted bail, you know.
Aye. Was this the
by
one?
a sheriff.
Well, a boy that used to work in my work, Alan, shout out to Alan. He sent me a video of yours. He didn't know you were coming back on, but he sent me a video of yours and it was you saying you just do the sheriff court, which, as we know, the easiest to fucking get out of. Right. You just do the sheriff court and you're like, yes, I'm a lucky bastard. No, do you remember that one? Yeah. Was that recently?
That was just Wednesday,
aye. So what did you get off there? You got out in bail or?
So apparently the case has been squashed because the police haven't attended court because obviously the case has been dropped, you know. So I've been attended there twice and there's no point of going further forward. Now that was a 90 miles per hour speed. Obviously it's quite a serious case, you know, because it's 90 miles per hour, you know. So obviously it's quite serious, but again, it was on the motorway and I explained that to the sheriff, you know, and the sheriff took that into consideration that the case has been dropped because the length of the period of the years, you know, or the time. So that point, the sheriff decided to drop the case and there's no matter heard. And there you go. That's why I always say there's always a defence for every offence out there. You get what I'm saying?
And his name's Lee Southerland.
You get what I'm saying? And that's why there's a lot of people slag me saying that wee bastard's getting away with all these cases, you know? Not all cases, but biggest half of the cases, and I know my wealth of knowledge and all that.
So do people think you're in snitching to get out of your shit?
Well, they think that I'm bribing the Fiscals, but it's not every single time. We have to kind of play the books, you get what I'm saying?
Play the game, innit?
Exactly, we have to play the game. But that's why anti-clockwise we have to control it smoothly, you know, to try and let it smooth, but let's play the game the same time and keep it legit. But again, let's throw it out the same time, you know. And that's why I know a lot of Fiscals, I know a lot of lawyers and all that as well, and I'm very good friends with them, you know. So I know my stuff and all that, you know.
So see as well, just before we go on to the next question, you obviously know a lot about going to court, what you need to be like, the sort of stuff you need to say in that. What if somebody watching this now has a case coming up in the sheriff court? What kind of advice would you give to them if they're heading into it? Say it's a what sort of offence could we say it is, for example? Say they were out in the town and they got done for an assault because they were in a fight outside a pub or something. And
then pissed on the guy and all. So it's
well, again, it depends what the police statement says, if there's CCTV evidence, and again, it's to do with your clothes and all that, if it's to do with DNA and all that. So, if the case doesn't have all that, if they have one part of the evidence, like example, a CCTV video footage, but if it's been caught, yes, it's been caught, but if the footage is very blurry, you can easily get away with that.
Right. So what if the only thing they've got is they were fighting, started pissing on the guy, and then the police came up and said, right, we've got you. How can they could they get out of that just being like their word against the policies, or do the police always win?
Again, it's example, let me explain our case, right? So say like example, there were 30 police constables, right? And they all came into court and said their side of the story, right? So their story, and there were 30 witnesses, is the same story, right? Again, that defence of that matter it's up to the sheriff to make that decision. But again, if your side of the story is totally different, and what 50 out of these 30 policemen or policewomen, right, are saying the same story, you can easily get away with it. Again, it depends as the outcome of your side of the story to their side of the story.
Aye.
Because obviously the sheriff needs to take that into account. You get what I'm saying?
Aye. No, I'm with you, definitely. Aye.
But again, don't get me wrong, do not keep your hopes up, because obviously some judges are a bit of a bastard, you know.
I
A
can
bit of a
imagine.
bastard, and they will actually jail you. But that's why you need to know your stuff and all that, you know. You need to know your stuff.
Aye, I'm with you.
So
No, fair dues. Next question, and it's something that I totally forgot to ask you about. Now, we need to hear about this, Lee.
yeah.
Megan is asking, have you eaten Revels since the incident?
Oh, the
We need to talk about it. So tell people what happened with the Revels.
So apparently I was eating a bag of Revels, right? It was
Aye.
like a family bag. And that point I was eating halfway through the bag, and the next thing what happened was there were a funny taste of them, right?
Right.
And I felt like very unwell. So 5 minutes later I started taking quite dizzy and all that, tummy ache. I was getting very sick and all that, and I was vomiting up, you know. So the next thing was I phoned the ambulance, right? So I contact the ambulance, 999, right? And obviously the ambulance came and all that. Took me straight to Mocklands Hospital in Coatbridge, right? And that point they checked me out and all that, and blood's taken and all that. But again, there were no evidence to try and thing me. But I did had like high blood pressure and all that. They checked it all out, but again, there were no state to say that there was something wrong with the bags of chocolates, you know. So again, that point, I went to Asda and I told the manager, I said, listen, I said, there's a problem with your products. I said, these bags are Revels. I says, could you obviously kindly to try and fucking take them off the shelf and all that, you know.
Aye.
So, you know, and that point, they removed it off the shelf, you know.
Oh, did they?
They did, aye. So that point, I made a claim after Revels, and I wrote an email, and obviously they were asking to do with the, I think it was to do with a serial number.
So did you? So sorry. See the email you sent. Was it to like was it to Revels?
Mr.
or
Revel.
Was it Mr. Revel or was it to Asda?
No, it was to do with the chocolate factory in Dublin.
Oh right. Okay. So you
Right,
went right
so-
to the source.
Obviously, I went on to the website, the chocolate factory, and obviously I wrote an email to them.
Mr. Wonka.
So at that point, I wrote an email to the chocolate factory, right, and wrote everything, explaining, you know, obviously the outcome and all that, and the details from the start to the finish and all that, you know. So the next thing, moving on, that they were asking, could you take pictures of the chocolate? Could you take pictures of the bag? Could you look up the serial number of the bag? And which I did, you know. And a couple of days down the line, I said to him that I'm going to make a superior claim. I says, because obviously that this could have killed me, you know.
Aye.
And exactly what happened, there was a problem with the chocolates and all that.
Did you obviously when you ate the Revels and you're in the hospital and that? Did you think at any point I'm in a bit of trouble here? This is really bad.
It's really bad. Like, it nearly killed me, you know. Like, I took seriously unwell. Like, I was knocked out for at least 15 minutes and all that, and I was lying in my bed, the sweat was pouring out of me and all that, you know. Like, I was suffocating and all that, you know. Like, I was totally like going like that there, you know. That's what I was doing, you know. And like, I was struggling to like to get a drink or that. Like, I was hydrated, like fucking
Dehydrated and that.
totally dehydrated and all that, you know. Like, I felt so unwell, you know.
So let's get down to the real matter at hand. Did you get any budo off Revels?
I did, so I got money. So a week later, I told them that I'm going to take you to court. I done everything. I threatened to these people and all that. I said, listen, I says, I'm going to take you to court. I says, what you people are doing and all that. I says, And also as well, I can't remember what act it is, but it's to do with the Food Health Act. And I put that onto the email explaining that I think it's to do with the Health Food Act.
Right.
Something, I don't know, I need to look into it again. But anyway, I told them that, and the next thing what happened is they made a decision of £2,700. But before that, it was £2,500, and obviously they put another £200 on top of it for my compensation. You know, so
For the
that's how
traumatic
much I
event.
got, £2,700. You know,
And what?
and I
See,
put that on TikTok as
It's
well.
not bad
you
for a
know.
night in the hospital.
Well, that wasn't too bad, you know. So.
and how? Say like the rebels killed you, right? And then you were in heaven or whatever happens to us when we die. What do you think? How do you think you would have felt by death by like rebels? Do you think that would have? Do you think you would have been a gut? Because you don't. Nobody wants to go out like that. You want to go out in a shootout or something, don't you? So how would you have felt about getting killed by these rebels?
So if I did pass away, then that'll be the end of the matter, you know.
I suppose you can't really.
Then I wouldn't be doing no more TikTok videos,
Aye.
and then people get very upset and
But
sad.
think how big your TikTok would go if Lee Southerland from the dead
Exactly,
going
yeah.
on live.
Lee Southerland taken out by a blaze of rebels.
I know it really is.
Big bag of revels, you know.
If
But
you,
definitely there was something wrong with them chocolates, you know.
Yeah,
like,
but
it made me very unwell.
Have
and
you
very
ever
sick.
thought about this, right? So, Lee, I'll ask you a question now. Let me do this like I'm a lawyer in the High Court here. I'll ask you a question, Mr. Sutherland. Where did you purchase the Revels? What shop?
It was Asda and Co Bridge.
And you've had previous issues with the company Asda, haven't you?
I did, yes.
So is it maybe as my defence as being a chocolate lawyer here? Do you think it might have been the supermarket that maybe trying to
maybe
poison you?
some foul play.
It was nothing to do with the supermarket. It is to do with the chocolate factory.
It's to do with.
They're the ones as made the chocolate, you know.
Aye, Asda, I suppose.
I think it's since
Yeah.
that Charlie
Asda is
inherited
just
the
a seller
chocolate
of a
factory.
company, you know. It's just a company of a supermarket that just
Aye.
sell the products. You get
Aye,
what I'm
they
saying?
just get them
it's
in
not-
and put them
So
out.
obviously it's not them to make the products. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
By the way,
So-
it's owned by Walmart, Asda, so you could get some serious dough at Walmart, man. They're like, is that not like a mad fortune?
Two claims in, man. Against Asda for selling the
It's to
Rebels.
do with the chocolate factory. It's not to do with Asda. That they're the ones. It's not their fault. You get what I'm saying?
Saying
So-
that, man, that's big of you to say that after
I
the
know,
beef with
I
Asda,
know.
mate.
I
You're
know.
a bigger man.
That proves you are mature.
You're
at least.
grown.
Aye.
I did made a good few claims in the past.
Oh well, you've got the money out of Asda now.
You've milked that dry.
You've done your business.
We've
Yeah.
gone after the
I claimed
chocolate.
Asda, I claimed the chocolate factory, I claimed Police Scotland and all that.
Aye.
Claimed the courts, you know.
Bastards.
So we've got another question. Judge Judy wants to know: Bridies or killie pies? You ever had a killie pie?
A killie pie, well, what does that mean?
It's just
That's
a pie,
fake
fake
Kilmarnock.
Kilmarnock, but they're really nice.
Right,
No,
okay.
yeah,
Is that like a
no.
glass
So
way or
I
something?
like just a really good pie.
Imagine like the best like steak pie you've ever
Right,
had.
okay.
Killie pies like that.
No, but it's not a steak pie. It's got a Scotch pie in it.
It's not a steak pies, isn't it? Killie pie? I don't know. Fuck knows. I had a steak pie when I went to Rugby Park.
Maybe. Aye. So
Scotch pie.
so let's just say a really superb, delicious golden brown. Chocolate. A chocolate pie, I really said. That's you got me revelled at. So, Scotch pie or a bridie, a good, lovely, working class,
British bridie.
British bridie. What are you going for?
It's a hard choice to make that decision.
It
Either
is.
a pie or a bridie. I would rather go for the pie. I think.
Aye,
I would
I'm
agree
pie.
with you. I don't.
Because
I'm
you got
don't
the
care
hard
about
starch.
a bridie ever.
Because you got the hard starch pastry around
Aye,
the
you need
Oh,
that.
I see. That's good.
That's what life's all about, that pastry on the outside of a pie. George Frame wants to know if Lee was on death row, gonna get killed, your case against Revels turned upside down.
Revels have poisoned you now.
You've went on a rampage, killed the guy in the chocolate factory. You're now facing the death. They've brought the death penalty back into Scotland just to kill you for this, right? If Lee was on death row, what would your last meal be? You can get anything.
My last meal.
So that you can pick anything to eat for your last meal. You can choose I'll give you even like a wee dessert thing if you want it. What
I
is
think
some
whatever combination of foods is a
Anything.
meal.
Probably the last meal I would ever have is possibility a chicken tikka masala.
Oh,
I like that.
A chicken tikka masala, you know.
Are you going?
like
Are you
that.
got? Are you getting a bit of naan bread with it? No.
Aye, with naan bread and possibly a mixed pakora.
Aye.
Oh, aye.
With that, you know, that kind of pinky sauce.
Ah, the
Pakora sauce, man.
the pink pakora. Because sometimes they
Pink
say,
pakora.
because this is how you know. Sometimes you'll say, "Oh, I'll get pakora," and then it comes and it's got the red, the dark red, that's got the kebab sauce with
Aye.
it, and you're like, "What is this? Get this out
Aye.
of here!"
Oh, that
Never
spicy
touch it.
sauce.
Aye, that's what
Yeah,
a
it
kebab.
sometimes tastes like wine or something. Like, it's
I
pure-
don't know what they're putting. They're putting
Like that, man.
I think that chocolate factory are making it, man.
So you'd have like a tandoori plus for your last.
Aye, definitely.
Aye, definitely, man.
respect it.
Got to respect it. Going out in a blaze of farts.
See, my favourite is Indian food. I love Indian food.
I do. That's my favourite.
Do you like a bit of spice? Are you into
I
your
do,
spice?
I do like spicy food and all that, you know, because it gives you a wee bit of kick.
Aye.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
So-
we need that kick in life.
Sometimes you need milk after it.
Aye,
Aye.
that's
Wee
right.
pint of milk.
No,
Poverty pint.
this is getting too poverty.
Blue
This
milk.
shit. Aye. So the last question. I don't know if you kind of answered this a bit, but has Lee ever been approached to do any official lawyer work? If so, can you give us any further insight into it? So, has anybody came to you and said, "I want you to present me in court"?
I do, yes. There's
Aye.
multiple, like proper multiple messages. Like unbelievable the amount of messages I get through Instagram, and they always ask, "Could you present me in court? I have a road traffic matter case. I have assault case. I have this case."
So have you
Honestly,
took any?
it's just what's that?
Have you took any on as clients?
Well, I did present a few people,
Aye.
but not that much. You know, just not that much.
And can you go
So-
into detail about that, or is it
it's a
confidential?
So the worst case which I ever done was, remember that guy which I was saying early on that I helped him at I think it was Hamilton Sheriff Court, and I got him out on bail. That's him with 4 court cases, you know. So I managed to get him out in bail. So no curfew, no nothing, you know, nothing
Aye.
attached to the bail, just standard bail, granted bail, you know.
So, on that subject and all, we have been saying on this podcast, like, we say some stuff sometimes it's a bit like, can't really say that, and people get annoyed. So we
Aye,
told,
there's a lot of people say that. Like, see, to be honest, that's a bunch of idiots. I really do not give a fuck what these people say.
we've
about-
gave them an avenue for them to voice their concerns and said, if you've got any problem with us, our lawyer is Lee Southerland.
Aye, we say you're the podcast official lawyer.
So we've got like stacks and stacks of cases for you
Complaints.
to take, mate. You need,
So you'll be busy for years with us.
Definitely. Don't get me wrong, it is very, very hard work. See, to understand about law knowledge and stuff like that, right? When I passed my law qualification and all that, right, up in Dundee, you know, it is really, really difficult, you know. It is like proper mega hard.
Can I
you know.
imagine?
Because before I got remanded there, I was studying it through Edinburgh, you know, and I was doing it at home because of that stupid COVID push, you know. And honestly, like, it is difficult, you know. But obviously,
And when I was going to uni, I had a module on like construction law, and it was like tedious, man. I had like hated it. Like, it was the most boring thing ever. Do you find it boring, or do you get a mad thrill at it? Like,
the half of the time it is boring, but obviously the reason why, and I can explain why, the reason why I wanted to do this is because that I do not trust a Hua Babylon, right? That means as a lawyer. Because lawyer liars can get you into a fucking lot of trouble. And that's all they do, is they just tell you, plead guilty to this case, plead guilty to that case, you know?
So are you-
and that's what but where's the defence in that?
so
you
are
know?
you like a vigilante? Are you trying to save the people for bad lawyers?
So I try the very best of my knowledge to try and give people to understand that lawyers are a bad sign. Do you get what I'm saying? So they are pointless in the job, you know. Don't get me wrong, maybe some lawyers out there are quite good, you know.
Like you?
Like myself, you know. But I know my stuff, you know. I know my
Aye.
wealth of knowledge. I won almost 9 cases, you know. I won 9 cases.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's
9.
me presenting myself and all that, you know. And that's why I should always say to everyone that do your research and know your knowledge, you know. It's as simple as that, you know.
Aye.
It's as simple as that.
Gone 9-0, man. That's impressive, isn't it?
Aye. Look, we want to know, before we end this, What do you think the future holds for Lee Southerland?
Again, my future is for everyone that I will prove better in life and I will be very successful in life. And that's why there's always a defence for every offence.
There you go. You've
In
got it, people.
Scotland and in England. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Seriously, brilliant,
That
mate.
wee speech you then, that got me going.
Before we go, where can people find your real TikTok accounts to see
So
the
the main
action?
one, I can't remember the new one, but that's the one with all the different laws. I can't remember what it is.
Lee Southerland lawyer.
I think it's art
We'll put it
law.
on the screen.
Is it art law criminal or something like that? I can't remember. Maybe you could probably
I will put it on the screen.
put it on the
screen,
thing.
people
You know,
can find you.
it's the new one which I'm using. You know,
Aye.
I just changed the username. You know,
Aye.
so.
Right.
But that's the ones with all the different explaining about the law, the road traffic, statutory decoration and stuff like that, you know.
Nice one.
Happy
So-
days, right? Chirrups, we hope you enjoyed the animal returned and hopefully doesn't get to jail so he can come on again soon. Cheers,
Challenger.
Chirrups.
We'll go to Truck Fest as well, tune in. for
Truck
that.
Fest does 3. Oh God. Happy New Year.
Come on.
We're back. And look, there's no way that we could have possibly started this year any better than the icon,
The Challenger.
the animal. Lee Southerland is back on the podcast. Lee, how are we, mate?
I'm very well. Thank you very much for inviting me through your podcast.
No worries at all,
The
mate.
third role.
Oh.
So today, well, obviously drinking some pishy tea at
Yep,
Greg's, you
of
know.
course.
So
Got to
corruption, Crown Food, which you can see all the Greg's and all that, you know, hard start sausage rolls and all that. But we can talk about that.
The Crown
Aye.
Food, mate.
So do you want to tell us what? Because I didn't even know where you were the day. But where were you the day? What happened today?
Right, so for the people on Riley's Gaff's podcast, so what happened today was I was at Glasgow Sheriff Court today and walked in. The Fiscal said to the Sheriff that the fact is the case has been dropped, so it's been demolished because of the lack of evidence. And I always say there's a defence for every offence. Always remember that. So there you go.
Big win
I
today,
am
mate.
so much a relief. I
man.
am so much a relief on that, mate. So
What court was it in?
Glasgow Sheriff.
Glasgow Sheriff.
Sheriff Court.
Do you like
so-
that one? I forget. Is it?
I like all the Scottish courts, you know. They're all corrupt to the core,
What's
mate.
the? Aye, they are corrupted court. And I remember I was actually listening to the last podcast we done in here, and you said Glasgow Sheriff Court's the easiest to.
So yeah, so the fact is that some of the sheriffs are a wee bit easier. So Airdrie Sheriff Court is one of the hard sheriff, like the sheriffs in the Airdrie Sheriff Court is poor bastards, mate. Poor
Aye.
bastards, aye. Honestly, there's a less chance you will get out in bail, but most of the majority you will get remanded. Trust me. So.
You're just glad you weren't there.
Well, obviously, I've been in custody for 51 days because a criminal social work department told lies, you know. So I'm very disappointed in that. So
What? So do you want to go into that? Maybe like what did they lie? What did they lie about?
basically, what happened was I was to do with unpaid work, mate. Right. So the fact is, I don't really want to get into too much detail because of the thing, which. Obviously the digger thing, you know.
Aye.
But I'm not going to explain about that, right? Because obviously I'm on bail for that. But all I'm going to say is that the fact is that fucking social worker, right? That witch, right? Now, she made a bad report on me, mate. She actually made a bad report on me. And I couldn't believe it, you know. I literally fucking hated it. And it was just lies, mate. It was utter lies.
I seen you made a video after that.
I was
You were
burst out in
upset,
tears, mate. I was
aye.
totally heartbroken because of the lies. You know, they really hated me, and in the eyes of the law, they think I'm a total murderer, right? But the fact is that it wasn't. It's just, you know, it's complicated, right? A lot of people slag me off on TikTok and all that, right? And the fact is, they're jealous. They're jealous of my reputation, right? Because I'm good what I'm good at, right? And people slag me off saying, you know this, you know that, right? Well, if I'm not this, if I'm not that, why am I out today? Why the fuck am I out today, right?
Good point.
So I have a LLB, law degree, right? I studied criminal law, right, for a number of years. I have a SQA. I studied fucking hard, right, to get that. It was tough. It was really tough, right? But trust me, I deserve what I can get. And I always believe there's a defence for everyone out there.
And did you
Trust me.
Did you represent yourself the day?
Well, so I did, yes. I did. I represent. Most of my court cases is always represent myself. If I'm remanded, if I'm in custody, I will use Bridge Legal, the lawyers, right? There's a lawyer called Mary Helen, right? She's really good.
Shout out Mary Ellen.
So shout out to Mary Helen, Bridge Legal. She is one of the top good lawyers, you know, very good. So obviously she kind of helped me out and all that, you know, because obviously I can't do anything if I'm remanded, you know.
Yeah.
So,
But if you're representing yourself in court, you're saying you're going to Glasgow Sheriff Court, 9 out of 10 of the times you're walking free. If you're representing yourself.
Not a guaranteed, but yes, most of the time I always get out. But also as well, I just want to put it to the people as well that my previous is very bad, very, very bad. Like I must have about over 40 previous convictions, you know, road traffic, breach of the peace, section 27 and all that. Section 27 is a breach of bail, multiple breach of bails. That's like not telling what to do and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, 77 curfew and all that. I kept fucking about with that, you know. So the sheriff hates that, you know. The sheriff hates that, especially the courts. The courts dislike that because you're breaching bail. So there you go, you know.
Did any of you see the video of the guy in Las Vegas court and he attacked the judge?
He ran sprinted up.
Did you see
I've
that?
seen that, mate.
You ever considered
I've
that?
Seen that. He would be he would be fucked for that. You know?
How that's another 10 year or something he's getting, eh?
So a breach of bail is automatically 2 months, you know. So you get 2 months lie down. That's for breaching bail, you know. So there you go.
Well, I seen a video of that guy coming back into the same court in front of the same judge with a muzzle on and all that. A muzzle? He was getting in like Hannibal Lecter in, like, do you know how on the board kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm telling you, see these social workers, like that'll be next for you, by the way. They'll try and get you in a fucking muzzle and a straitjacket into the courtroom.
See,
and let me tell you what, you'd still get away with it.
Aye.
See, social workers, mate, the ones in Cumbernauld, the animals, mate, utter fucking animals. They thought I was going to get a long time. The maximum you can get up in a summary offence, right, a summary case, is up to 12 months, right? That's the maximum you can actually get, 1 year. They thought I was going to get, they were trying their best to try and get me for 1 year, right, because of my previous and all that, right? I fucking tried hard, mate, honestly. I was through a lot of medication, I can prove and all that, right? I can prove that. I'm in a lot of medication, diazepam, like, a lot of stress tablets and all that, right? I'm going through a lot. I take a lot of medication because what I'm going through and all that, right? So there you go. And these social workers do not take into consideration whatsoever. They're fucking idiots, mate. They're all fucking idiots.
So you're saying they shaped it in a way, they made it look... They didn't take that into consideration and then tried to make it look like something else?
Because you know what it is, mate, right? Because I badmouth them through TikTok, they dislike that. Because the truth hurts. The truth hurts in there. And why? Because I talk about them all the time. They dislike it, right? Now, I mentioned one of the social workers' names, and she disliked that because she begged me to, you know, to try and get that video removed from TikTok, right? And I said to her, I said, no, I said, go and fuck yourself. That's what I said to her. No, I did, mate. Honestly, I dislike them at all. I don't like them at all. They're just...
and what had she done?
They're just shower of shites. That's what they are.
What had she done? He just lied and...
She's just a fucking idiot, mate. You know, she just disliked what I am, you know. So,
has there ever been a second where you've thought, I'm going to stop calling out all the corruption just so I can live an easy life? Because all these people, the police that bump into you, fair dues, I think some of them like you and they get a laugh at you, then others are the total opposite way where they're dying to see you in bars or Bar L or whatever. Has there ever been a second you've considered, I'm just going to stop talking about the police totally?
So, the fact is, mate, right, the system is corrupt to the core, right? Everybody knows me through TikTok. A lot of police, everybody in the legal system, your GOMA and all that, right, that works in the prison vans and all that. Every single one of them, they all have TikTok.
Right? Because they all be sending anything prison related or law related about to other wee law pals, know what I mean?
They do like my content, mate. Right. They do like it, right? Most of them do like it, right? But there's some of them out there that dislike who I am, that think I'm a fucking idiot, right? If I'm that much of a fucking idiot, how come I'm still here today, out in bail, right? Fighting my own court cases and all that. And most of these court cases, right? Most of them, they all keep dropping. They all keep getting squashed all the time, right? And the fact is, why? Because the Fiscal and the Sheriff know me through TikTok. They know what I do, right? And they love the content what I do. Also, as well, I want to say as well, I do have a good friend as a sheriff, right? I do see him. I'm not going to mention his name, but I do see him time to time, and I'm quite good friends with him. So there you go.
Aye, that can help. Do you just go in like? Because I remember, no, so much recently. Obviously, you've been going through all that, but I remember you used to post videos like you're going down to Manchester for a couple of nights and for a wee business dinner. So is there any of that going on?
So I'm going to explain about the story, right? So obviously I do have the videos there to prove it, right? But so anyway, me and Michael, right? Obviously I don't really speak to Michael anymore. Right. So
Have you fell out with him?
I did. I fell out with him because obviously his other pal Victor and all that. It's just to do with the argument and all that, right? So anyway, Michael was staying down in London. He'd been chucked out, and let me try and think, was he in the jail? I think it was before the jail or something. After he got to jail and he got back out in bail again. So he was remanded in Addiewell, right? So when he got remanded in Addiewell, he got let out. All his stuff was down in London. So at that point, me and Michael, I done him a favour to go all the way down to London to help his stuff, to pick his stuff up, right? So at that point, I have a pal of mine, which is a traffic policeman, which one of the videos there to prove it, right? He's got glasses. So obviously they went to the gay village, right? They went to the gay village, right? So at that point, the next thing what happened was I got a text message, right? So it said, "Oh, Lee, any chance you can meet us and all that? Me and my pals and all that, my colleagues, I want to meet you and all that, right?" I says, "Aye, that's fine, that's no problem. We're coming back from London anyway." He knew that point, right? So next thing was that point, we went to Canal Street, I think it is called, isn't it? The gay village in Manchester.
Oh, right, aye.
So anyway,
I've been there. By the way.
So that point, me and Michael went to that place, right? So Michael's gay, well, he's bisexual, right? So that point, he wanted to go, right? So I took him there, and I just wanted to go there to speak to the cop and all that, right?
Aye. Nothing to do with anything else that was going on.
Nothing to do. No, I never had nothing to do with that. I don't kind of swing that way. So anyway, it came to a point that we went into this club thing. This kind of, it's like a bar nightclub, special man's night out nightclub thing, right? I was all. All I can remember was all the men was all standing there, right? They were smoking cigars, right? The smell of it, mate. Honestly, I can still remember the smell.
Do you like that smell? I like a smell of cigar.
I don't like it at all.
I don't like the cigar. I don't mind the cigar.
Sorry, but on you go.
It was full of corruption, mate. It was full of corruption.
No doubt.
Men with leather outfits, right? Men with fucking pigs, mate. Honestly, fucking animals, right?
Fuck really, boy.
And then, mate, honestly, it was all lorry drivers, and it was all
they love it.
off-duty police and all that, right? And then these men with big hairy chests and all that, right?
Yes.
They were wearing leather trousers, big giant army boots and all that, and they were wearing that kind of American leather hats or something, right?
Aye, like gimp masks and that.
Something like that. Aye, some of them were wearing that, right? And you can smell like sweat, spunk. You know, you can smell that, right?
In this one plate
Cigar
there's a lot of smells in there.
Spunk, cigars, sweat.
It kind of gets a wee bit deeper, right? So that point, you know, me and Michael, we paid in, but it cost £20 each, you know, so it cost me £20 each, right? £40, right, to go in. So anyway, there were two parts of it. One, you can go in, you can get in for free. It's a bar, right? The other part is a secret bit which men do their funny business, right? shagging, heavy shagging, mate. Things I have never fucking imagined in my whole life.
Right in about it.
Men rimming, sticking their tongues out and licking other guys, young guys' arses and all that. I have never seen that. You know?
Fucking hell. So was there a separate area
This
for
was
this?
a separate nightclub. It's quite a big nightclub. But when you go in, it was dark, like black walls and all that. It had red, like LED lights.
What
and
kind
all
of
that.
tunes are we talking? Like,
It was like boom, boom, but not kind of heavy deep
Dance,
music.
sort of techno.
Aye, tech, kind of heavy tech music, right? So that point, it came to a point that these men were doing weird stuff. I have never seen stuff like it in my life. Tongues into other men's mouths. There were 4 men with their tongues. I seen that, right? And then I seen 2 men, like a man with a moustache, bent this kind of young guy down, right? And rim and eating the man's arse. I have never seen it, right? This is what I have never seen in my whole life, mate. This things I have never seen.
What are you, so,
debauchery, mate.
see at this point, right, so you're witnessing all this.
I seen
what,
it now.
What are you thinking?
What's come through your head?
Aye.
So this guy, he knows me through, obviously he's an off-duty cop, right? Works for the traffic, T for Tango. Traffic division, right? So it's a young guy with glasses, right? He's about 21, 22 or something. He knows me, he watched me everything what I do on TikTok and all. He invited me to go to this thing. So anyway, that point he says, "Oh, don't worry about it." I says, "I'm quite scared, like for my own safety. Is he's been going to grab me or something?"
Aye,
like
what
that,
if
you know?
you ended up on the receiving end of a rim job?
Mate.
See that point, right? See going further right into that back of that nightclub, right? Mere further walking into it, walking right through that crowd, right? This wee weirdo of a guy, an old guy with glasses, I can remember, kind of old guy, about in his 70s, maybe 60s, I don't know. All he had was boxers on, and he was just poor, like, obsessed with grabbing young guys and all that, you know?
Oh,
It was mental, mate. And he
Nice.
started grabbing me, right? And I pushed him. I said, "Don't touch me." I said, "I'm not into it." And, "Oh, you're a very nice looking man. Where are you from?" And all that. "You must be Scottish, right?" I said, "Get yourself to fuck." That's what I said to him, right? So anyway, at that point, there were a dark room. There were a dark room. It was, a thing was cornered off, right? But it had kind of army black green, I think it's like dark green leaves or something, you know?
Right,
that
like the
kinda
camouflage?
Aye, that's
Aye.
like camouflage, like that there.
Aye.
The same as that, right? So anyway, that point, I walked into it, and this is the full show. Men, totally naked, threesomes, twosomes, you name it, mate. Honestly, I have never seen this in my life, you know. And then there was another part of the nightclub as well, right? It was...
It's a dungeon. Just keep going
The
back.
nightclub's massive.
That's what it was, aye. There's another thing that I seen as well. A man covered up in a black, tight leather skin, and he was getting rolled through the... It's like tin foil, and you wrap it around your chicken, right? That's what he was getting.
He was getting burritoed.
It was very tight, like very tight bin bag kind
Aye.
of cloth stuff or something.
Aye, like
I don't know
latex
what,
maybe?
I don't know what it is.
Aye,
It's like
latex.
a tight leather stuff, right? So at that point, I seen the guy getting fully covered up, and then there was a hairdryer or some kind of special machine, right? And it was getting tightened and tightened and all that.
Oh my
I've
God.
seen something.
You there or not?
Mate, I've been in the back rooms of the. No, but I seen something on the internet that was like, this would be my worst nightmare, and it's a kink that's like a balloon thing's all around you, and then they suck the air out, and you just get your mouth out, so you're completely
aye.
tight. Like, it's like a suffocation kink or something.
Aye,
mate.
but
It's
people
mad
are into
weird.
it. Do you know what?
That's
Do
the
you know-
maddest shit ever, bro.
Do you know what those people are into as well? See, not quicksand.
Yep.
Like you stand in it and you sink into it.
Yep.
There's people that are into like women getting stuck in that, or even guys getting stuck in that and like watching them get all scared as they go into it and that. That's creepy,
There's
innit?
even as well, what I've seen as well, there were men rubbing themselves with baby oil and all that, and they were rubbing rubbing themselves, like just having sexual
it's
like rubbing
sensuality.
I don't know what it is, right? Weird stuff they were doing, right? And that's what I seen as well. I seen a python snake as well. I seen that.
A python?
I want to say a
Fuck
python
Freddie
snake.
Mercury's
They were
21st
having
one?
sex with a python snake as well. This is how weird this
What?
mad stuff, you know.
That's satanic. that.
So you and Michael are in here. What's Michael doing at this point?
Michael, I don't know what Michael was doing.
And about
I lost
it?
Michael, you
You
know.
away for a sausage roll?
I hang Michael. I'm like a hard star sausage roll. I bet it was a hard star sausage roll. So anyway, it came to a point that. So anyway, Michael was away. I was left by myself. I tried to phone him. There was no answer. Maybe because of the signal. I don't
get
know,
signal
right?
in the dungeon, surely.
That's right. There was no signal, right? So anyway, I couldn't breathe, mate. I was struggling to breathe because of the oxygen and all that, right? So, so anyway, I came to a point that this. Obviously, that's traffic cop who knew me for Glasgow, right? He says, you want a drink and all that? I said to him, I says, aye, batter. And I said, I'll take a drink and all that. I said, but no alcoholic. I think it was just a can of Coke with ice or something. That's what I had, right? And, you know, I was kind of suffocating. I was kind of struggling, mate, you know, because of this weird shit was going about into this nightclub, you know. Also, as well, I was kind of scared as well with that python snake. I don't like him.
Fuck that.
I dislike him at all, you know. So
You don't want to be in a fucking gay sex orgy with a python kicking
Well,
about.
it
can happen.
Anything could happen then.
exactly, they could actually strangle you and that. See these people, right? These people wish up the devil and all that, you know, witchcraft and
So
stuff
that
like
Lil
that.
Nas
right?
X, no?
It's very weird stuff. There's a lot of German men as well, which I notice. German accent.
Aye.
Aye,
The Krauts love that shit.
that's right.
So,
So,
see, you're saying they were. I was wondering this. I don't know why I had this thought when I came up here, but you're saying they worship the devil and that. Are you a man of the Lord? Do you believe in God?
I do, yes. I believe in God, you know. Like the same as Cos Milligan, I believe in God.
Aye.
So I believe in Jesus Christ, you know.
So let's
I think
even.
everybody believes in Jesus, but obviously,
Aye.
you know.
You believe who he was and stuff. Even like you mentioned Kaz Milligan there. Let's get into Kaz because Lee, I'm always on your lives. If I see you on live, I'll pop in, even if it's for. If you're eating your dinner and that, I might go right. I'll get a missing night. But if you're on with somebody, I'll sit and watch. And you and Kaz, it was almost like a buddy cop movie. You were getting a wee relationship and they go really pally. And then one night, I just seen you letting loose on him because of what he was saying on a young man, Adam Donnelly, his podcast.
Don't worry about it. It's just the reason why I was doing that is just to kind of draw content and all that.
Oh,
you know.
right,
That's
okay.
what I
So
was
you're
doing.
not angry at him?
I do not dislike Cos Milligan.
Right.
I actually loved Cos Milligan, you know.
That's clever for you, that's marketing.
I think he's great, right? I think he's, you know, I can actually see potential in him, right? The reason why he's going to build, you know, he's going to build his reputation very highly, mate. He's going to build his reputation very highly. Do you know that wee guy called Ben Williams?
Aye,
You ever
the
heard of
Irish
him?
guy.
That's right. I actually believe deep down in my heart, I think Cos Milligan's going to become that way.
Right, like
Truly.
massive on
I
TikTok,
can actually see it
boxing,
coming, mate. I
doing
can
a bit of
actually see it
everything.
coming. He's going to become very, very famous.
Aye, but so Kaz a smart guy. He's very good at the whole marketing thing, getting people interviews and that. What do you think? What do you think about this whole? Have you met Kaz before in person?
No, never met him before. No.
What do you think about this TikTok boxing?
He's been asking me.
Say what, I go on a drive with
He's
you?
been asking me that to meet him at that hotel in Renfrew or somewhere.
Canal Street.
We're there on the day on the day this comes out. We're actually at that hotel doing a presser.
Aye. So the day this comes out, we're at the press conference for the boxing. So it'll be him, the property boss. What about that fight? How do you think that's going to go?
Well, like what I say, we can't judge on anybody. We can't just say that he's going to win or he's going to do this. We can't judge on anybody. Who do we know to judge on? That's the way I think of it. Like, who is guilty of that offence? Do you get what I'm saying? It's the same thing. So we don't know who is going to win. Everybody's saying, oh, it's going to be Cos Milligan, oh, it's going to be the property boss and all that, right? So on and so forth, you understand? So, you know.
Have you ever met the property boss?
I spoke to him once on TikTok.
Aye.
But
no in person?
I never seen him face to face.
I've met Kaz, I've met the property boss. Property boss is a big guy, mate. Like,
I think he's old school, I think.
He is an old school guy.
Mate, prop boss can definitely go for it. I've spoke to people
100%.
who know him for back in the day and that, and they say he was fucking off his nuts.
Here's the thing, right? honest opinion, I love Kaz, right? Think he's, I agree with you, think he's got potential to go and grow this thing and like put this event on, then do another event and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Mate, I'm scared that the property boss hits him once and he's knocked out.
Mate,
because
Kaz-
there's that size difference.
I'm going to clarify one condition, right? Kaz Milligan is going to be a wee puppy, right? The property boss is going to be his bitch. Oh! The property boss is going to be his bitch. Oh! And he's going to get fucked.
That's bold claims, mate. That, but do you know
He's
what?
going to get fucked. He's the daddy.
He's
That's
taking the
what
property
he
boss
is.
down to Canal Street.
He's going to get him fucked. Mate, I think Kaz boy's training right, looks quick, looks strong, he's a fit, healthy boy. I think he's got it, mate.
I
He's
think
got what it takes.
if they fight, I don't know how many rounds. I think it's 6 rounds they're doing, which is mad because see actual amateur boxers and professional boxers, they only do 4 rounds.
Aye, 4.
And he was saying to me, he's like, I don't know why the fuck I've done 6 rounds.
No, but that'll be better for him.
The thing with Kaz is taking this very seriously. He's training a lot. His dad's a boxer, so he's learning how. He knows how to box, but he's actually getting back into the rhythm. I don't think the property boss is taking it seriously. I think he's just thinking, I'll turn up and knock this wee prick out. I think that's the mindset he's got.
Kaz's old man, I know you've seen in the videos. See when he's training, mate, he looks like he's got the fundamentals.
Oh,
of
the
boxing.
fundamentals.
See one of the
Jab.
old school boxers, jab.
Aye, keep it simple.
Backhand. So I think he'll have. Kaz needs to be drilled, mate. Boxing's about repetition and that. I think he can never get him done.
What about do you know any of the boys in other fights? Do you know that wee Matty guy and that? And do you seen him?
Oh, they're just wee guys.
Aye.
They're just wee dafties. You know, that's just
Stupid wee dafties.
They're just wee stupid, silly wee lads. You know. Haggy's hanging about with Sean Paul. I know Sean Paul. He's from Kirky.
Right.
All right.
Obviously, I used to stay in Kirky, so I personally know Sean Paul. So I think Haggy and Sean Paul are banging each other. That's my honest opinion.
So
I actually think so.
Do you think so? Seriously, aye? Fucking hell.
They're doing Canal Street up at Dundee.
We'll ask him on Sunday at the press
We're gonna meet him on
conference.
Sunday.
Are you banging your pal,
It's got
mate?
to be a guarantee settlement, you know.
Did you ever want something to do with the boxing, mate? I think you'd be a good manager or
I'm
something.
not really into that, mate. Honestly, like I'm not really a big fan of boxing. I'm not really into it. But if it was to do with charity, I will guarantee I will kick fuck out of that. What's his name? John Seals.
John Seals?
John Seals. I will kick his content.
Do you, mate? Would
for
you
the
get?
people of Scotland and England.
Would you get in a ring with John Shields, mate?
Oh
my god,
Definitely.
mate, my body just.
Would you
I
get
would
in
kick his
John-
content.
Would you get in John Shields' ring, but?
What do you mean?
Nearly caught you there. Nearly caught
No,
you.
but
No,
so talk
mate.
to us about John. You've had an ongoing beef with John.
Can we get
John,
videos of that?
Every single time, mate. It's always argument after argument. I took him out one night, right, for a drive, and I spent one night with him, just a few hours, right, and then we went up to the Sky car park, and then that point, we Spice Boys, Solo Boys, I call them, right, so they came up, Lee, mate, can I get a selfie, mate, and then that John Sears, hi, I'm John Sears, you want to be my boyfriend and all that, right, and then that point, mate, honestly, he's a fucking idiot. Honestly, he is a fucking idiot. And apparently that there's a lot of people dislike who John Seals is.
Aye, right. Do you think that would sell tickets? I think
Lee versus John Shields in the boxing.
It would sell tickets, mate.
Is the-
If he turns up, I will guarantee you 100%. I will put £1,000 down, my own money. Right?
Oh,
John.
I will get John Seals and I will kick your fucking content.
Oh,
you
John.
blue-headed bastard.
John, someday like clip this, send it to John if he doesn't watch the podcast. The offer's there, and look, it's for charity.
Aye.
Exactly, it's charity. It's only banter, it's only a bit of fun, and it's only charity.
And the thing is, as well, Lee, he's got it in for you. Know what I mean? So he needs to back up the chat.
Well, this
But
talk.
he is trouble as well, mate. He's trouble.
I think he likes. I don't know if he likes the drama on TikTok because
He
it's
does.
views and it's people who watch it and that.
He's
Sorry, I
a
was gonna
begging
say, I think we've
bastard.
got some videos.
We've got the
maybe
video
just to
here.
Tie up a wee bit of John Shields
To-
content.
yeah.
Let's get this going. So this is Lordship's Sheriff Court account. Lee, man.
See if you put the headphones on, you'll hear it.
Oh, aye.
You hear it?
Where was this, Lee?
There's a-
Where's that again?
Can you rewind it and we'll watch it again just because I didn't really see what happened?
There was a bit of chaos at the start there, look, on the ground. Obviously try to go for it with somebody else.
Is that you filming this, Lee?
That's it.
Wait there, listen.
You witnessed that?
Who's that?
You witnessed that? He tried to go for me to get put on his ass. You witnessed that? Every single one of you witnessed that.
I don't know what was going on. He starts howling himself.
I'm fine, dog.
Do you want to explain what actually happened there?
Right, so it was the same night which I was with John. So that point we were doing some content, right? The reason why we went to a place called Pipeworks, right? I don't know if you know the gay sauna in Pipeworks.
Right, okay.
It's directly across the road for Glasgow Sheriff Court, right? That's the name of it, Pipeworks, right? So we went in there and I was just doing a few content because I started that new account, right, just to build the followers up. And I was hanging about with John anyway. And John says, oh, let's go in and all that and let's start following old guys and all that, you know. And I says, on you go yourself then.
Aye.
So at that point, how much is it to go in and all that? I said, you go in yourself. No, I'm not going in with nobody else except you. You know, that's what he said, right? I said, no, definitely not. So anyway, we filmed it, we done what we done, and then we walked back down. But we went into the lift, went back down, and we walked back outside. We went to a few of the gay nightclubs, Polo Lounge, AXM, Katie's Bar, and some kind of other bars. I don't know. I don't really know the top of my head. We went and done a few content and all that. So, John doesn't really know much of the nightclubs. I think he only knows two nightclubs was AXM and Polo Lounge. That's it. So,
right.
You know. So it says that let's go into the nightclubs and all that. So that's it. You know.
And you, so I remember you were saying, compared to just a nightclub that isn't sort of for gay people to go to, you said that it's actually a wee bit funner in there, isn't it? Like you said that.
So let me explain, right? So before I explain about that, the reason why for John Seals is because he got tacked. Is we went to this other nightclub. That point, the reason why is because he was shouting, somebody said Rosie Boosie's pal or something, and then this kind of chubby guy with glasses, he came and just gave him a punch. John landed into his arse and he started like kicking the guy and all that. His other pal with the glasses tried to like separate the fight, you know,
separate them,
right, to try and separate them. So that point, the next thing was he's going, I'm sorry mate, I'm sorry and all that, you know, that's what he says. So the reason why about the nightclubs now, on that story, to establish on that, the reason why with these nightclubs are quite better than the kind of normal nightclubs is because of the music, is because of the atmosphere with these people. I'm not saying gay people are like, you know, but the fact is that gay people are quite funny.
They're fun. They're fun people.
Gay people are the funnest people, mate.
Let me explain, right? Lesbians, they're so funny, they act like men, right? No, a bad way, I'm not saying anything bad about them, right? But these kind of, I don't want to say it, right? But the fact is that these lesbians, they're funny. They're funny as fuck, mate. They're funny as fuck.
They're swagged out.
There was one time that I used to work in Polo Lounge at the gay nightclub. The reason why that is, right, I was so desperate to get a job, right? And I'd never been in a nightclub in my life, right? This is years and years ago, mate. I was looking to get to jail. This is before I studied criminal law and stuff like that, right? And I was up for quite a serious crime, right? So that point, I applied to get a job, right? And the sheriff said that, well, if you're going to get a job, right, then you need to show us proof, right? And that's what I admitted to them, that I did have a job, right? So I needed to get proof of the manager to give us a letter explaining that I work in Polo Lounge. That was the only job that accepted me, you know. And I was what do you call it, a kitchen porter or something?
Aye.
No, not a kitchen porter, I don't know what you call it, a buster or something.
A bus boy, aye.
Something like that is collecting glasses, mopping the flare, cleaning up and stuff like that as well. There were one time as well that there was a gay guy, a kind of young gay guy and all that. He dropped his wallet. I lifted the wallet up. I was mopping the floor. At that point, I went like that, I tapped his shoulder, and I said to him, I says, you dropped your wallet, mate, you know? And, oh, mate, cheers and all that, right? And then he gave us £20 note. I said, no, you didn't have to do it. No, mate, please, and all that, you know? And then try to touch my hand and all that weirdo. Crazy, mate, crazy. So anyway, at that point, he gave it, obviously I took the £20 and all that, and then that was it. So that's it dealt with. So I took the £20 and then that was it.
That's a wee reward, mate. You deserved it. Aye. But so John Shield, so when did the relationship, the user out having a buzz, got to nightclubs and that, when did the relationship sour?
So the reason why I met John on TikTok and we started talking one another and stuff like that, right? So I came to a point that me and John decided to go out for that. That's when that happened, right? So I started. It's not like friends or I don't know. It's like
business partners, basically.
It's just basically to meet up. Obviously, I don't have a lot of friends myself and all that. So I met up. I was out for a drive and all that, and then we were just talking time after time through TikTok, and he started getting just being so cheeky and all that, right? So he's been really, really cheeky, been ignorant towards everybody. He's been doing it to me as well. Like this time of the night, like just during the evening hours, I usually go on TikTok live, and he always like tap the screen and all that, tap the screen, guys, you know, everything, every single fucking night, mate, honestly. And he always requests me, right? There's a lot of people they like my content, right? They like it. There are a lot of trolls. Mate. But fuck them, because you just ignore them. You just either block them or just ignore them, because that's the best way, you know. So, yep.
Block and move on, mate. That's the best policy.
Block and remove, that's it.
Is there anybody else on TikTok in Scotland that you think like you could be pals with, or that you like their content or anything, or is it just?
I'm starting to like Ben Williams. I do like his content. The reason why, right, is because he gives really good content. All the fast cars, the Lamborghinis, through Dubai or somewhere. I think he's making good money.
He must be making good money. Must be. See, as well, can I even obviously at the start we were talking about, because see when you were remanded or whatever, because I was talking to Kaz, and Kaz was like, mate, Lee's in the jail. So how long did you spend in there? 51 days?
So I got remanded the 15th of October, right? The reason why, mate, because I needed to go up for this thing. It's called a Viper thing, right? Again, I'm not talking much about the thing, right? But I was remanded, right, mate, and I had 2 warrants outstanding. I was hiding away for the police, right, because obviously that I had 2 warrants out for my arrest. I know how the system works, right? You have to be careful what you do on TikTok. You have to be careful what you give your phone number and all that, right? So I switched my location off, right? They can track and trace your location. So at that point, which I did, so I was hiding. I'm not going to say where I was hiding, but I was in a safe house somewhere. And I was just, like somewhere in Scotland, and I wasn't staying in Glasgow. And
just you're nearly telling us where.
so
it wasn't Aberdeen.
So the reason why I needed to go up for this, because obviously I do not wanted to breach my bail, right? So I needed to hand myself in, and I went to Edinburgh Police Station to hand myself in, and then that point, that was it. I have fucking got remanded. Bail has been posed in the Airdrie Sheriff Court. And then that point, I got remanded for 27 days, I think. And then went back to Airdrie Sheriff Court, from Airdrie Sheriff Court, Sheriff wanted background reports from the criminal justice social worker. Then that point, I needed to go back to Glasgow Sheriff Court. That's when I used Mary Helen, the lawyer, right, which thumbs up, which you done a minty job. is that case has been dropped. So that's been demolished because of the length of being in custody, right, in HMP Baloney, right. So that point, there were only one pending case, right, was the Airdrie Sheriff Court. So the social workers came in a week before I needed to go back up on, I think it was the 18th of December. That's when I got out, right? So before that, right, the social worker done a fucking bad report, mate. I burst out in tears and all that, right? It's very hard for me to do that, right?
I've never seen you like that.
Even a lot of, even I put a video up as well. I uploaded a video. I was burst out in tears, mate. My heart was fucking ripped to pieces, right?
We seen that. It was emotional.
So that point, I was scunnered. I was going through a lot of things, mate. Full of medication. I was on full of drugs and all that. No bad drugs, but medication from the
prescription.
From the doctor.
Legal drugs.
Exactly. So diazepam, antidepressants, stuff like that, inhaler. I was struggling to breathe and everything, mate. I was fucked. I was literally fucked, mate. My stress was fucked, mate. Honestly, I was going through mental health. I was wanting to self-harm myself and all. I wanted to throw myself off the bridge, mate. Honestly, I wanted to kill myself. I literally wanted to kill myself. See the amount of times I tried to kill myself, and because of the, obviously, every time you try and kill yourself, I believe that God's always looking out for me. Always think the good side, and that's, every time you try and kill yourself, it's always putting yourself a stop,
Aye.
So, but I did, mate. I went through hell. Mate. The social workers were laughing in my face, mate. When I was in prison, while I was remanded in custody, I have never had a custodial sentence. Never had a custodial sentence. I have a very bad previous conviction, and every fucking time I go in and get the jail, it's always remand, constant all the time, And I've been in the prison for 7 times now. It's horrible, mate.
How was that? Sorry, on you go.
I know. I was just going to say, last time you were on, I remember you saying to both of us that you couldn't think anything worse than gone back there and that. So, do you mind telling us, was it Baloney you were in?
Aye, how was it, mate? How was it?
Definitely.
How was it this time, mate?
It's a shite hole. It is a fucking shite hole. It's a snake pit. It is a snake pit,
Cunts out to get you.
Mate, honestly, everybody knows me through TikTok, right? Sometimes I think to myself, I regret, being on TikTok and all that, but what can you do, mate?
You can't reverse it now, man, can you?
Well known, I'm on the digger and everything, I'm famous now, I must be some sort of heavy gangster lawyer, hotshot lawyer, gangster type of thing.
I don't know if you know who this is, right? Maybe you can search it. Do you know who John Gotti is?
I never heard of
You
him.
actually sort of remind me of John Gotti
prison
a bit.
break?
He was like this mafia. He used to get away. They called him Mr. Untouchable, right? he had a case out for him that was like he was meant to get like 3 life sentences, and he got away with it all, right? There he's there.
There he is, mate.
And he had a yacht, and I think it's Mr. Untouchable. Like, he was very guilty. There was evidence. There was like wiretaps of him admitting to everything, and he still got away with it, all right. And he had a yacht, and once he got not guilty, he go on his yacht, not guilty on the yacht. So you're sort of similar to John Gotti, I would say, in terms of just getting away with the Teflon Don. That's what they called him. But how? So would they see when you were in for that sort of shorter period of time there? How were people giving you grief because of the TikTok, or were they all right with you?
It was. So there were a point which I want to talk about, right, while I was in HMP Baloney. So that point, there are a lot of you guys knows me through TikTok, right? There's a few of them that dislike me. Some of the prison guards dislike me as well. The prison officers. Mate, I'm telling you the truth, right? I would not lie to you. They treat me like shite, mate. They treat me like shite. They pin me down on the ground. I was battered. I was kicked. There's people getting kicked, right? There's people with broken arms getting kicked in the stomach, kicked in the head, stamped all over the head. This is the fucking God's honest truth, mate. I'm not lying to you. What you don't realise how fucking corrupt that prison is. It is corrupt to the core, right? Baloney is fucking corrupt to the core.
That's brutality, man.
Is that the worst prison you've been in? Because you were in, was it Addiewell you were in?
So I was in Addiewell, right? So I'm going to tell you a story. I was remanded because of COVID conviction things, right? So there were a massive fight. It went on for hours. There were 2 African guys, right? They had penknives. How the fuck did they had penknives? I don't know, right? This fight started, And there was this junkie, miss, I don't want this and all that. Took the plate. I was Chinese curry with rice, right? No chicken or nothing like that. The food was shite, right? So anyway, at Nadywell, everybody was all lined up for the dinner. At that point, they took the plate, yellow curry sauce, bang, like that there at the side of the woman's face. Right?
Oh, to a screw?
100%.
Oh,
100%,
man.
mate. You got no idea. The fight started. Every fucking
Food fight.
man started fighting. Everybody started fighting, right? So at that point, everybody started fighting. One guy, which I never seen a fight like this in my life, right? It was just a total riot. Some of these screws, they got helmets and riot seals, right? So they start coming in. So while they're coming in the same time, more of these guys, one of them had a telly, took the telly, smucked it at the side of the guy's back. The guy was knocked out. The other screw, he was getting punched and laid on the back of his head.
Fuck's sake.
And then arm was like the full arm right round his neck. He was strangling it and fucking banging.
Rear naked chokes, not.
Choking the guy at the same time.
And hitting
Choking
him.
the screw, mate. I have witnessed it, right? Choking the screw, fucking letting fuck out the screw. The screw had a black eye the next following day, right? Burst lip, the lip was all bruised and all that. The full cheek was all, it was all bruised.
What
to
are you
fuck.
doing in this situation? You
I
stand
stood
back?
there, mate. I was
Step
shiting
back.
myself.
fuck, aye.
I was shiting. I'm not into fights, not right, but I was standing there shitting myself, right? I was in somebody else's cell, right? The two African guys, these African guys are not right in the head, mate, right? The one for a serious crime, right? Serious, I think it was one of them for attempted murder, another one was for a serious stabbing or something, right? So that point, they took the knife, they were stabbing fuck out that other guy, right? And then the other one, he got stabbed in the back a few times. I seen the other guy, he was getting stabbed in the leg, I think. There were blood everywhere, there were food everywhere. Mate, this was just out of control. Addywell's out of control, mate. Addywell's out of control.
There was MD sitting trying to eat their dinner like fucking hell, man. Like stabbing.
Try to catch a curry off a woman's face. Jamie, how long have we done, mate? Just so, because we've got some questions we need to ask.
That's 46 minutes.
40, that's good. So we've got some questions from people in our Patreon. It's just a wee group that for people that really like the podcast, they can ask guest questions and that. So I'll get them up for you.
It's the inner circle, Lee. This is the real trips, know what I mean?
It's the Fiscals.
And then we're also going to be doing something while Evan's getting his questions up. We're going to be doing something quite special with Lee. He's going to be the star of a new segment on the Patreon bit. So if you want to sign up, patreon.com/Riley's Gaff.
Yep, definitely. Okay, so first question. There's quite a lot. Worst type. So this is Jack Kelly. Worst type of police.
Who's that?
Like Jack
These
Kelly's
are
asked.
just guys that just
Oh, right,
they
okay.
subscribe to our channel and that. It's just right. You won't know them, but so he's asking, what's the worst type of police?
So, the worst ones at law is CID or DI.
Right.
What is DI?
Detective Inspector.
Oh, is that quite high up? Are they quite?
No, just Detective Inspector. Inspector, Detective.
What makes him so bad? Just sneaky.
The smell of piss off him.
Next question.
The back of the motor, when you sit in the back of the Puzzles or Focuses, the smell of rotten piss off him.
Pishy back seats, mate. Just like that tea you're drinking.
Suit and tie, smell of piss.
I'll be honest, I've followed you for a long time. I thought you were going to say the traffic.
Traffic.
police.
The traffics are the second, mate.
Right,
the traffics are fucking animals.
Until you met the wee guy with glasses.
He's a prick, mate. He's a prick.
Let me ask, just off the back of that, what's the best type of police? Is there any? Is there
best
such a
cop
thing?
I have ever done, right? Now, I'm not going to mention his name, right? I know the cop of myself. I know quite a few of the traffic cops. I get away with most of the stuff, right? So, that's why I still got my driving license today, because I'm good what I'm good at, right? So, this traffic cop, he knows me, right? I gave him £100. It was the start of it, right? This is the start of it. I started doing TikTok and all that. I gave him £100. I bribed him with a speeding ticket, right?
Are you sure
and
you
then
can say that?
we started getting to know each other. He knew me through TikTok, right? He knows me really well, right? So that point, we're kind of good pals. We're not like pally, but we just know one another, right? And anything if I do anything wrong, He'll always let me, he always let me off for everything.
This is obviously entertaining purposes.
This didn't really happen.
This is all just a story.
Bullshit.
You just talk shit, don't worry about it.
Just talking shit.
So thanks for that. Next question is by Logie. He says, what's Lee Sutherland's ideal date scenario?
Oh, I'd like to hear this.
What does that mean?
So say you're on a date with a lovely woman. Where would you, maybe even for dinner?
I'm gonna give out the story, right? So there was one point I dealt with a policewoman. She was quite a nice looking woman. She, I'm not going to mention her.
A woman in uniform.
I'm not going to mention her name, right? She was quite a young 22-year-old woman, right? Very fit. And I asked her for a phone number, right? I was flirting with her. So at that point, she texts me. She says, I'm quite horny and all that, right? I say, who's this? I said, the policewoman you dealt with, Mr. Sutherland. I want you to fuck me and all that. Right? I got the text messages, right? So I want you to fuck me. Just fuck. I mean, shag the fuck right out of me. This policewoman, honestly.
A policewoman?
Mate, honestly.
This is shaping up to be some date, mate.
That's the best Polish you've ever met.
So anyway, I went right round her. I popped right round her, right? And that point, that was I just shagged fuck out of her. I gave her everything,
you need
doggy style, everything.
Fuck it, it's got to be done. Because if somebody, if a fit policewoman texts you, I want you to fuck me,
mate, you're
not going to know fuck her.
You're abiding the laws of the land.
You're following the police order.
An officer of the law.
There's a lot of corruption, right, in the system. There's High Court judges, right, take Class A drugs, right? They're lawyers, sheriffs, Fiscals, they take drugs. They even take drugs early in the morning before they start their shift and all that. That's why they're fucking nuts. They stand there and they look at you and they think, see the system, mate, it's corrupt to the core. You will never imagine how fucking corrupt to the core it is. It is toxic. It is very, very toxic system.
These bird police went rattled.
Aye, mate. Always, mate.
But that was a good question, Logan.
Well, the funny thing about it, remember that story which I said about the three coppers? Shagging in the back of the van?
Aye.
Well, there you go. I witnessed that. I seen it. I know what's going on.
Save it, like protecting people must make you so horny.
Aye, I've just saved somebody's...
I just saved somebody's life, like saved somebody from getting robbed.
Kiss me, you fool.
I'm so horny, I want fuck. It happened, we've all been there. Sorry, on you go, mate.
There's a lot of older women message me through TikTok. It says, I want you to shag me through that uniform.
Honestly, mate, I see them on your comments, mate. Your comments are always mad horny pensioners, mate.
It's mental,
They're wanting a bit, mate.
Do you know what it is? It's the suit, it's the authority. They can't resist.
You never know, maybe it's lawyers or Fiscals, maybe.
It could be, mate.
Probably
for
will be.
drugs, mate, for acid
maybe
in the morning.
It's a sheriff, maybe.
So, thanks for that, Lee. Next one is from Judge Judy. Best to worst, quality streets, roses, heroes, celebrations.
Oh, so that's Christmassy kind of chocolates, isn't it?
I can't even think really.
Right. So quality street are shite now. They used to be the ones with the wee green triangles. Lee, do you like any of them particularly?
I eat whatever, mate. I'm on a diet,
Mate,
I'm on a diet.
What's the most poverty? Quality street. No, quality street's quite fancy, isn't it?
No, I'd say roses. Mate, roses. I'll do this quickly because I enjoy all of these, right? So let's just tie this up. So bottoms, roses, then it's heroes, then quality streets, then celebrations.
Celebrations the best. Galaxy Caramel, and that. You can't eat.
That.
What's your see if I had to go, say I was like almost like Willy Wonka, right? And you were like, give me a bar of chocolate. If I had to pull out one bar of chocolate, what would you choose? Not Revels.
No, you should do, mate. You've got your money's worth.
Bar. Maybe a bounty
bar. Nice
That's
choice.
That's a celebration, I think, as well. So
that's a celebration, even a bounty.
It's a celebration all round, mate.
Aye, a bounty. I respect that choice.
Aye, a bounty's a bold choice. I wasn't expecting it, but I like them too.
So the next question is from Siwi J, and he's asking your thoughts on the Spec Bros and Pete Wiseman. Have you ever seen the Spec Bros?
No.
Do you want to show Lee a video of the Spec Bros?
And Pete Wise, mate. We need to show the pishy one for Pete Wise.
Aye, Pete Wise is kind of get John Shields vibes.
I honestly was. I get two of them mixed up.
Do you want to try and look for it, and I'll do the next question?
Aye, let's do that.
Have you got it right now? Right, let's. You want to put the headphones on?
So
it's just two wee guys making videos, but let's see what you think of them. Get an honest opinion.
The fuck is this?
This is Spec Bro 1.
My TV, because it's broken, Watch this. 1, 2, 3, bang. Now I cooking it. What?
The jink of that.
Smash it.
It's great content.
Exactly. That's the reaction of everybody.
Mate, it's endless videos of them
just doing things like that. It's
Aye.
mental, mate. But they're getting quite a following because it's so. See the reaction
Henry
of
was
your.
off it.
Aye. See what happened in your brain there watching him. It's kind of weird.
Everybody's
what
like,
the fuck's going on?
what he's
Have we got
doing?
Pete Wise? Can we see Pete Wise? Nah, that's a harder one to find, innit? Pete Wise is like John Shields, but he's got a piss stain on his trousers. So this one just says, Wee Jobby wants to know your favourite movie. Maybe even a few that you like.
I like Miller. Like,
We Are the Millers.
you know that old school program, The Miller,
The Miller?
like Alpha Daily.
Arthur Daly.
Can
Arthur Daly.
you pull it up?
Do you know Alpha Daly?
I know Arthur Daly.
I've heard-
Aye.
How do I know that
I don't
name?
know. There's something about that program.
Do you like? You're an old school guy. You like all the old
I
stuff.
quite like
Aye.
old school, mate. I don't know why. I'm
Like-
a bit of a fuckwit. You know?
No, you like what you like.
No, mate, you're a man who likes his got a traditional taste, which I don't.
Hey, but-
at all.
Property boss. The property boss.
Aye, but that's a bit
Are
interesting.
you want to go to the boxing, or are you thinking
Well, it's up to Kaz Milligan. You know, if he wants
I'm
me to
sure.
go, I can do whatever. So, you know.
Ring announcer?
It's to do with it's content. Isn't it?
I would like to have you. I would like, because we're commentating on it, obviously, right? What my ideal situation would be, we're got like a wee earpiece in that we're talking to you at all times. You're doing at the ring. You're kind of interviewing people, fans, and that. Maybe some trainers and stuff, and we're in the commentary.
we
box.
can work out something because we're commentating on the fights.
And we would love a hand off you, mate.
So we can figure something out. I'll talk to Kaz. We'll get you there. If we go,
Lee, what did you say there?
Arthur, just type in Arthur Daly.
I've typed in Arthur Daly, but I can't find
Miller.
Is it
Them-
Minder or Miller or something?
Minder.
Aye.
Minder.
Oh, right.
I keep watching it in the jail all the time.
Oh,
Aye.
What kind of? Do you get a telly in the jail? Do you
Aye,
get a
you
decent
do, you
telly?
get a telly in the
Oh, I know that. I know this geezer.
I pumped a egg and chips.
Aye, mate.
Here, you're a hat away for just turning into him, I think, by the way. A wee hat on.
Aye.
So what's this guy's? What does he do? Is it like a crime thing or something?
It's like a crook. It's quite. I don't know. It's quite.
Is it comedy?
Is that like your comfort
He
thing?
drives about by a Jaguar. He buys and sells cars and stuff
Right,
like that.
criminal. Minder is a British comedy drama series about the London criminal underworld. So I see why you
Mate,
like it.
I might give that a watch, mate. You might have uncovered something for me. That sounds quite good.
Minder.
So
Oh,
1994.
19. Wait, hold on.
1979 to
1979
1989.
1989, aye. Oh well. There you go. People watch that. It's Lee Southerntherland's one to watch. This is a good one actually. CM Punk wants to know, what was your first job?
My first job was working in the Smith Hotel in Kirkintilloch.
Right, was it?
I've
Aye.
been to Smith
Aye,
Hotel.
so I used to work in there, like, you know, serving plates of food. A waiter, that's what I was, you know, a waiter. Then that point, I used to work in the Rangers and what's the name of that place? In Mother Country Park, like cutting trees.
Right.
You know, a ranger. That's
Aye, a
the
park
name of
ranger,
it. Aye,
a
that's
park
right.
here,
Aye, a
aye.
park ranger. Aye. So that's what I used to do. And then that point, I used to be self-employed, valeting cars, washing cars. I used to have a Transit Connect van, going about just valeting cars.
Oh,
and
with
all
a
that.
culture in it.
That's right. So I was just a build up welfare experience, you know.
Aye, that is. That's a wee bit of everything. A park,
Aye,
you get
so, and then
hospitality.
that point, I used to work in traffic management and Contraflow. Very dangerous job.
Aye.
Working on motorways, like in cones,
Putting the
road
cones up.
signs, you know. So I worked there for a number of months. I think it was like 6 or 7 months. And then at that point, I just started buying and selling cars, self-employed again. So that's what I've been doing, you know.
Nice
So-
one, mate. Good wee insight.
No, that's good because like, could you even imagine that? Like, obviously, you don't have a job that you go to the now.
No,
You're a
I
wheeler.
work for myself.
You're
now,
a wheeler.
So I buy and sell cars. That's what I do.
You're a wheeler and dealer.
A Del boy.
Del boy, Lee boy. Aye, so could you even imagine going back to work a job like that? Would you be like, oh fuck that, or is it
See,
just
to be honest, mate, I make a lot of money buying and selling cars.
Aye.
For the
You know
last
your
few,
cars, I suppose.
The last few months there, I actually made just under £8,000. I made just under £8,000.
Can I ask
That
you-
was before when I got remanded. So
Can I ask you, Lee? Did you get that rangy? That was a nice little
No,
range
that
you
was
went to.
scrap, mate. That was fucking scrap.
Was it? you were
It
saying
was
something
scrap.
about a hole in the exhaust, and I thought that's a good ear.
It was blowing exhaust, so it was a daft Romanian guy, and came to a point, mate. He says, "You bad mouthing me on TikTok." And I thought to myself, "What the fuck?"
You're getting too famous. Do you know that way? Like, I remember, right? This is sort of similar to you, where you'll mention something on social media and then it comes back to bite. Yeah, I see during COVID, the scamdemic, as you call it. I worked for Track and Trace, right? So I used to phone people, but you need to self-isolate, blah, blah, blah. It was easy money. And there was a boy in my group, right? And he was just a bit of a dork. He kept hitting it with jokes that were terrible. And I was just like, oh my God. And obviously COVID, you're cooped up in the house, you're just frustrated. So I put a video on my Instagram story saying, listen to this fucking guy and all that, right? One of his pals messaged me. No, he found me on Instagram and was like, why are you saying this about me? I'm going to tell the manager and that. Like the guy who I was slagging found. So you need to watch what you're saying, don't you? Because it'll end up coming back to bite you.
You don't know who's listening.
The next question, which will lead us in nicely. I know the answer to this. You answered this the last time. What did you want to be when you were growing up?
So I wanted to be a lorry driver, HGV lorry driver, because my dad is a lorry driver. He's a long distance driver, makes good money and all that. So that's what he does just now. That's what I wanted to do. Obviously, in my early days, I was reared up in a caravan in near Murdoch Country Park, but obviously we called it Khyber Pass, right? Back in the early 90s, that's when I been reared up in a caravan.
Do you want to pull the pictures up? We'll get the pictures here because Lee said he wanted to bring these pictures. So who's in this, Lee? Talking.
So that's my mum,
right?
And then that's me as a wee baby.
And that's the house you grew up in?
That was a caravan, so obviously that was proper old school days, you know.
Oh, definitely. There's baby Lee there.
Cute as a fucking button, Lee boys.
The world in his hands. There's a school picture or something there?
Yeah, that's when I was in nursery. So obviously I was brought up for Bearsden and Mulgai, so that's where I've been staying for a number of years now. So yep.
What was this young man's life like? Do you remember your childhood?
I can, yes. So I wish I had more photos to prove people, but I just, because of the period.
What was it you were wanting to kind of prove here, showing us the caravan that you grew up in?
So the reason why I want to prove to the people that I am a gypsy and a traveller, I've been reared up. My mum is a gypsy and a traveller. She still stays in a caravan. It's a showman's wagon, that's where she stays, So and she still stays there yet today. And a traveller, it's called a gypsy camp or something,
A
so a gypsy traveller thing, So
because a lot of people think you're talking shite, don't they?
A lot of people.
There's the proof.
A lot of people think I'm Russian. A lot of people. What kind of accent you got, Faye? See, my accent's a bit fucked up. A lot of people kind of struggle with, obviously come out with. Like, a lot of people think I'm from Aberdeen. A lot of people think I'm from all over the place. I am 100% Scottish, I am 100% Scottish. So
I don't have any trouble hearing.
No, I understand perfectly.
It's my accent, my accent's a wee bit muddled up, So a lot of people's accent, it's like an English accent. You can't understand, but you're right, yeah? You're right. That's the way they talk.
Done that Channel Street, innit? Channel Street.
Canal Street.
Canal Street, sorry.
You said something there. You said a showman's wagon. Is that what you're talking about? Something like that?
It's not like that. No, it's like a big metal thing.
A shogun wagon.
It's like that, yeah, like that. See that big green
there we go.
That's a big
looks like a train carriage almost.
That's what my mother lives in. So yep.
So there you go. Yeah, look, there's no lack of evidence on this case. I tell you that. The evidence is right in front of us.
Everything I come out with is true and accurate to the very best of my knowledge.
Oh, mate, see, that's some court speak.
And that's what you need to know about Lee. He doesn't come on and talk shite. It's 100% fact.
Everything is accurate.
Right, definitely. So, I mean, we've done what an hour. We need to move on. So now what we'll do is we'll keep rolling, but we're going to switch over. So this part of the podcast, it won't be in YouTube. It's just for the people that ask the questions. It's just a wee, so we can get down and dirty over there. We can say things. You can call out social workers and that. They don't even know about it. So troops, thank you so much for watching on YouTube, Spotify. If you want to hear the rest of the podcast, we're going to go and watch some road traffic incidents and get a breakdown from the expert. And maybe we'll talk about a few other things. Who knows what might pop up. So if you want to see that, patreon.com/Riley's Gaff. You can get that on the cheapest tier as well. So don't worry about that, guys. And thank you. Patreon, let's go. Right.
So is this the next one?
We're now on the next one, so this is only going to be about maybe half an hour or
That's a
something.
wee
But
bit more chilled
can
out.
we can
pause for a
take it,
piss and that?
Do you want to go to the toilet? Like that you want?
No,
you're right.
I'm needing a piss.
Aye, on you go, mate. We can cut the now. Aye.
You can carry on.
I will just carry on. Fuck it.
Aye. It's more relaxed on this one.
Aye. There's only maybe, so like say instead of thousands of people watching, now there's only 300, 400 people. So it's people that subscribe to our content. So they're not. It's just the good folks. But aye. So we're gonna actually do a thing where, can you pull the video up? We can wait till Jamie's back, but
I've got a question for you while Jamie's away. Right. Well, we're talking there, we got your thoughts on the Spec Bros, but I want your thoughts on somebody else. Do you know who Scottish Declan is?
I don't know who that is.
Do you want to show him? Aye, we'll get Scottish Declan
I
up.
heard people talking about it, but I don't know.
People were actually wanting you to box this guy.
Really?
For the boxing thing, but I think you would kill him.
I'm looking forward to see who this is.
Oh, you kill him, mate? You kill him? No, it's alright. I just heard something through the headphones. Aye, Scottish Declan, he's a wee guy. He does like dances in fucking Lido and all that, and he's always wearing like Greg's pyjamas and shit.
Is he Scottish?
Aye, Scottish Deck, there he's there. Right. Should maybe aye.
How many followers does he have?
He's got quite a lot, 107,000, aye, he's quite famous. So you want to stick the headphones on, you'll hear him? Yep. Well, I think it's just music, but look at that. What do you think of this fucking guy?
And grab myself a Yorkshire tea. Cheers. Right. Now it's time to get ready. Let's click those magic fingers. Boom. Today I'm wearing my Disney 100 Goofy t-shirt and black jeans. Now it's time to whack on my new shoes. So I got the brand new Disney 100 shoes from Vans.
Disney shoes? Would
So
you wear
here they
them?
are, in all
No.
their glory.
Oh, the wee heel flick, I like that.
Now it's time to put on some of my
What do
new
you think you could take this man in a fight?
diesel
Aye,
syrup
aye,
with
you'd kill him.
You'd paste him, mate.
Next up, to add to my
Here, by the way,
outfit is the
Steezen, by the
Disney
way.
100
Very
leather
nice outfit.
That is cool, mate. If that was all YSL, I'd wear that.
I just know it's Disney.
my
It's a
Disney
so different.
100 side bag.
Oh.
So there we go. What do you think? Have an amazing night.
He lived in a caravan, didn't he?
Did he, aye? Mate, how's he get all the money for all that? That's always a mad thing with him, innit? But I've totally about what's happened, mate. I don't know if you might be better.
Maybe better just keep them on, because we'll need to hear the videos.
Because you're the same as me, mate. I need them kind of bigger than the way they are.
Right.
So don't squeeze your head, do you know
So
what I mean?
everybody-
Is that better?
No.
This is Crime Corner.
Right. I've fucking worked hard on this.
So we're going to watch a couple of incidents and let's see what you think of them, Lee. Let's give it a wee breakdown. So this is the first one. Drunk chav goes crazy.
Outside the youth centre, which is over here.
Trouble.
The kid's drunk and has already assaulted 3 members of staff.
Whoever swore, then don't swear again, all right?
What against the law to swear?
What's the problem?
Huh?
What's the problem?
There's no problem. It's Thursday club, isn't it? Everyone's chilling. Everyone's chilling. There's no problem.
Everyone's what?
We
Everyone's
daft.
chilling.
Three members of
CHILLNEN. I'm drunk, yeah? Everyone's
Yeah.
drunk. Everyone is.
Right, come and have a chat with me by the car.
Come
Right, come
on.
away from these people, we'll have a chat.
The big man.
Just come here, come on.
Wait a minute, I swear you're not.
Oh, aggressive quickly. Why do we get a pause on this and get
Aye, let's get a pause.
a wee recap
So
on
what do you think's happened there? Like what's he done
so-
wrong? What?
The way I've seen it, the way I can see that video is, I haven't seen anything wrong. It's just the copper grabbed him and start pinning the wee guy down on the ground for no reason at all.
It's a bit excessively, would you not say?
Excessive force.
Yeah, but obviously that's more of an English thing. So a public order is a Section 5 Public Order Act. That is an English law. But if that was in Scotland, a Licence in Scotland Act 2010, Section 38, subsection 1, that is a breach of the peace, you know. So...
Mate, you know your fucking stuff,
well,
Lee.
obviously I studied my law.
You
know,
did,
I
mate,
did study my
and
law. I
it's
do have
evident.
an LLB law degree. I've been trying to tell people this.
It's evident in your
I
every
didn't have
word.
the chance to try and get all my stuff, you know.
Aye.
But so you think that this is excessive force by this copper, and if it was in Scotland, would he have been within his legal right to be doing that to that young man?
Depends on the nature of the cop. Depends on the nature of the cop, you know.
So what? Let me ask you this: say you're that guy, what would you have done if the police done that to you?
I'd just say to him, I said, get the fuck off me and all that, you know. So I would start using self-defence and all that.
Aye, yeah. I think once he touches you, it's game on.
Well, obviously you'll be classed as assaulting a policeman, you know. So
how long do you get for that?
So
depends.
If, by law, that you can get up to like common assault up to 6 months, you know. So
aye,
common assault is 6 months, you know. That's
So-
the maximum you get.
Will we carry the video on? Maybe a
Aye.
bit?
Did you want to stick the headphones back on?
There's a few of these Lee, as well.
None of it.
See, because I think because he's drunk, I think he's not got a leg to stand on here, Lee. I think a young man drunk in the street is fair pickings for an officer. But that's a bit far, innit?
Right, well, then...
He's resisting, but ain't he?
Aye, so
he's
that's
resisting
when-
arrest.
That's when he will be charged.
Mate, see when you were a wee guy, but like I used to, now obviously used to run away from police all the time and that. Like imagine how daft you'd feel the next day if you woke up, you'd be all sore and all your
know.
shoulders and that.
Oh, like knees in your back and that.
Waking up in a cell, bro.
I know.
Oh, that's a hard call.
Multiple times.
I think that's probably this clip gone, but we've obviously got some more on Crime Corner.
Yep.
So let's go to the next clip. But
Is that no Road Wars?
Aye,
Aye,
I
Road
know.
Wars.
Why is it in the
But-
street? I know.
Aye.
Road Wars and Street Wars had a very loose.
There was an overlap.
There's an overlap, and
They can go into each other's territory.
But I used to watch this shit.
Okay, girl goes mad. Oh,
Let's see. What
I love them big cars and big Vauxhall.
Right, no. So this is.
What's a Vauxhall Vectra?
Something going on in the car in front.
They're snogging.
So they're snogging in the car in front, Lee.
don't go a knocking.
Boys aren't convinced everything's right and decide to follow the motor.
Driving a bit shoddy, isn't it?
Unimpressed with the bloke's driving skills, Kev pulls him over.
So that'll be classed as careless driving.
Right, and he's kissing his girlfriend. Is that?
That's careless driving, it is.
Oh,
You get careless driving for getting a winch.
Yep.
But the bloke is in no hurry to stop.
So you taking the piss?
When you're asked to stop, put your handbrake on.
It's very aggressive.
aye, right off the
Have I got a
bat.
drink? No, you have. You stink a drink, mate. Step out for me.
The driver's Polish, and with the car stinking of booze, Waller thinks he's drunk.
Stinking a body,
Steaming
mate.
Breathe. I'll stick him on the breather just in case.
But it seems his lady friend's more highly suspicious of the cops.
Open the car. Open the door.
She locked the door.
Go the other side, no shit and run.
She's got
Concerned
drugs
she could
or
be
something
trying
on
to
her.
hide drugs. Waller gives her an ultimatum.
Under the door, or you'll smash the window. Oh, stop. Just open the door. We're police officers. Open the door.
Oofed.
Who is she? Who is she? Oh, I don't know. What's in your hand?
She
The
maybe.
bloke claims he's just giving her a lift.
I think she's a lady of the night.
Oh, she could be, by the way.
I think so.
3-9, we've got a vehicle stop at this time.
I'll undo my jacket, look.
Let go, let go. What have you hidden? Don't lie to me.
The driver
Are you suspicious at this point, Lee?
the car. Kev suspects
Aye, let's get a pause. What do you think so far?
So, at this point, what I can see is kissing. That's obviously automatically charged with careless driving, right? That point, they're not being breathalyzed or taking a drug test yet.
Not yet.
So, not yet. So,
See what happens.
we still need to find out. See,
Here's a question just before we start it again. Can you refuse to take it?
yes, you can refuse, but you will be further charged. So there you go.
Aye.
And then
Right.
you could end up getting banned from driving.
This guy's lucky there's no a fucking smooching test, because he would have failed that.
Failed the kissing test.
He's been smooching.
What's he got on him? I don't know. Cuff him. What's he got on him? Class A. How much? Is he a dealer?
She's talking a lot of shite, isn't she?
09 him. At this time, mate,
She's
you're under
young.
arrest, mate, okay? On suspicion of possession of a controlled substance, okay? Give me the stuff.
The girl's distraught, but Kev isn't convinced she's as innocent as she says.
Tell me what's going on.
If I tell you the truth, no
I just want to kind of butt in there.
Aye, go on.
You butt in, mate.
So, this woman is too much talking, right? So, when the policeman starts questioning the woman, right? So, you must keep your mouth, always keep your fucking mouth shut, right? And always request a lawyer at present.
Before you say anything.
Do not admit to anything.
No
because
comment,
what she's
too.
doing is she's letting her guts out. She's just spilling her tongue out, and that is the worst thing. I knew that copper is getting all the evidence, but all he needs, right? And she's fucked.
And it's on camera, and she's going to contradict herself. She just keeps talking and talking.
And if she's trying to lie, try to bend and twist her words, right? And if that is being proven in court with that camera, that video evidence, right, then there's a possibility you will be charged, and it is automatically remand or a custodial sentence that you will be charged with under perjury.
Right, so we'll tell them.
Perverting the court of justice.
No comment, crew. Fuck your screws.
No comment.
Yep.
Okay, how much has he got on him?
I don't know.
She reckons the bloke's selling crank, crystal meth.
Ooh,
Kev's
but
taking
crank.
chances. The driver may have passed the breathalyzer, but they'll both be coming in for a strip search.
This poor Paul has done nothing wrong.
You just said you're gonna.
I think it's her.
I think it's 100% him, mate. This poor Polish man's.
Right, you're gonna have to come back with us and get searched, all right?
You just said.
Relax.
She's fucked.
She has crocodile tears, we call that.
Meth is one of the most dangerous drugs around and can make users ultra aggressive and psychotic.
He does look fucking up to
Doesn't he
something.
look like he's actually that bothered? He looks like
Aye.
I've done this before.
Can't understand a word any cunt said.
Wait, hold on, what's going on here?
Said you're gonna show me. You just said.
Relax.
Relax now!
We need one unit on immediate response, please.
Cuffed, the girl starts flipping out.
Do not bite me!
Bite.
Out the car now. Just leave him in there, Waller. Get out the car. Get out the car. Get out the car.
Outside the car, things don't improve.
At this moment, you're under arrest.
Do you think that's the worst thing you could do in that situation? Like just freak out and do you think you should just comply with everything but no talk?
Definitely.
She actually sounds
She's
like a
causing multiple charges now.
Aye.
Multiple charges.
Resisting arrest.
Yep.
Aye.
She sounds like a child having a tantrum.
With Kev struggling to control her, ex-Road Wars legend Dell turns up.
Oh, Dell's a legend!
They now need to get her recuffed behind
Dell's here.
Big Dell's on the scene.
Need to get Dell down.
Don't worry.
Dell.
Dell's on it.
She's nicked.
This is what you call paid liars.
Oh, aye, get the biggest paid liar in.
That
Get
Dell.
get the paid liars in.
Aye.
Just tell me where the drugs are.
I'll tell you one thing. I love a police with a black uniform.
Aye. Is that the best?
And they're just something about black uniform. I
Aye.
do like them, you know.
That actually does look cool, mate.
I don't like the high vises. I just like the old
All
school.
black.
I just like the nature of the black uniform.
Aye.
You know,
The
It's-
yellow and
it's-
blue is a bit tacky in it. It's a
Aye, I
bit
don't like the
poverty.
yellow.
Like, you know what it is, mate.
Let's start. We can.
Aye, move on. But we'll have another one though.
Right, so obviously I want to explain about the black uniform, right? So the reason why I like the black uniform is because they're corrupt, old school. See when they're driving unmarked cars and all that, right? You don't know if they're police. The only thing you realise is the wee radio start flashing. You know, like back in a few years ago, right? I was kicking about noising the police and all that, right? And the police for Kirky, right? They always had an unmarked police car. It was I think it was a black Focus, right? And they kept hanging about with this Focus, and I kept following them about. And see when they pulled me up and they said, "We need to ask you questions," and all that, I was pushing it in. I went like this, yeah. Fuck, I can smell corruption, you know. And the cop went, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
I love the smell of corruption in the morning.
And that's when I started getting a good relationship with the Kirky police. You know?
Aye.
It was funny, mate. Honestly, I love all the old school cops.
Let me ask you something. Black uniform, what colour of hat?
I love traffics, mate. I love the traffic police. There's a reason why, right? I love the traffic police. They're so professional, right? They just see when they stop you, right? They put the wee white hat on, right?
Aye.
and they go like this, "How you doing, sir? I want to request your driving license, sir." That's what they do. They act so fucking professional, mate. I know a lot of traffic cops, and mate, they're just they act so professional.
Mate,
they
if I'm
think
being
they know
honest,
everything, but they don't.
Both clips that we've shown on the Road Wars, I think the cops weren't the most professional.
Nah, they could have dealt with it a wee bit better, a wee bit more calm, a wee bit.
biting me!
But they're just English police. The Scottish police are more. They're a different breed, mate. They're a different breed.
Totally
the
different,
traffic mob is a different breed, mate. It's the only mob I like is a traffic mob, you know.
Sorry, let me ask this.
Yeah.
Best Polish motor or van or whatever, what's the see if you could own one, what would you get?
So I had a few of them before. X5 BMW 3 litre diesel or a 580 diesel 5 Series BM, you know.
That's a motor.
See these new BMWs, mate. See the big 3 litre diesel BMs. I had a few of them before, right? They're fucking fast.
Aye.
They are so fast.
Aye.
They're slidey to fuck, right? But they are so fast. I have never seen a new shape 5 Series BM that goes so fast.
Aye, like shit off a
You can
stick.
actually keep up like Focus STs. You can actually keep up. See, to be
race
honest, mate, I had an Audi A6 S-Line 3 litre TDI diesel, right? I bought it down in London. Do you know this thing had a stage 2 remap and I couldn't have it on the road? I could not keep
that
it
too
on the road.
fast?
It was a Quattro, 4-wheel drive Quattro. It was a big Audi.
Where remap?
Aye, stage 2 remap. You know,
Fucking
it was a
hell.
German mechanic. He done everything to it. He put a new auto box. Done everything to it. Very well maintained.
1,000 brake or something.
No, this thing was like close to under. I don't know. I think it was over 400 brake horsepower or something like that. So it came to a point. I bought it in a way. I couldn't believe how fast this thing was. Just right through the gears. You know.
So I tell you what I don't like, mate. I don't like the pugs. I don't like the new the Polish kicking about in the Peugeots, electric Peugeots, mate.
He's pathetic. You're not even stopping for them.
Gay as hell, mate.
I know. Electric motors.
I don't know if you know. I have a connection with somebody. Well, I used to, but not anymore. I used to buy ex-police cars. I don't know if you know that.
Aye, I remember you saying that.
Like, I actually had a Shogun as well. Big Mitsubishi Arm Response Shogun. I bought that. It was quite hard to sell, but I managed to get it sold. I made a wee bit of profit on that, and then I started buying like Focuses, Peugeots, you name it.
Love that. That was the first car that you sold that got you into selling cars then?
No, but I started buying different types of cars before I started. Well, obviously connected with this other guy, which I started buying ex-police cars, you know. But I don't speak to him anymore, so you know.
Aye, don't get the connect. Is there what? Do you want to do one? We'll get time for one more.
There's a few. Do you want to read out the descriptions of them and I'll tell you what ones are good?
Aye, you remember.
So we've got one of them is called Road Wars Madman.
No, the things I've wrote on WhatsApp would be better because I've wrote things that I would remember.
Swearing at an officer of the law.
Right, another one. Tell me another one.
Wee steaming guy. Hello, mate.
I mean, that one's funny. Stick that one.
on.
Hello, mate. Is that the start? Mate, I rewind it. This is just all a wee dafties again, mate. I want your input in these. You're an expert, mate.
Is this the one we want to watch, or is it?
Yeah, aye. It's this one.
Okay.
Someone vandalising vehicles. Strangely, these three kids are right next to the damaged motors when the officers arrive.
Be funnies.
I know.
The police are not sure if the group are involved, but are getting little cooperation.
You've got no wallet on you, no ID?
No, nothing, mate.
Steve has a butcher's at the damaged cars.
It looks like that wing mirror there has been damaged. There's a kick there.
Out volleying motors, man.
Be dafties.
What's your real name? I told you my real name, mate.
Okay, what other names do you go by?
No other names, mate.
The cocky lad is being pretty hostile, leaving Steve and his colleagues no closer to identifying the vandal. But hang on, knowing the area is covered with CCTV, they ask the operators to rewind the footage.
Here we go.
This is make or break, innit?
Evidence.
Recording after the caller
Evidence.
contacted the police. The video shows the wing mirror is already damaged and the trio are already hanging around.
That doesn't prove anything.
Wait for a clear description of any offenders. The CCTV paints a clearer picture of just what these three have been up to. Flying the flag for drunken louts, this lad takes a leak behind someone's motor, kicks a wall, beats up a bin bag, and wraps it all off by arguing with his mates.
Oh, this boy's
anger issues,
something up them.
Still don't know if he's the culprit. That is until his mate slips up.
It's not crime, it's road wars. We ain't driving. No, but you've hit a car. I hit a car.
Oh, she's been fucking grassed up, the boy.
Did she just say what I thought she did? She's just landed him right, innit?
No, but you've hit a car. I hit a car.
That's not so good, though.
Right, let's pause here.
Right, so the young deer has made a fatal mistake of owning up to the crime to the police officers that are questioning them.
The worst thing you'll ever do is if you admit to it, you are fucked. You Alexi grassed yourself in. So there you go.
And that, along with the TV evidence, the CCTV evidence, do you think this young boy's been charged?
If it is the CCTV evidence, right? Now, there's one guarantee when you go to trial, right? Now, the CCTV evidence could be on that night. You could be charged with, accused of the charge, right? So, with vandalism. So, at that point, if your face is not on it and you can't really see that face, then you could easily get away with it. And there's a defence for that offence, right? So, that point, these people, Lexi admitted themselves. Did Lexi just grassed herself in? How stupid are they?
I feel like, here's my take on this, right? Now, they were arguing earlier. It showed you arguing with the pal. I think that, is that a lassie? The blonde?
I think that's a blonde lassie.
I think she's like, I fucking don't like this guy. Because it was so obvious that you hit that car earlier in front of the police. Sure, she's trying to get him caught.
Maybe she's a fucking CID.
She's undercover.
She's a copper, bro.
I got grass.
They're all the fucking same, man.
Corruption to the core, brother.
Right, so how... Sorry, on you go, mate.
I wanted to say as well, but it's up to you, right? But see, the fact is, see gangsters, right? Now, I know a few of the gangsters, right? I know some of the heavy mob and all that. A lot of these people are high court grassies and grassies, right? They're drug dealers, they're still grassies, right? These people, you never ever trust them, right? Never ever trust anybody, because these people would do anything to get you. These people would actually put that in granny. They would get that old... You know, they will actually get the ain granny hung.
Aye.
Do you get what I'm saying? They would actually get the ain granny hung because they're high court grassies. And there's a lot of drug dealers does that type of stuff. When you see stuff like on the digger and all that, right? You see it all the time. People try to make deals. People argue with money. People try to get a name of themselves and all that, right? It's mental. It's absolutely embarrassing, mate, because these people think they're something, but they're fucking...
But at the end of the day, they're grassing everybody.
Fucking high court
And it's
grasses.
always at the fucking... I feel like when you hear about it, it's always the ones that are like quite near the top as well, like the big time. And it's obviously because they've been cornered and been like, we've got this on you. Either you're going to jail for a long time or you're constantly going to give us information on people.
I was going to come out with as well that... see the time being in prison, right? Do you know these things? You know these things with the pellers, what do you call them again? Drones, isn't it?
Aye, drones, aye.
Aye, so earlier was in the morning when I was in my bed, right? I couldn't sleep. I heard this thing, a weird thing going, you know, like that there, making a noise, right? It sounds like a hoover, right? So it was a drone coming into the jail. And when these things come in, do you know you can buy mobile smartphones, right? Like an iPhone and all that, right? You can buy them for £1,500. This is where the big money's coming from, right? All these gangs, right? These people make big money. They try and get, they try and commit a crime, they try and get remanded and all that, and then they start coming out with big money, right? All you have to do is just send a sort code and account number, that's it, the money goes in, right? Now, a lot of these people do commit big, massive crimes. They go in for a long, long time. You're looking at, well, in Berlin, the maximum you can spend in there is 4 years, right? So some of these guys are spending like just a nick over 4 years, right? So they're getting phones, they're getting pen knives, they're getting drugs and all that in, and that's where the big money. Some of these prison staff, right? See all them prison staff, they're getting money. They're getting like £5,000 or £1,000, right? And they're just getting paid, right? They're £500. You deal something for me. You do something for me, right? Or you thing with that, I'll give you £200.
Let that
right?
parcel come in.
So what they do is the thing with the phone, right? So the phone, £200, right? There you go. Give that to sell 55 or something like that, right? That's how they do it. Do you understand?
All money, innit?
Do you understand? It's all about money. It's all about making money. A lot of these prison officers, they do make a fucking amount of money.
I was listening to something about, I think it was in a Scottish where was I listening to this? I can't remember. It was really recently about a chef in a jail. He was selling bottles of vodka to the prisoners for like £100.
Was he making
£100 a bottle? Because everything's really expensive in it. Like, more, would you say things are more expensive in jail than out of jail?
So
like a packet of fags would cost you a lot more in jail than out of jail.
Well, obviously you can't buy like fags or tobacco. It's what do you call it? It's vaping things.
Oh, right, okay.
Pods, they call it.
Aye.
So obviously some of these people buy pods, right? So what they do is, you alright, mate? You got any pods on you and all that? 5 pods and I'll do you a deal and all that, right? So that's what they do. It's all about dealing. You know, there's a lot of dealing in the jail. Do you understand? So people will get like their Valium, right?
Aye.
So one of them will get a bunch of Valium, right? We'll give it to that young. Maybe they'll give 3 pods, right, for the vaping and all that. That's how they do. They deal and deal and deal, you know. Some of these guys as well, that they get vodka and they get drugs in, they get maybe like a bread knife or maybe a pen knife, maybe. You know, it depends what it is. There are things out there. There's a program with John Kemp. Sorry, Ross Kemp.
Ross Kemp,
Sorry, I
aye.
do apologise.
Bald guy.
Aye, Ross Kemp, which he done a video which he was on HMP Bellini, right? I don't know if you've seen that.
Aye.
So see the things that will come now with like mobile phones. See like just a basic phone. Do you know how much that is? £100. £100.
Just like a wee shitty.
It's
like
a SIM
Nokia.
card. You're just
Aye.
actually buying the SIM card, mate.
Aye.
You know, you're buying the SIM card for £100. That, you know, there's big money in the jail. A smartphone like an iPhone is £1,500. That's how much it is for drugs and all that. If you're wanting like what you call it, Eckies and all that, right? You're looking at for maybe £150 just to buy 1 pill.
Imagine being on Eckies in the jail.
Mate, I seen
that would be mental.
I knew a cunt. I was in a boozer once with a cunt, and he was talking about how he was just out the jail, and he was mad. He was like it was mad to be around him because he was institutionalised for ages, mate. But his money maker in the jail was getting MCAT in. And balls and that, he said like cunts would kick balls early.
Early fight, and they'd try and catch it.
Balls and shit. Yep. And he said MCAT, mate. Obviously that was like 15 quid an ounce out here, but in there it was like 40 quid a gram and that. Cunts would get full of MCAT in the jail, mate.
I wanted to ask as well, we need to maybe wrap up in about 5 minutes. See, when you're in the jail, is there, so see these guys that are in for a bit longer, they're maybe making a lot of money and that, do the prison guards treat them differently? Do they treat certain people differently, or is everybody getting treated like shit?
They will get treated differently. I have seen that myself. When I'm in the jail, right, there's people which they have a name of themselves, they will have a good job, right? Like, what do you call it? What do you call it? There's a name for it. I don't know what.
A job? What do you mean, like what? Doing something in the jail? Like
it's like
they go and work and.
Aye, it's like one of these porter prison.
Aye. Some people like help out in the gym and all that, and like they take books
help
about
out in the
that.
kitchen.
Aye.
They help things like out, like they help to clean the like maybe paint and you know, just like
It's
a
like
jail keeper thing,
like a maintenance guy, a handyman sort of thing. No.
A passman, that's it. Sorry, it took a while. My head's fucked. You know, like,
mate, you've had a big day
today. It's
today.
called a passman. That's the name of it, right? So in the jail they call it a passman, right? So what a passman does is they will get the best job, right? The reason why they get that is because they do deals with the prison officers, right?
Yeah.
So they will deal with a certain, you know, prison officers. They always stay at the same routine, right? Now, some of these prison staffs, they work 4 on and 4 off. Do you understand what I mean? Like
4 days.
Exactly, four a week, right?
Yeah.
So 4 days a week. So that's how they work. So that point, they will do a full, complete 12-hour shift, right? From 8 to 8, you know, so 8 in the morning to 8 at night. So that point, they will get them a job because the reason why they're dealing business, and that's what it is, it's all to do with business. They will give them money. The prison officer will give the passman something, and it's all about making deals.
Corruption, mate.
It's corrupt to the core, mate. It's a lot of corruption. You will never imagine how corrupt the system is, mate.
Mate, we know now because how much you've enlightened us on the topic, mate, 'cause I didn't have a clue.
The reason why I study criminal law, mate, right, I don't trust some of the lawyers, right? I'd never ever trust them at all. I don't trust the Fiscals and all that, right? They're very sneaky some reason. There's a lot of these people believe in this demonic shit like witchcraft and all that, right? That's what they deal with, right? See, there's Fiscals there. See, I was going to ask as well, see murderers, right? Do you believe their eyes turn funny? And that in your honest opinion?
What, like when they're about to kill? Something takes over them sort of thing?
So attempted murder or a murder, right? Do you believe their eyes turn weird? Do you believe that?
When they're doing it?
Like if I was looking at someone, if I say there was a murderer about to kill me and he's coming up with a knife, do you mean he's got crazy eyes like a dog or something?
So let me establish something, right? See a murderer, right? You know, let's just say a woman murdered a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you know even as well you can be charged with a domestic of a murder? Did you know that?
No.
You can actually be charged with a domestic. It's the same thing as a murder. A domestic is a very serious crime. There's a lot of men in the prison that go in for domestic, you know, they get charged for it. They even get remanded like for 18 months, you know, remanded for 18 months for no reason at all because a domestic because a woman argued with, you know, with her husband and all that, right? So anyway, I was going to say, let's just say, example, a woman murdered her husband, right? And you believe, well, you knew that she murdered him, right? Do you believe, in your honest opinion, that she's got her eyes all weird? Like, do you believe her eyes are very weird some reason?
I would.
Like the devil's in her or something.
Like the eyes are pure weird. They're black. They're very narrow.
I know what you mean.
Do you get what I'm saying?
They look different when you look at their eyes. It's
Exactly, their eyes are very
eyes.
weird. I notice a lot of these men. See, when I was in the jail, mate, right? I'm not lying to you, mate. I am telling you the most truth, right? I was in Berlin just 51 months, 51 months there. I was remanded. This guy, which I was in, he was in Black Hill, I think he was from.
Right.
He was being shot with a shotgun. And he showed me the mark on the side of his leg. And I said to him, I said, mate, I said, you're very lucky. I said, you never lost your leg, you know? I said, you're very lucky you never lost your leg. You know, this guy had like machetes all over his body, it was cuts, everything. He had a slash from there with a razor. That was when he was in the jail. There's a lot of these guys that spend like 20 years in and out of the jail. There's guys about 40 or 50 years old. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. We for sure, mate. There's a lot of fucking troubled people out there.
There is.
Definitely. In our prison systems.
That's us, mate. That was amazing, mate. Honestly, we love having you on. We'll do it again. We'll wait a wee while, let a bit of drama build, and we'll do it again, mate.
Definitely.
100 episodes. People, there's been whispers in the wind. What he's got to do for the 100th? It's coming up. There was really only one thing we could do, mate. The greatest guest in Riley's Gaff history, I would say. Would you say?
Hands down.
What do you think of that?
Hello. So
sorry, you get used to it.
Right, okay.
You're better just holding it there constantly.
Right, no problem. Well, it's been amazing. Thank you very much for inviting me over to your new scenery of your new studio.
Aye.
So it's quite amazing. So hopefully you climb up in the ladder.
Aye.
And I believe this is your 100th episode.
100th episode.
So minted.
Brilliant, mate. I'm so happy you came back because obviously there was a wee while we were on the ropes, Lee. Weren't we? But just for a wee day or two, we were a bit. I mean, because this is a thing, man. Nobody loves you more than Riley's Gaff loves you, mate. We've backed you for day one. Day one, we're like, this is the fucking guy.
Mm-hmm.
And there was maybe some things you seen on the podcast, you're like, I'm not too happy with that. And I think I know what it was, and we can talk about it, right? Because we were saying, I don't think he's actually at court that much. Surely he can't be at court that much. Would you say you are actually at court that much?
So, the reason why I studied law, I done it for my own benefit, is I went and studied law, right? I think it was it the first episode of Riley's Gaff? And I was kind of in the middle of it. I don't know what year it was. Do you know roughly what year it was?
2022 maybe?
2021, something like that.
Was it 2021? Maybe it was before that. Maybe it was before the first episode. I don't know. I can't really remember. There's a lot goes into my mind. But anyway, that point, the reason why I study law is because obviously I've done it for my own benefit, but I usually help other people as well. That's what I do.
So do you think, because there's a really old video of you and you look very different in it, you've got a shaved head and that, and you say, I'm proper old school and I love committing crime. Did you study law because you knew I'm going to get into a world of crime here? I need to know how to defend myself.
So, during COVID, right, the start of COVID, that point, yes, I did got myself into trouble, and that point, I was just an idiot, you know what I mean? So, yes, I kind of climbed up the ladder, fall down the ladder, so on and so forth, right? But end of the day, it's everybody makes mistakes, but everyone is willing to change their lives around. So that's what I'm trying to do just now, and I'm trying to change my life around and just maybe give back to the people in the community. That's what I'm trying to do.
So you think even for the first episode that we done, you've maybe grown up a bit and maybe matured a bit, or?
Yes, I'm mature now because obviously I'm 31 years old, right? But end of the day, I kind of just cracked down with the TikTok videos. I have nearly over 50,000 videos, 50,000 followers. I mean, so it is starting to get quite big now. I'm very popular down in England. I just no long ago been to Manchester, and there was a police officer, let's just say a police constable with a moustache, and I bumped into him in Manchester, and this copper knew me from TikTok. So that just shows you I'm getting quite very popular from social media.
You were doing some videos down south, weren't you? Were you doing some?
I'm always up and down Manchester, so obviously I work for myself. I usually buy and sell cars, and maybe half the majority I'm down for maybe a speeding ticket or some kind of court case down in England. So I just won 2 court cases a few months ago, and that was it. What a brilliant result. One down in Birmingham, and the other one was down in Teesside, just not that far away from Newcastle. So that was a minted result.
Was it just speeding?
Just a speeding case.
Do you like to go?
It was a speeding case, and the other one was a 172, a 1988 the Road Traffic Act. It was to do with false information. So it was to do with a fraud case, and the 2 of them has actually been dropped. So minted result.
Were you representing yourself?
I did. I represent. Most of the time I was represent myself anyway. So
that's a good result. So what is it about Manchester that you love?
Why do I like Manchester? I don't know. It looks like New York, you know. Like, it's not just Manchester. I go to London, I go to different places all over England. But most of the time, I always spend most of my time down in England. I don't know why, but I'm just kept busy all the time. So, yes, the part of it, the reason why, because obviously I buy and sell cars, and that's what I do. So, last year, I actually made over £10,000 in the last 3 months. Crazy, you know. Just buying old bangers.
Wheeling and dealing?
No, exactly.
What exactly, see when you get them, do you go, can you almost see the car and you go, I could fucking, that's a diamond, I could get that.
The reason why, so what I do is, when I go and see a car, right, I look at a car, either Facebook, Marketplace or Gumtree, right? Cars down in England, they're a lot cheaper down there. They're a lot well maintained, and what cars up in Scotland. The reason why is because I think my understanding is cars down in England, they kind of spend more up and down motorways and dual carriageways.
Right, so they're no stopping and starting.
Exactly, right. I think maybe people want their cars very well maintained and keep them good. So I think people down in England, they go by the book, do you know what I mean? So
like service history and all that.
Exactly, they got full service history, they have full years MOT, they have, you know, like a lot of receipts and paperwork and all that. One car I have just now is a Vauxhall Insignia, and the car's got full service history, brand new diamond belt and a water pump, and it's a top of the range one.
Much.
And I gave £1,300.
Nice.
It's got a full year's MOT. Car's worth about £2,500. Do you know what I mean?
How quickly you get that? Do you bring it back up here and sell it, or do you just flip it, just go flip?
I just take them back up in Scotland and then I sell them. That's what I do. There were one Vauxhall Insignia. It was a Vauxhall Insignia Estate, right? SIX, is it a VX line edition?
Right, you're better than me at this.
It's basically a sports model, they call it, right? It's got fancy names. That was the same as well, full service history and all that. And I bought that car for £1,100, right? Sold it for £2,000, and it was advertised less than 24 hours, and it was sold like that there. And the guy knew me from TikTok.
Does your like national fame help you sell these cars? Do you think there's a bit that they want the motor, but most of it is to come and meet the man?
Just want to get near you.
The reason why I do this, right, I do not put my face, I don't put nothing like that up, right, because you get idiots. They're called trolls, enemies. And that's when trolls and enemies will target you, right? They'll try their best. And when a narcissistic person tries get in touch with you, they won't leave you alone after that. They will keep trying
because you fed them.
Bully you. Exactly. They'll try and bully you. They'll try and they'll try everything under the sun, right, to try and get you fucked, right? They'll report you to the police, everything. That happened to me before. Traffic cops actually pulled me up and they said that I was drunk driving a car. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you've seen one of the videos.
Probably have seen it. I can't
so apparently there were 7 traffic cars and surrounded me, and somebody reported me and told lies, said I was drunk driving a motor vehicle.
Just being trolls?
Aye, just near the fucking Royal Infirmary Hospital.
I know where you are.
You know where the college is and
aye,
there. So I got stopped there early hours in the morning. That point, traffic cops surrounded me, dragged me out the car. It says, you've been drunk driving. When you blow into this, you know. Breathalyze me, fuck all, 0, right? what can the traffic cops do, right? Jump in your motor and fuck off. That's what the traffic cops say.
Yeah, I'm wanting to know what's the biggest profit margin you've made on one of the whips?
So, the best one I ever made, right? And I'm going to tell you, one day I have bought what was that again? A Vauxhall Insignia again. Vauxhall Insignias are so good sellers.
Gold?
Them cars sell like
taxi driver motor, by the way. Taxi drivers they'll get a Vauxhall
Insignias. I don't know why. They're so good sellers. Yeah. They're really good sellers, right? That was last year, right? That's when I made over £10,000 in 3 months, right? That point, I have made in one day, it was £3,500, £3,500, right? So I sold the Vauxhall Insignia, right? I got £1,000 back. And that point, I swapped it for a Ford Focus, right? The guy gave us £1,000. That point, the same day, advertised the Focus, right? Guy put a full year's MOT on it. Next thing, what happened? And that same day, a few hours later, I think it was like less than 2 or 3 hours later, guy messaged me. He says, I'm interested in the car. Put it up for £2,500.
Oh.
Made £3,500 in one day. Couldn't you believe it?
By the way, do you know what I'm thinking about, right? Have you seen these people? Like, I think Andrew Tate and all that. There's some other people.
No.
You know him? Andrew Tate?
I heard of
I heard of him. He does like, I think called Hustlers University, where he gets people to pay him every month to teach them how to do whatever he does. I think you could do it with a motor flipping,
Would you be up for that? Would you be up for like being like, you know how I don't know if you've seen it, Kaz Milligan done it like an ebook, and it was like, I'll show you how to get big in social media and all that. Would you do one for like, I'll show you how to buy and sell motors, or you want to kind of keep this industry?
I like
for
to
yourself?
kind of just keep it to myself, right? Maybe I would a possibility I might do the same as what Kaz Milligan does to show a level of understanding how to buy and sell cars or how to flip them, right? There's a guy which he follows me, he's down in England, called Chris. I don't know what's his second name. He flips cars and vans, you name it, right? He stays near Newcastle, right? And that point, he's a big fan of mine. He followed me, right? And I bought one of the cars off him. It was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, right? Thing was scrap. I mean scrap, right?
Is it gubbed?
Next following day, the thing was draining his battery and everything, you know. But I managed to get it sold anyway. So I swapped it for a fucking Ford Fiesta, a 10 plate. But the Mercedes was only a 52 plate or something. Thing was scrapped, you know what I mean? So
still, but when you get, so like for other people that are flipping motors, maybe you would get given a bit of like a hunk of shit and you would think, I'm fucked here, but you're still getting ready, getting the Fiesta.
So you have to kind of think quick. You have to kind of act quick. So, like, I see myself buying X5 BMWs. They're good sellers as well, especially this time of the year. People wants to buy them. Why? Because number one, they want to use it to pull cars. They want to use it for recovery trucks or like pulling transport trailers or you name it, right? Or they want to either use it to ram cars off the road or something like that. My pal of mine, he stays down in Bradford, right? And there's a lot of fucking crime down there, right? So it's mental. Now, last year, I was staying down there because obviously I had 2 warrants outstanding last year, right? And that point, I was hiding away from the fucking police and all that, right? They caved the door in while I was staying in Cumbernauld. They searched the full house and all that, right?
Did they, aye?
So that point, you have to think smart, you know what I mean? I still have my own fucking old traffic uniform. I don't know if you remember the old police uniform.
How could we forget?
So I took everything. I took all my fucking shit, packed it into the fucking car and fucked off down to England, right? And what I did was I fucking changed the SIM card, right? Fucked off with that. And I went and got myself one of these pay-as-you-go SIM cards, right?
Yep.
So the police could not fucking track or trace me or nothing, right? They can actually track and trace you, right? But fuck them, because you have to actually think 10 steps ahead with these bastards, right? Fuck the police, I'm not interested in them. Fuck the fucking shower of shites. That is exactly what they are, right? So anyway, they were busy looking for me. I don't know how the fuck they actually put me on the news as well, right?
Did they?
Aye, they did. Aye, they actually put me on the news, asking that we're trying to look for Lee Southerland and all that. That's what But anyway, I drove down to England. I stayed down there for about 3 or 4 months, right? And then I was up for something else, and then I handed myself in. And then that point, that's when fucking social workers tell lies. So I had community service, and obviously I breached that. Why would I breach that? Fucking lies. Do you know what I mean? Fucking criminal justice social workers in Cumbernauld. Fucking witches. That's what they are. Do you know what I mean? So that point, what they did was they tell lies. They actually tell lies over 5 or 6 pages, right? I was in Ballina, HMP Ballina last year, spent 51 days, right? I was in since October, I think it was the 5th of October, I think. And then I was out on, what was it, the 7th of December, I think? No, the 18th of December. And then that point, I managed to get out the skin of my teeth, right? Because I served time for 51 days. 2 cases, been admonished. That was a good result.
Class.
And I gave the best speeches what I can actually give. Do you know what I mean? And you should always remember there's always a defence for every offence out there.
You remember that.
You must always remember that.
Can I ask, mate, just because you mentioned HMP Ballina there, it reminded me, have you heard about HMP Glasgow?
No, I did die.
What's happening with that?
Mate, up Royston, there's a £450 million project.
Aye, because it's overcrowding, isn't it?
Aye, so they're getting rid of Ballina and moving everybody there, and then Ballina's going to be like people are saying it's going to be a museum or something. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, in Ballina?
Aye, like what they going to do with Ballina?
There's a thing inside Ballina. When I was remanded for 51 days, there was a thing, they posted a thing up, right? It's in the library somewhere, and it tells you all the layout and the works and all that, right? I think it's 2027, they're planning to go ahead and make this HMP Glasgow thing, right? So that is possibly what the target of that date. I think that's when they're wanting to go ahead with that.
Aye, it's happening now.
Aye, it's getting made now. But I think it's 2027. I don't know what month it is, but that's a rough estimate. You understand?
So do you think that the people in Ballina, now you've been in there, aye?
No.
So do you think the people in there will be glad that they're getting moved?
Ballina, HMP, every jail is a shithole, is a dump. Do you know what I mean?
Even a brand new one, do you think they'll purposely make it shite?
Well, it possibly would be, aye, because it'll still be a lockdown jail, especially because it's going to be transferred from HMP Ballina to HMP Glasgow. It's still going to be a 23-hour lockdown jail because that's the way Glasgow is.
Yep.
And you know, people from Glasgow, they don't mix well. Do you understand? Like from Blackmill or Easterhouse or like from Govan or something like that. Do you understand? So, like people always fighting one another or maybe recognise their face and say, oh, by the way, listen you wee fanny, as an example, right? Listen you, you still owe me money, or your pal still owe me money. If you didn't give us the money, right, you're going to get a doing, right? So that point, they call a thing called, is it a Chelsea face or a smile
Chelsea
face?
smile.
Aye.
Or something like that, aye. So obviously in Berlin, they give you a razor in the morning. These guys snap the razor, right? They take the blade out and then they hand the razor back after they're done with it. But these staff members, the prison officers, right, they don't look at the fucking blade inside it. As long as they put the thing into the basket, that's it. But as long as the what do you call it? The inmates, the inmates, right? As long as they keep the blade, that's when they kind of do fucking damage at that point. You know what I mean? And these guys don't care. They're not interested. They're happy to do another 3 or 4 year serve time. You know what I mean? Because that's their second home.
That's scary,
Do you know what I mean? So
What would you say? Because you've been in Berlin and Adwell, is that right? You've been in any other ones?
I've been in 3 jails, HMP Dumfries as well.
What's HMP Dumfries like?
Dumfries is
Tractors and all that.
It's a wee small jail.
You're
You
in
know what I
Twa,
mean?
they say
I was coming back from England, and me and my pal, and then obviously we swapped round. I was in the passenger side. He never had any fucking license and all that, right? And I was stupid enough. I was on TikTok and all that, right? And a fucking cop knew me. I was on, look up on the news, it tells you about it, right? Lee Southerntherland on TikTok live, off-duty cop, recognised me, know I was on bail and all that 77 curfew, right?
Type button.
And that point, I fucked it. They knew exactly where I was. Traffic car pulled behind us, waited for us at the top. Before we got before we passed by fucking Hamilton and all that, right? Right, that point. Next thing what happened, traffic car pulled right in, I think it was Lockerbie or something.
Aye.
So that point,
Disaster.
and I went mental. Do you know what I mean? I literally went fucking mental. And that's when I was staying in Paisley, it was, right? And then the next thing was, that's when I was in Paisley Sheriff Court and the fucking judge says, you're getting remanded, blah, 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 fuck you. You know what I mean?
And then you end up in, is that how you end up in Dumfries? HMP
I was,
Dumfries.
that's the reason why I was in there. But apparently it's it is a paedophile's jail.
Is it? Aye.
No. So the two buildings.
What were you doing in there?
One is a remanded jail, right, for just normal people.
Right.
The other hall, right, the other building, it is for beasts and pedos.
Oof.
Because it's only a one jail. It's only a wee small jail.
Aye.
So
It's just
shocking,
full
innit?
of
So
pedos.
see these jails, right? See, now, there might be people watching this that have got maybe a court date coming up and they might be looking at doing a bit of time, right? What would you say to them is the best way to just get through life in jail?
Listen, if you commit a crime, the best thing to do is watch what you're doing. But it's tough, do you know what I mean? Especially domestics, women, partners or girlfriends or whatever, right? These people get you the fucking jail, do you know what I mean? And there's so many guys out there and they do get remanded, they go in. Listen, there's two you get a summary or you get a petition, right? Remand. And that point, you can actually serve up to 5 years for especially a domestic, because a domestic is a serious crime. Do you know what I mean? So you're dealing with like battering your wife, your partner, or you're smashing the house up, or you can especially go up for like attempted murder and all that as well. For domestic as well. It's quite serious.
So
do you know what I mean?
What would you do? So say somebody on this get in the jail, say they're going up for a year, they're getting a year in Berlin.
So a year.
What would you do if you were that person? If you were going into the jail, how would you act? Would you go and battle the biggest guy in there, or would you try and stay low? Or
Like, listen, if you're going to get remanded for a year, right, and you be kept in for 1 year, right? Listen, just keep your head down and do the time. You know what I mean? So be honest with the prison officers. Tell them exactly that you have enemies or that, and just be truthfully. Do you know what I mean? Just keep your head down. Don't start grinning. Don't start like try to be the big man in the fucking jail or that, because you're going to end up having a sore face with these people, because most of the majority, there's guys in there for domestics, there's guys in there which are in for like old money and drugs and stuff like that. Listen, there's this world, this generation we live in, is a different generation we live in now, because people don't care their actions now, because Berlin is like a second home to them. Do you know what I mean?
And do you think that was different back in the day?
It's still the same, but yes, it is different. But I think, like, 10 years of a different generation, right? I believe deep down there were a lot of knife crime, right, in Glasgow. Especially we Neds know that, right? Or like men, they don't care. All they're interested in is taking a penknife, carrying a penknife and slash you. They don't care. Do you know what I mean? And it's all about drinking and getting boozed up with alcohol, with buckfast and all that. And that's what it is, binge drinking. Why? Because I think it's well before TikTok, but I think it's kind of calmed down a wee bit because of the knife crime, because of the TikTok now. Yes, there's a lot of court cases with people in court grassing one another. There's so many grasses now, especially this TikTok and social media and all that, right? People are trying out people out, accusing people that, you know, like, you're a beast and all that, right? As an example. Listen, it's not they're going to get themselves into trouble, it's yourself. They're the ones that's grassing and putting the phone up and say, by the way, Mr. A, I want to report to Police Scotland that you have, that this person on TikTok is causing a crime. So if you report that matter, you're the ones going to get into trouble and telling lies. Do you understand what I mean? Does that make sense?
If you phone and lie about it.
Exactly. If you phone and lie about it, you're going to get yourself into trouble.
Yep.
And most of the majority of this generation we live in, there's a lot of it's going about now, especially with TikTok and social media. You understand?
Aye. Smells like corruption.
Smells like corruption. Corrupt to the fucking core. Speaking of TikTok, now we need to get into it, right? Since the last time we were in here, it was just before the boxing match, the famous boxing match that took place at the Normandy, and everything was rosy in the garden. Everything was going great. You and Kaz had a great relationship. You were saying, look, me and Kaz are only arguing for a bit of banter and whatever. And then I don't know what happened, but then let's just take it back to the Normandy Hotel. Now, me and Jamie were commentating on the boxing. We get there that night and we hear whispers in the room. Lee Southerland's going to turn up here with 5 guys in a motor. What went down that night?
Right. Let me explain, right? So, I was on TikTok, right? And I was trying to look for a job and all that, right? I managed to get myself a job. The reason why I did this is because I asked people on TikTok for a wee bit of help to get me a job. Yes, I have got a job, right? Who was interfered with this job? Kaz Milligan.
With this current job?
This man, exactly right, but it's not about the job as well. He interfered with the TikTok videos. He actually put his foot step ahead, right? And he wanted to interfere with my, like, this guy is just mental. Do you know what I mean? Like, listen, I said to Kaz, I says, why are you trying to interfere with him? Oh, we managed to help Lee Southerland to get a job. He even spoke to the guy, right? I was supposed to have the interview for this van sales job the next following day, right? Before that day happened, he was the one to contact that guy on Instagram. I took a screenshot and I sent it to Kaz, and he was the one interfere with the interview. And he says, oh, I'm wanting to help Lee Southerland out. I want to try and, you know, I want to have a name of myself because I want to show everybody on TikTok who I am, as an example, right? Now, I don't know why Kaz Milligan wanted to go ahead with this, right? But he did. The guy made about over 10 worth of videos on TikTok mentioning about my name, doing this, doing that, right? So anyway, moving on. That point, I managed to get the job, and I said I did got the job. Next thing what happened is Kaz Milligan wanted to come down, and then that point he like he wanted to chase clout again, and that point he's just fucking irritating. Do you understand?
So did you sort that job for yourself, and Kaz was just kind of...
It was myself who got the job.
Kaz,
you know what I
Kaz
mean?
is pretty, because he was on this podcast and he was saying, I helped him and I got him that job and then he fucked it. So that's Kaz didn't get you that job.
It was myself who got the job.
Right.
He never got me the job, but he was phoning other people to try and get me a job. He was only interested in his chasing clout. That's all he was only interested in.
So that for then, is that how the sort of relationship you had sort of soured and you stopped kind of being pals because you were like, this guy's just trying to get clout off me?
So, that point, I was in the job, right? The guy's phone was getting rang. I was putting videos up. The guy asked me to help him to sell his vans, right? I never even got much as £1 off the guy, right? I was supposed to get paid anyway, but he never paid us, right? So anyway, I wasn't really interested. That point, next thing what happened is Kaz Milligan interfered with the interview, right? Next thing what happened is he said, no, sorry, before that, he phoned me up and he says, by the way, what's going on with this job? Why did you leave the job? I said, because there's so many idiots. I says, going to this guy's job and he's trying to interfere with the job, right? I says, I left the job and that was it. I says, I couldn't really handle it, right? That point, I had a lot of things in my mind. Obviously, that point, right? The other stuff. So anyway, next thing what happened, my head was bouffing, right? My head was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you understand? So next thing, that Kaz Milligan was trying to interfere with a lot of things. That's when we kind of broken into this friendship thing, right? And then the next thing is, he says, oh, well, if you're not going to bother helping, then I'm not going to bother you, right? Well, I told him to go and fuck everything, right? I told him to go and fuck your generation, fuck your mother and all that, right? I told him to go and fuck your granny's cunt and all that. That's what I said. That's what I said to him, right? And
Is this a rap battle?
That's when I went mental, right? I kind of just went mental and I told him, I said, you're a fucking beast and all that, right? And I told him, I said, you're only interested in this wee fucking wee wains and all that. I says, on that fucking TikTok and that. I said, you're fucking wrong, Ian. I said, you go and lick your fucking mother and all that. That's what I said to him. I did. I went mental, right?
Aye.
So the next thing is he went mental, right? So that's when I think it was the same time it was the boxing event, wasn't it?
It was coming up.
And then the second time I was supposed to go to the boxing event, but I wasn't invited.
But did you turn up? Did I see you cruising by in a car? No,
I think it was. Don't think it was the second time. I think it was the main one.
See,
it was the main event.
Because there was a. Because there was like a Mind the Press conference and you were there, the first one, and then there was like a weigh-in thing, but you didn't come to that. But I'm talking, see the night.
It was a weigh-in. I remember.
But the actual night.
I was there.
Were you?
I was there.
The weigh-in.
I was there.
Well, yeah,
no, you were at the boxing gym, I know. You were at the boxing gym for the shadow boxing or whatever.
Aye, but that was after the argument. Aye.
But let's just talk about the night. The night
of the actual fight.
Aye, so
what actually happened? Because we were inside and we were only hearing, Lee's just swung by in an X5 with 4 guys and all that and left, and then you were
Vauxhall Migo was.
Oh, was it?
But you didn't swing by.
My mistake, sorry.
So
what? Blue lights. Did you not remember?
I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
No, we were inside. We had to.
Aye. So tell us what happened that night.
Right. So I'm going to tell you what happened. Right. So the day before that happened, I remember Kaz Milligan and Sean Paul, right? They were speaking together on TikTok Live, right? I was listening to everything what was getting said, right? That was the big day for tomorrow they were discussing about. That point, Sean Paul is a wee shitebag, right? He's scared of me. That's his main prerogative. You know what I mean?
Is he scared of you?
Aye, of course he's scared. The guy is like the biggest shitebag. Like, I don't know, right? That's just a lot. It's a lot to talk about, right? So anyway, Sean Paul was saying to Kaz Milligan, right? And he said, is Lee Southerland going to be there? And Kaz Milligan says, no, there's going to be multitudes of SIA badge holders, security guards, and the police is going to be there. Did that happen? Of fucking course it did happen, right? So the next following morning, I decided to fuck in the fucking car, fucking get to that fucking hotel place, right? Renfrew, isn't it?
Aye, Renfrew, aye.
I fucking drove down there early in the morning. I think it was about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock or something like that, right? And then the next thing was, before I got there, what happened? I got stopped by the police, right? Just before around the corner, the police were travelling. Even that response was driving up and down. Now, how the fuck did that happen? Did Kaz Milligan actually say something?
Do you think
know
he
what I mean?
informed the
I think
police?
he actually put a wee word to 101 and contact the police, right? And said to the police, it says, by the way, Lee Southerland's going to turn up with like 10 guys or whatever, right? As a prime example, right? Could be, I don't know. But anyway, there were a lot of police cars travelling up and down that road, right? A Ford Transit custom, one of these police van type of things, right? Police van pulled behind me, right? He says, oh, how you doing? I thought I definitely recognise you. I says, oh, is that right? Aye. I says, could you step out? I said, could you move? No, could you walk back a wee bit, right? I says, I need to get out. I want to speak to you and all that, right? So I said to the constable, I said, you acting on your oath as a constable?
You always need to ask that.
Don't start that. Yeah, that's what the copper said, right? Don't start this piss, right? That's what he said to me. He said, well, what's your plans? What's your journey? I says, I'm just out floating about and all that. I said, just riding about. All right, okay. I says, are you aware that there's a boxing event? No. I says, I don't know what you're talking about. That's what I said, because you need to play
10 steps ahead.
So at that point, multitudes of police cars came, right? 4 police cars came, right? Guy was on the radio, Lee Southerland, you know, that's harsh DL checks, you know, that shite talk, right? Now, I don't understand a word of that, any of that shite, right? So I went up to him and I says, what's the reason, why are you on your radio? I says, mention my name and all that. I said, you've been quite suspicious there, right? And he says, oh, no, nothing to worry about and all that. Next thing, you hear the sirens coming, right? Less than like 2 minutes, right? Police cars, vans, you name it, right? Says, Mr. Sutherland, how you doing? I says, is there anything you have in your car? I said, no. I said, nothing at all. I said, am I cautioned or detained and all that? That's what I said to him, right? No, not at all, no. We need to ask you a few questions. I says, are you any chance that you going to the boxing event? I said, do you know anything about it? You know, they would try to antagonise me to try and get answers, you know. Obviously, I never said fuck all, right? No. So I don't know what you're talking about. Play dumb, play stupid, right? So that point, right, okay, no bother. Done checks and all that. This is, right, no bother. You're a free man, right? Before I walked away from them, I heard they were talking about me, right? He says, watch that cunt. That's what that copper said. And I went like, I said, excuse me? I says, did I not just hear what you said there? I said, watch that cunt. I say, have you got something to say? I say, see if I got that recorded. I says, I would actually give that and hand it to the fucking puck of professional standards.
Yep.
See the colour of that copper? It went jet white as the colour of that ball. The copper went, he shot himself.
Do you get sharp ears?
And see that policewoman, right? Now the colleague says, oh, just watch him. He says, you know him from TikTok. I say, it's quite dangerous. I says, he likes to antagonise the fucking police and that. He says, he will do it. You know what I mean? And then his colleague says, all right, on you go. You're free to go. You know, that's what he said. And that was it, you know.
Just for driving a bit, know what I mean?
Because of Kaz Milligan, his big mouth, you know. His big chukta mouth, he fucking
So did you know, so that was it early in the morning, right? And then at night when the actual fights were on, did you came, because I'm certain, right, I came outside and it was like, oh, Lee Southerland's here, and then you tried to get in, they didn't let you in.
I managed to get in. It was during the day.
Right.
It was fans. It was 3 guys, right? They were supporting the property boss, right? It was a fire exit. So at that point, I was just kind of walking about and just chatting to a lot of people in the car park in the hotel, right? That point, the next thing what happened is these wee 3 guys, oh, Lee, come in and all that. We will invite you to come in. You know, he says, invite you to come in. Just come in and all that, big man. I says, we're here to, you know, we're big fans, right? That's the wee guys, right? We're here to support the property boss and all that, right? Oh, fuck cars and all that, right? So anyway, I was in, right? And the next thing was I was in for like, I don't know, less than 10 minutes, roughly, right? This great big security guy, you know him?
The big tall one?
The big tall
guy?
Aye, the one that kind of like to look after Kaz Milligan, right? That's the same. You, out now.
Yeah, he's a big boy, you know, but I would have said, yes, sir, no bother, I'm out.
You know what I did?
What?
I said, go and fuck you, you fucking prick. That's what I said. No, that's what I did. I said, fuck you. I said, go and fuck you and lick your fucking insides of your wife's cunt. That's what I said to him,
What
right?
did he say back to that? Did he say it?
And then I think it was Kaz Milligan's dad. He came as well, but Kaz Milligan was hiding.
Did he square
in
up?
one of the rooms? No, he says, you out now. He's a wrong you and all that. That's what he was saying to me, right? I said, fuck you as well, you baldy-headed bastard. That's what I said to him, right? Fuck yous. Fucking pair of pricks. That's what I said to him, right? And then I just walked out. And he was going like, hey, can I shove me, right? I said, you shove me again? I says, I will fucking kick your fucking face in. That's what I said to him.
With the big man?
No,
Or
it was Kaz Milligan's dad, right? And he says, you think you're a big man or not? You fuck all. I says, you just wait and see what happens. I says, you touch me again. I says, I will knock fucking you. That's what I said to him, right? I says, I'll show you what a boxer is. I says, I'll tear the face right clean off you together. That's what I said to him, right? So anyway, that point, the guy never even touched me. And then he says, out now, out. That's what he said, right? And I think it was Kaz Milligan's dad told that security guy to tell the other security guys, he says, to tell all them to make aware that Lee Southerland's prowling about, right? Which I was prowling about. I do not give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? I'm not scared of anything. I'm not one of these Sean Pauls that are like a big fairy, right, on TikTok and say, oh, like that there. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big fairy like Sean Paul. He's the one's a big fairy, and that's including Kaz Milligan. Do you know what I mean?
Kaz and Sean Paul, big fairies.
Pair of fairies, that's what they are.
Pair of fairies.
So
true.
So you end up going, do you know what? The two of them, I would dust them both. It's not even worth it. You head out, and then it kind of died down a wee bit after that, didn't it?
It did die.
But then,
kinda.
fast forward, right? Yous are kind of still. He's making a video, you're making a
By
video.
the way, see that Kaz Milligan? Do you know he phoned the police on me, right? And the police came to my door, right? Got a chap for the door, like that there, right? And I don't like chaps for the door, right? I kind of get a wee bit nervous because I don't like getting arrested or that, right? So anyway,
Who does?
So that point, that's when Kaz Milligan started doing his wee bitchy wee TikTok lives, right? Saying, I managed to get Lee Southerland banned from Perth, right?
Aye, I remember he was saying that.
How the fuck could you actually get banned from Perth? Only one thing it can actually get you banned from Perth is the fucking courts. It needs to be a fucking judge, a sheriff. It can actually ban you from court. And
how
the
do they-
police can't ban you from Perth. He can't ban you from Perth. Do you know what I mean?
You can go to Perth whenever you want, mate.
Well, you did prove that.
Exactly.
How would you even ban somebody for a city? You know what I mean? Would they put up big walls or something?
Big posters of your face, do not let this man in Perth.
Wanted. That's what it was like at the boxing thing. But it was that wanted, man. It was
See, the fact is, right, I think, see because Milligan and Sean Paul, see how the rest of these wee dafties, right, I think they're jealous of me because I'm
Right.
getting quite high viewers.
Mhm.
You understand what I mean?
Makes sense.
So I did give Kaz Milligan a second chance and he wouldn't accept it, so fuck him. You know what I mean?
Well, we because there was a plan. We had a plan for Lee and Kaz.
I mind we were talking to you, so we'll tell you this. Our plan was to get, in the height of all the drama, we wanted to get Lee in and Kaz, set up a wee podium. This was during the US presidential election debate sort of time, and we wanted to get these two guys in suits in here, and we wanted to get them debating each other. And at first, Kaz wanted to do it. He was up for it. And then Lee was like, fuck it, I'll do it, I'll come down. And then Kaz didn't want to do it all of a sudden.
Was it no?
Because he's a big shite,
well,
that's the problem.
Was it no? Because did you not go back up to
I did,
Perth?
right. So I'm going to explain what happened, right?
I tell us about driving to Perth, because this is madness.
So I directly went straight up to Perth, right? And I went off my fucking nut, right? And I asked Kaz Milligan, I said, come out now, right? No, my neighbours and all that, right? I said, well, fucking come out now. I says, and I'll take you for a square go right now because I'm happy obliged to do it, right?
Why did you do that? Why did you want to fight with him?
Because I wanted to kick his face in.
Right,
I wanted
fair
to punch the wee prick about, you know what I mean? And knock a bit of common sense into his nut, right? That's what I wanted to do. So, but the wee prick would not learn his lesson. So he needs good proper discipline. I'll show the wee prick what fucking discipline is. You know what I mean?
Do you think it would be discipline as in a fist fight or maybe just bend him your leg and give him a spank.
Just put him down on the ground and a couple of wee jabs into the face, and then maybe a nice wee kick in the back of the head, right? And knock the fucking common sense right out of his fucking head. You know what I mean? And learn that wee guy a good proper lesson. Because I know the property boss gave him a good proper doing, right? And I know the fact that we all know the property boss was going to win, but that wasn't fair. Do you know what I mean? That wasn't fair. But I know, understand was that on somebody to be like level weights and all that. You know what I mean?
I think it was because hundreds of people were going on TikTok after that saying, how did the property boss no win that? But it was because the property boss came in so over the agreed weight that they were like, this can't actually be a contest. It needs to be like an exhibition. So no matter who's winning the fight, there can't be an actual winner. But I think Kaz would say that anybody that watched it, obviously property boss won. It was maybe a bit of a daft decision to fight him. I wouldn't fight the property boss, to be honest. So you just gone to Sean Paul. Now I want to give you a chance to clear this up. Now, Sean Paul did upload a video and he's on the phone to you and he's saying, oh, we drinking my knob, you think my knob's good, and how much you pay for eye contact.
That was video, I remember, yes. So the reason why, let me explain why, right? Now, I know Sean Paul's gay, right? 100% he was gay, because a lot of people were sending me, now, you know what people are like on social media, right? They like to send shit from A to B and all that, right? But see, the fact is with Sean Paul, right? I think everyone knows from the whole UK that Sean Paul is 100% gay. Did you know saw the video that it was him and that fucking Ryan, his wee boyfriend, was sitting in the back seat? That was guaranteed that was Sean Paul.
Do you think that was actually him,
100% it was him, You can clearly see that, that was 100%, that was Sean Paul.
He's sucking his bobby in?
That was Sean Paul sucking his cock off in the backseat of a car for Ryan.
Aye.
You know what I mean? And see the fact as well, right? It does add up, right? Have you ever noticed on the TikTok videos that, see that Sean Paul and that Ryan, why are they poor naked but they got tiles round about them? But they're always in Amsterdam or holidays or that, right? Why the fuck are they got big, massive, you know what I mean? And that you can clearly see that, you know what I mean? That actually, you can actually tell they can actually done stuff.
Are you saying are you saying they were a bit bricked up under the tiles?
Actually solid, like big massive hot dogs.
Fucking hell, man, I don't know.
You can actually tell, you know what I mean? Did you not see the videos on TikTok?
So is that why
actually uploaded?
Is that why he phoned you and done that? Because he's gay and he obviously was wanting...
I think, see Sean Paul, I think he's a very confused wee guy, right? You can actually see a lot of stuff with Sean Paul. Now, if you look at his Instagram and his Snapchat and all that, right? That guy is a weirdo. Do you know what I mean? The guy is a very weird guy. Now, why does he have a TikTok account, but it says, I'm straight, but I'm interested in straight guys or something? Do you know what I mean? Did you know seen that?
Does it say
that? There's it's got like over 30,000 followers, right?
What does it say?
Something. So every time he uploads a video, right, that point, if you scroll through like 3 pages or something, or 4 pages, that point is pictures of him laughing and giggling, right? And he's sitting like that there.
Aye,
hand
gun
signals.
fingers, classic.
Like that there. And say, I'm Sean Paul, but I'm straight. And then you swipe it to another one, right? And then the next thing is it shows you like a wee kind of short summary statement, and it says, I'm Sean Paul, I'm straight, but what does the girls think of me? I'm gay. Something like that.
Very confusing, isn't it?
You probably see it on TikTok. Do you know what I mean?
Is there any part of that phone call that you maybe regret?
Aye, the phone call. So the reason why that phone call, I was winding Sean Paul up, right?
Right.
And I was just trying to play along because I know exactly it was just a laugh. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know exactly it was recording. Do you know what I mean? Yes, I was going along. I says, oh, Sean, yes, I would pay £50 to stare in your eyes and all that. I was just doing it just to laugh.
That's a good deal.
I was just doing it for banter.
Just a good joke.
Do you know what I mean? And I did, what's his name, John Seals, or that wee guy called Ross, him doing in England and all that. You probably maybe watch me on TikTok or that. But I just did a laugh. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
Listen, slander's not a criminal offence.
No, just...
Do you know what I mean? Anybody can slander anybody they want in Scotland.
Can you, aye?
Aye, of course.
Just slander
You
anyone.
can slander
Oh, see-
anybody. I can just say to you, you're a big poof. Well, I can't. No, I can't say that. That's homophobic. No, I do apologise. No, that's homophobic. No, I can get done for that.
That got me there, man. Oh, but
No, I can say-
you've slandered a fair few people in this
Of
podcast.
course, aye. But I can slander and say that you're ugly as fuck or something,
Aye,
right?
that's
I can
fair
slander
game.
much people as that, you know what I mean? So
Legally, you can slander.
exactly, aye.
Yeah.
But because of the hate crime and all that, it's getting quite stronger with the fucking shite, you know.
What do you think of that? Do you agree with that? Because I see a lot of people in America saying that, like, the UK doesn't have free speech anymore because you kind of can't say what you want now.
Yes, I will agree with the hate speech. I think it is a good thing because people in Scotland, they like to slander one another, right? Yes, calling people as an example, you big poof, or you're a Mongo, cunt, spazzy bastard. That's disability.
that'll do it.
Like
That's
disabled,
a-
right? So you can actually get done for that, you know what I mean? So it is a criminal
Aye,
offence.
so see that? Do we need to watch what we're saying on this because of that?
I think we just go with the flow and play it by ear and just...
Because you always just hear about like, oh, like somebody has got done for the Twitter. But it's usually stuff like inciting race wars and all that.
Do you know, like people are getting done for like sharing like memes of like, say something to do with like Hitler. People are getting the police to their door and getting arrested for sharing a picture. That's a bit mental, isn't it?
Aye, but that's down in England because of the riots and stuff
I
like
seen
that.
a guy who like he like put up a tweet or a Facebook. He commented in a Facebook post saying like, everybody get out and protect this country, and it was during all these pure race riots and that, and it was like a video of him getting arrested. And the woman comes in, she's like, "You seen a comment that you made on Facebook?" And he's like, "What, are you the Facebook police now?" And she's just like, "Yep."
Actually, we are, right?
We're technically the Facebook police. We can arrest you for comments.
Aye. So just to finish off in Kaz here, it's been a wee bit, obviously, because I mean, I was sitting, just to go back to the late night drives up to Perth, I was sitting at night, a Tuesday night, it must have been 1 a.m, and you're in the motorway, Big Ramey.
That's right.
On the hunt for Kaz.
That's right.
So, I mean, you get there and I'm watching this, I'm glued to this. I've got you on one phone and I've got Kaz on the fucking telly on Twitch going, he's fucking coming to my door, fuck it, we'll see what he does and all that. And then you couldn't find the house. You and Ramey couldn't find the house. I was getting the sense that driving up, Ramey was starting to maybe regret it a wee bit. He was getting a wee bit scared.
I don't know. He possibly will. I was struggling to find out where the fucking address. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't really see because of the street name and because the houses in Perth, right? They're very hard to see with the numbers not because you don't really see numbers. It's like you kind of have to find exactly where they are, right? So I was in and out different streets and all that, and I couldn't really find where it was, right? So that point, yes, the first time I've been shown where was Kaz Milligan stayed. The second time I forgot where he was, right? As my mind is like a fucking sieve, you know what I mean? Like fucking shite sometimes, you know what I mean? I keep forgetting things, which that's what happened on that night. I think it was, isn't it? The second night.
Aye.
It was the second night. That's when I took myself, it was myself and Raymond, we went up and we drove up and we were struggling. And the woman pulled up and it says, "Oh, Kaz Milligan, he stays such and such street," and all that, right?
That's mental, somebody was
And
just
I'm
willing to get
trying
up.
to figure out exactly where the fucking street is, right? I couldn't find where it was. We're going back and forward and all that, right? Raymond says, let's go and all that. You know what I mean?
You try to get back up the road,
I think it's going to get heated up or something like that, right?
Aye.
I said, no. I said, well, listen, we'll go up here and have a look, see if it's up that way, right? Couldn't find. I couldn't find the fucking place, right? So anyway, fuck it. Jump in the car and I fucking just drove back to fucking Glasgow, you know?
Aye, fair dues.
Mission aborted.
There's we're nearly at the bit where we need to switch to Patreon troops. We're doing an hour on YouTube, and then cause it's episode 100, we're going to do another hour really in the hot seat. We're going to hit him with some conspiracy theories, see what he thinks of that. Some riddles as well, actually.
Yep.
We've got a list of riddles for Lee to solve. There's another man I want to ask you about just before we switch over to Patreon. And because the Kaz stuff has died down a bit, he's kind of chucked it. You've kind of no arse now. Just quickly on Kaz, just a wee quick answer. Would you ever be interested in making amends and saying, let's forget about all this, mate, let's be pals?
Listen, I don't think that's going to happen because Kaz Milligan's not willing to forgive. So he's not accepting the forgiveness. He just keeps trolling and he's just too fond of the I don't know, it's called temptation reaction. Right?
Aye, that's it, exactly.
And he's just interested bullying. And he thinks he's getting reaction. But see, the majority, my understanding, and maybe for people as well, I think Kaz Milligan died down a lot. I think he kind of fallen down quite a lot.
Oh, you're saying Kaz fell off?
I think he's collapsed. His content went to shit, right? It's fucked.
You've kept your high standards up. His is that
Like,
is that what you're saying?
I'm Lee Southerland. I always will be Lee Southerland. Do you know what I mean?
Argue with that.
I'm one of these, like, when you go to one of these Asdas or Povdi corner shops, right?
Right.
And you get the pick and mix, right? That's what I am. Proper old school pick and mix. Don't give a fuck. I will do what I need to do. Do you know what I mean?
That's it.
Listen,
you are exactly
I
like
done-
you are a pick and mix, actually.
Well, that's it. Listen, I done the video with McTaggart. Is
Yep,
it Chief
I seen it.
Inspector McTaggart, right? Listen,
Brilliant.
that was a laugh. Do you know what I mean? It was a
brilliant.
laugh.
Good actor, by the way.
You're born to play that role. This is what I'm going to ask about Mark Hamilton on the Patreon because we need to switch over.
Yes,
to,
100%.
Right, yeah, that'll be the first thing in the Patreon. But we need to talk about how long we got. Actually, we can maybe do it on the YouTube. We can go a wee bit over then.
Aye.
Right, so Mark Hamilton. Well, this is the latest beef. Now you're always involved in some sort of beef. I'd say you very rarely are away for the drama. Now, at first it was like kind of pals, and then boom, what happened, man?
Mark Hamilton, like, he's a bit of one of these Spice Boys, right? A bit bitchy, like the same as Sean Paul, as usual, right? Mark Hamilton, I remember one night I was outside the gay sauna thing, right?
Right.
I was on live and it was directly across the road for Glasgow Sheriff Court. Now, I was on live and that's when Mark Hamilton came, walked round the gay sauna, right?
He walked round there?
No, I walked round.
Oh, right.
He was on live on TikTok, right? And this is him, right? Now, I'm going to tell you one thing, right? I actually got the chat messages, right? His best pal, right? Do you know, I was sitting talking about this gay men and all that, right? In the sauna, how does the sauna work? And you know what I mean? And I was
went in
asking
it?
older men, when men came out, right? And I asked the older men, I said, excuse me, pal, I said, what do they do in the sauna? Oh, it's just a sauna. It's got a steam room and dark rooms and all that, right? As an example, right?
Were you just wanting to know just for it, like, to investigate it?
Journalism.
Just to, like,
Exactly. It's just a rough estimate, just to give, obviously, an example to give to Mark Hamilton what it is, right?
Right.
So anyway, at that point, moving in the middle of the fucking video, right? Next thing what happened is Mark Hamilton, he switched the light off, right? I wasn't aware of this, right?
Inside the place.
No, while he obviously was on live on TikTok, right?
Right.
And this is him. He was sitting with the light, like the full bedroom light switch off, right? That point, right? I was still speaking and I wasn't aware, but his own pal said to his best pal, right, Mark Hamilton, he messaged me and he says, by the way, he says, see that night, I says, the other night there, you were speaking to Mark Hamilton, right? I'm his best pal, right? He actually admitted and he had a wank over. While at the same time, I was speaking about this gay sauna.
So he's
the
listening
guy
to
is
you.
totally gay.
So he's listening to you saying gay shit, and then he's like enjoying it.
He was sitting enjoying it. He was sitting lying in bed and he was going like that there, right? And he was sitting wanking it. He had a hard on as he was talking about, because obviously I was talking about the gay sauna, right?
Fuck.
And he was sitting, I would love that. You know, like some of the things he was saying, right? Now I remember some of the things he was actually saying that. And see, every time he actually said that, right, he was enjoying it. And then sometimes he kind of be a bit bitchy, right? And he says, oh, you're so gay, you're so nothing but a pred and all that, right? That's what fucking Mark Hamilton, right? He's the same as fucking Sean Paul. Why does we gay guys act like that? Why do they actually react like that? That's what I didn't get. I don't understand that.
Well, when somebody's gay and then they are like you're gay, like they go the opposite on the defensive.
Aye, but why do they try and out you out and say, oh, but you're definitely gay, he's gay, mate, he's gay, he's trying to record you and all that. That's what Mark Hamilton was doing while he was on live, right? But why try and shout it out to make the other guy to be alert while at the same time we're speaking? Does that make sense?
Whilst he's masturbating.
He's jacking it.
But he likes to be bitchy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that kind of fucking attitude is that, right? But that's the way Mark Hamilton was doing, right? But while Hamilton was doing the same time he was wanking, that's when the bedroom light was off, right? You couldn't see what he was doing while he was on live because it was totally darkness.
Right.
You understand? So at that point, the next thing, what else he was doing is he was just trying to like controlling you. So he was trying to control myself to tell me to do this, do that. But he was trying to boss me about and try to control me.
What was he telling you to do?
Like, just try like, but go into the sauna, which I did. So I did. I walked into the sauna. I remember I went through a fucking lift, right? Went up to the lift. That point, I showed him what the sauna is, right? And these kind of gay guys working in, staff members, right? That point, he says, oh, what are you doing and all that? I says, I'm showing somebody on TikTok that they're interested being in this sauna. Mark Hamilton, he's recording and all that. That's what Mark Hamilton was doing,
like
right?
setting you up.
He's a sex offender and all that. That's what Mark Hamilton was saying to the fucking staff members, right? So anyway, I fucking turned the volume down and all that, and I says, oh, this is a place here, Mark. Oh, it's got poppers, it's got this, it's got that, it's got fucking... I remember fucking weird stuff you can buy, like big dildos, right?
Dildos?
Aye, it's got dildos or dildos or what do you call them? Condoms and lube and different types of
You
stuff,
can buy
right?
dildos in there.
Exactly, aye. There's a thing, I remember when I was in there, there's a glass wardrobe type of thing, right?
Cabinet.
Aye, one of them things, right? And it's got one of these dildos. It was a metal thing. It's like a plug type of thing. It's got a handle on it.
Oh.
And it's got a wee shape of a triangle. And I don't know what it is. It's like a...
It's a butt plug.
I don't know what it is.
I think that's a
but
butt plug.
It's one of these fucking things, right?
A
It's
wee-
got a pointy thing like that. And it's a shape of that. But it's got a handle like that. I remember one of them. It's got a rubber black dildo.
a big fucker, a big dildo.
One of these big fucking dildos, right? Different sizes. There's about 5 or 6 of them, right, for sale. I don't know the price of them. I wasn't really paying attention. But
interested.
that's what I seen.
Yep.
which
You
I
were
can
only
remember.
in there because
Mark Hamilton.
you were just wanting to show people or whoever.
I
if
wanted to show
aye.
Mark Hamilton this is the place here, and he's saying, "Oh, I would like that." You know what I
Aye.
mean? While at the same time he was doing that there, right? So I don't know. Listen, see, Mark Hamilton is a bit of a weird guy. I know the fact that he gets. I know he does funny business with that other wee guy. See him. He's a young guy, about 17, 18 years old, right? And I know Mark Hamilton. He flirts with this wee guy and he pays him money, right? Now, this wee guy's on TikTok as well. He drives a wee Citroen or a Peugeot type of car, one of these wee smart cars, right? And at that point, he's always like talking about me and made videos up. Lee Southerland, you better watch 18-year-olds or something like that. You know, like, I don't know if you've seen the video on For You page. He's a young wee guy, about 17, 18 years old.
Is it somebody that I don't know if he hangs about with him or he works for him or
no,
something?
he does work for him now. He actually got him a job.
Right.
Just a young wee guy. A young wee guy, right? And that point, he got him a job. Now, how the fuck can Mark Hamilton run like a business and drive about with a nice M Sport X4 BMW competition or something? Like, I don't get it. You know what I mean?
I think he does well with the old he
Tan,
sells the
tan and
tanning.
stuff, but there's no way tanning would actually. I know he does something else. You know what I mean?
Hangs up the dodgy stuff.
And then he's into a big penthouse as well. I don't get it. I don't understand. I know he's up to other things.
So has there been anything else after the gay sauna thing? Or
He's
is it...
always trying to like make videos up and say, I'm really, really sorry, Lee. please unblock me and all that.
Oh, really?
That's what he said on the videos. Again, I'm just being very honest and accurate as possible.
Honest
That's
and
what he's
accurate.
doing. Do you know what I mean? So
Definitely.
But for Mark Hamilton, he's a very weird guy. 100% he's gay. Gay guys wear silver chains around the neck. It's like the same as Ben. What's his name? Ben Crawford.
Ben Ewart.
No, is it not Ben Crawford?
Oh, aye, him.
Remember him?
He's a sexy Scottish guy. He's one of the guys.
Oh,
Do you know he's bare naked? See, every time you see him wearing this, see every time he wears, no, he doesn't wear a shirt on, right? Did he admit it? No, he actually admitted on the live one night, right? And he said that, he says, by the way, it says, I'm totally naked. I'm always standing bare naked.
That's weird, man.
That's
weird.
what Ben actually admitted. He said that on live one night. You know what I mean?
We've got a beef with the sexy Scottish people.
Aye, there's a whole thing on TikTok and it's like Ben would maybe... Ben seems like quite a nice guy, to be fair, apart from being in the scud on live all the time. But there's a whole thing in TikTok of like, I'm a sexy guy and I'm Scottish, and they're all like,
yeah, they're very like,
I'm very Scottish.
Thanks there, darling. And
He's one of them, man. But how are we for time? We're on a Patreon now. Do you want to keep talking about bet?
Can I jump for a piss?
You can jump for a piss. Do you want me to keep going? Just
keep it rolling. I'm going to come back
you've
in.
got some stuff.
Lee, do you know what conspiracy theories are? I've got a few of them to read, talk to you about, and I've got a few other wee riddles and bits and bobs. So I'll do that when I come back.
We can keep talking about Ben Crawford because I know about Ben Crawford now.
Ben Crawford.
Is that mic off? No. Aye. So Patreon, welcome. Ben Crawford now. Anytime I've seen Ben Crawford on live with you, he does seem like he's trying to kind of help you. He never really seems... Has he ever argued with you?
See, for Ben, I think he kind of keeps himself to himself. That's what I find about that guy. I don't know, he's decent enough. He's quite very mature. I think he does his own gym sessions or gym business or something like that, you know. So...
he does. He seems like an alright guy. I seen you. I think you were just raging at something. I don't know what it was, and you were on your own live, and he was saying, "Oh, Lee, but you need to calm down." That, and you're like, "No, fuck off, Ben. You're a fucking prick." You know, like,
do
you remember that? What was that about?
I don't know what it was. It was a long story. It was. I'm trying to figure out what it was again. It was to do with Kaz Milligan.
Aye.
And obviously I said to what am I trying to think? It was to do with Kaz Milligan, that's what it was. And I said to Ben, I says, listen, Ben, I says, go and speak to fucking Kaz Milligan, right? I says, and try and tell him to stop his fucking attitude, right? And I said to Ben as well, I said, go and speak to him. I says, he's fucking getting out of fucking control, right? And then at that point, it was just mental, mate. It was absolutely fucking went diabolical. It's just, I don't know what was going on. Like, I just went out of control, and I said to Ben, I said, see you. I said, go and fuck yourself. I said, go and fuck yourself or something. That's what I said to him, right? And then he tried to get back on live, and then I don't know what happened. You know what I mean? So,
he seems alright. Is there anybody in TikTok that you get on with?
I don't know. I speak to a lot of people, but
you usually get a lot of random people in and just chat to them, don't you? You usually get on a bit better with the randoms.
I think what I do is I kind of do more videos now. The reason why I'm doing this because I applied for the Creator Fund thing. You know, the Creator Fund?
Yeah,
every
you
month
get paid,
you get a payout. Do you know I make nearly £1,000 a month? That's how much I make,
just off
nearly
TikTok
£1,000
videos?
a month, right?
Off TikTok?
No, that's how much I make.
By the way,
we're slacking, man.
We are, by the way. And
The maximum I made is up to £1,600 a month.
I'll buy you a full insignia.
Listen, that's what actually keeps me going. Do you know what I mean?
So it's the good people that watch and listen and like all your stuff and that are helping you go out there and buy and sell motors and that.
Yep,
up and down the country.
Well, I got my own house.
Up and down the country.
You love the I feel like, and you can be honest here, man, you're in a Patreon. Do you get a wee bit of a buzz out of going, I'm going down to England for a bit of business? You like you like a bit of business, don't you?
100%.
Mate, you look fantastic, by the way.
Listen, I deal with a lot of things and all that. I try. Listen, money's nothing at all now. Like, I've got a bit of money now, so I'm happy. I can go and buy whatever the fuck I want, right? Listen, I actually had an X5 BMW and I just sold it, right? and I made a few £100 profit. Listen, big cars to wee cars, I prefer the big cars. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big fan of the wee cars. I think the smallest car I ever bought was a fucking Fiesta. I think it was a heap of shite, you know. Dead to the road, wee 1.2 petrol thing. Swapped it for a big fucking Mercedes. Took it straight back up to Scotland. Swapped it the same night. Back down the road, back to fucking England. I was staying with my pal of mine. And now, finally, I got my own house. So I got my own place.
Oh,
you know.
lovely, mate.
I was going to ask you where it is, but it's probably not a good idea.
It's in Glasgow. So
that's good, mate. I just gave it a wee bit.
Glasgow.
Right, so Lee, we've got. Do you want to go into yours? We'll get some questions for the people on Patreon, but we could do this first and then we'll get into them.
Do you want to do this first?
Aye, we could do that.
All right, mate. So I was kind of wanting to ask you. So we love on this podcast. We love conspiracy theories, right? So we've done plenty of episodes that we just kind of talk through these things that might be true, might not be true. Kind of there's a lot of stuff about it online. I was wanting to know first, have you heard of them and what do you think? Right. So the first one I've got was the moon landing was faked. Do you know about that?
Never heard of it.
Right. So the US moon landing conspiracy theory claims that the first mission to the moon was faked by the US government. Skeptics point to oddities in photos and videos, such as shadows and a waving flag. So, like, seeing the video of the moon landing, people say, like, that flag couldn't be waving. There's no wind on the moon. Do you know what I mean? There's no wind in space. Or, like, the shadows off it and that. Do you think that could be true? Do you think they could have done it in a movie set?
Listen, movies, films, they kind of make it. They make it unfake, do you know what I mean? But it's all fake, I mean. So it's like, it's a lot of stuff, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of content. Like, as an example with stars, right? They hire a great big hall, and obviously they make the whole place dark, and then they use stars, and you know what I mean? Like a film of the Titanic, right? When the ship kind of floats into the fucking ocean.
Yep.
It makes it look real.
Aye, it does look like that's happening.
It looks real, and it looks exactly what you said there. It looks happen. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So do you think in 1969 do you think like human beings have been to the moon? Or do you think they faked it?
I think they possibly did.
Yep.
But given that accurate reading, I don't know.
Yeah,
it could possibly be. You know what I mean?
Mate, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. So we've got other ones. Do you know some people think that the Earth is flat?
No, it's round.
Yeah, 100%, mate.
Have you ever? So there's a theory, right? And we studied this, and there's a lot of old books and stuff on this. People think, right, now you get the Earth, right? It's round, it's a globe, and we think, right, everything that we are on is on the outside of it. So like, obviously if you see a picture for space and it's got the green and then the blue, the water and that, we're on the outside. People think there's caves in Earth that you can go, so say the globe, you can go inside it and the Earth is actually hollow and there's like another planet inside the Earth. What do you think of that? Do you think that could be real?
It could possibly be real. Listen, the world's complicated. Like, it's a different level of degree to understand that information, right? But for us humans, as we are just basic to understand that information, right? To give that understanding, listen, I didn't understand why the Earth was round. Why don't we fall out of the fucking world? Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what I didn't.
Who knows?
I didn't understand. It's like when I done a TikTok video. How does people created a clock? But they don't know what time it was.
Do you know we actually done an episode on that?
I had. Do you know what's funny, right? Somebody sent me that, and I was saying I've had that fucking exact thought. How people just said, one day ages ago they done. It's fucking 12 o'clock for now. How is that a fucking thing?
Listen,
how did you think about that? We just lying in bed one night, like
it's you know what? It's just thoughts that comes. It's answers to come into your. Listen, it's just all to do with intelligence. Do you know what I mean? It's technology or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like people. How did they understand? How did they made a compass, right?
Yep.
But they don't know what direction it's going to point to.
True.
Do you know what I mean? How do they know that? How does people know the day of the week? How do they know the day of the month or the year?
So I just made up.
It's complicated.
It was probably like back, like probably like Jesus kind of times and that. They were like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We need to start keeping track of days because see if you think about it, how mad's this, right? see, when I was thinking about all that time stuff, and see if you think about it, right, the only reason we made time was so that we could say, right, Lee, look, for the day, right, I'm at 2, Lee, we'll meet at 6 o'clock, and it's so that we can go, right, we know we're going to be there at the same time. But see if you actually strip all that back, everything's just one big moment. There's no time.
It's complicated.
It's very complicated.
It's all to do with levels of degrees to understand that information. That's out of my district.
That's
you know
for
what I mean?
professors and
it's,
that.
It's
Aye.
like science. Like, it's complicated.
Well, I've got something that might be a wee bit more up your street, right? So we talk about corruption, right?
Of course.
There's nowhere, there's probably no country on earth that's more corrupt than, like, well, there will be like Colombia and all that. But the United States of America, the government and stuff are very corrupt. So people say, do you know how like 9/11, like the plane crashing into the towers? People say that was actually a terrorist attacks orchestrated by the US government, and they said it was because they could blame it on people in the Middle East, and then they could invade the Middle East to get oil and stuff.
No.
Do you think that could have been possible, or do you think that's a load of rubbish?
Like, again, it's complicated. It's like, to get oil is from different countries. Yes, there's a war and all that's going about, and people, like other governments and people ahead of us, and they try like fight to try and get oil, and you know what I mean? It's all to do with money. That's what it is, controlling money. And that's what's the problem. But oil, you get it under the sea, you get it from, it's like gold as well. Like, it's amazing how you can get all that type of stuff. It's you know, it's like, it's amazing how you can, you know, get that kind of information or know that level of knowledge.
Yeah.
Do you think that, so say America, the government, right? Do you think that they could actually be as corrupt as fuck to go, we're going to kid on that these Muslim guys got on a plane and bombed it, but really they set it up? Do you think the world's that corrupt? I know it is corrupt. Everything's fucking corrupt to the core.
Everything's corrupt.
Stinking.
Is it that corrupt?
It is corrupt, right? But the reason why that is, right? See all your news, see all the BBC News and all that, right? It doesn't matter what news it is, STV or whatever, right? All these different news, these partnerships with BBC News, right? They're all liars. They all make stuff up, right? They make fabricated lies, and the government's only there to say what they need to say, right? So they only point out to say, well, this is going to happen or that's going to happen, right? But when it comes to that point, yes, there's so many wars and it's out of control. See, this world we live in, it's not balanced correctly because the government, the main person, is not controlling the world. You know what I mean? They're letting all these immigrants in and they're taking over. You know what I mean? Like Muslims or whoever, Romanians, Albanians or whatever, right? They're taking over this country, and there's more riots, there's more fights going out. Do you know what I mean?
Can I ask your opinion? We've got a picture right up there. You see it?
Aye, Donald Trump.
What do you think of that guy?
He's decent. You know what I mean? He's proper old school.
Aye.
A lot of people say the guy seems to be a gangster. Listen, he used to work with gangsters. I watched a programme, right? And he used to work with partnership with the mafia, I think it is.
New York, building.
That's right, aye. And the guy's a fucking billionaire. Do you know what I mean? The guy's no end to the money.
Aye. So
doesn't care, no interested. You know?
a guy I've seen you. So you're kind of. If you were in America and you had to vote between him and Kamala Harris, you would have voted for Trump, probably.
100%, aye.
I respect that.
100%.
Now, on the flip side of things, what about stuff in this country, right? Because I seen you going to town on Mr. Keir Starmer. You're not a fan of him?
Keir Starmer's a fucking idiot. Everybody dislikes who the guy is. You know, he's a fucking arsehole. Do you know what I mean? Like, look at the time that he's, you know, I do apologise, spitting with saliva.
Don't be daft.
I didn't even notice it,
I
mate.
didn't know.
I keep thinking it
I'm
because
probably
my
doing
mouth's
it. We're
big.
probably
Anyway.
swapping saliva as we speak, mate.
Right, so anyway, that point, that Keir Starmer, as soon as he came in as the government, right, the guy changed everything.
Yep.
Like, what about the heating bills with old pensioners? You know what I mean? They put a stop to that. What about, like, people causing riots? They're giving them custodial sentences. Do you know what I mean? Remanded there and then. That's not right. But fucking beasts and pedos and all that, right? They're the ones that's getting the, like, fucking unspended sentences. You know what I mean? For 6 months. Not to be in trouble again. But listen, That's totally wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Look at Jimmy Savile, fucking the court case thing and all that. Look at all the evidence. It's all been outed after that man passed away. And who was involved? Keir Starmer.
Aye, he was.
He was. Aye.
He was saying
he was the head of the. He was the head of the CPS.
he was saying like there's no enough evidence and all that. Aye, he was involved in like hushing that under the table,
way.
and that's who we've put in charge of the country.
Exactly.
Should have got Sutherland.
Did he get voted in, or was that one of the ones like Liz Truss?
No,
that they
he
just
did get
wheel on it?
well, people voted Labour. I think people just wanted the Tories out because people are like they're fucking the country up, Rishi Sunak. And you didn't like him either, didn't you know?
I think
You
what
didn't.
happened is at that point, I think. See, who was that other guy? What's his name?
Rishi.
No, Ricky. No, not him. The other young is trying to get into the government.
The now?
What's his name?
Are you talking about Jeremy Corbyn?
No, no Labour.
Nigel Farage.
Aye. What's his name again?
Nigel Farage.
Aye, but what's the?
It's called the
Reform.
Reform. That's it. Aye.
Would you what do you think of Reform?
I think he's quite good.
You like him?
He's willing to push ahead.
Aye.
Hopefully, kind of does well. You know,
Do you think
does well.
Who would you take at Rishi Sunak?
See, the fact is, right, there's no much we can do about it by the signatures, right? See that petition, there's fuck all we can do about it.
Nothing will get done.
Nothing. There's fuck all.
Was it not a
Nobody
million
can actually
signatures?
do.
It needs. I read it and it said it needs 100,000 signatures to like get debated in Parliament, and there was like over 1 million that
Aye.
signed it, and
Yeah, but
that
the
no
only-
harm.
But the answer is that it's only Keir Starmer. He's the only one is willing. If he is willing to resign, then that would be minted. You know what I mean? But he's not willing to do it. He wants to destroy the fucking country, and that's what's the problem.
So I.
Do you have any
Agreed.
more conspiracies?
Mate, I've got one more conspiracy here. Obviously, we kind of brushed over the Hollow Earth theory, but aye, that's one we like that one, didn't we?
Aye, that's a good one.
The last one I've got here is MK Ultra mind control. So
Well,
it's
that's a
quite a
mad one.
complicated sounding thing, right? But it was an operation by the CIA. That this is allegedly, obviously, Lee.
No,
but
it's been proved. 100%.
Aye, so this is an operation that back in, what was it, 60s, 70s?
60s, aye.
They dosed people with LSD to try and control their minds. So do you know how like acid, like that you'd like trip out and stuff? Like, you know that drug?
It's like a wee square you put in your tongue, and people, it's like all the colours and all that. Do you know what I mean?
Eckies and all
Aye,
that.
kinda, but
kinda
like
that.
more like, and they thought, because this was quite a new drug at the time, they thought we can control people's mind with this.
So, the government. So here's what they used to do, right? Bear in mind, this is the actual government that set this up. They would get a prostitute, right? The government would hire this woman to act as a prostitute, and they would hang about outside pubs and bars and stuff in America. And they would lure drunk guys into hotel rooms, right? And then the woman would be like, "Oh, do you want me to get you a wee drink?" And he'd be like, "Aye." And then, so like, you know how, see, like when they're doing a police lineup, and like, say you were coming in to, like, say, aye, there's 5 guys stunning, they all look like each other, and you go, that was the guy. Now the window for that, like, you can see that them, but they can't see you through it. Do you know what I mean?
I know
So
what you mean.
the government would be sitting in that room through one of the windows, right? So they could see everything, and they would give her like a high dose of this drug that makes you go nuts, right? And she would spike him with that. So she'd put that in his drink, and then as soon as he was fucking away with it, the government would go in and try and get into the guy's brain and control him. That's fucking mental, innit? That the government would do that.
It's absolutely crazy. It's like, listen, see all your governments know they're the biggest gangs. They're the biggest crooks out there. You know what I mean? They get whatever they want to get. Like during COVID and all that lockdown, you know, they're sitting having like parties mostly every night or every once a
The
week.
Boris Bash.
And it's all right. You know what I mean? It's all right for them.
Aye.
But they're telling us to say that, oh, stay indoors and all that. But what I don't fucking get, right, is why did they actually put 5G towers up, right? And they say and talk about fucking COVID. Now, my honest believe that COVID is 5G towers. It's the radiation. It's fucking microwave, right? Microwave radiation, it thickens your fucking blood cells up, right? And that's what makes people unwell during the wintertime. What happens? You get a cold, you feel unwell, you feel sick, you feel fucked, right? You can't be fucked doing anything. That's when the radiation thickens your blood cells, and that's when they blast that up.
5G.
Aye, 5G towers. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
And that's why they're trying to ease people to try and kind of like fucking digest the fucking diaphragm during the winter time. And then as soon as that goes up high, that's when they're trying to put people into fear, right? And then what they do is they're trying to control people. That's when they want to try and do. But see, as well, what they're doing in the future, that they want to put a chip into people as well. It's a thing called the mark of the beast, right? It's a chip or a mark, right? And you get it in your forehead, or either you put it in your wrist or your hand, right? There's some people in Sweden actually got this thing, and you just swipe it with your hand.
And you
know
can
what I
pay
mean?
for things in that way.
Exactly, aye.
That's nuts.
It's shocking.
Do you know what the word government means? Like, govern means like to control, to govern something, and then ment is like the old like Greek or Latin word for like obviously mental, your mind. So it's like mind control, technically. Know what I mean?
That's fucked.
Govern, ment, mind control. Fuck. Similar to that. Right. Got a few riddles. I was thinking maybe I could ask both of you and see if
we
if
need
you
to solve these puzzles.
So I just like these kind of things, Lee. So I've got these puzzles here, right? So the first one is, I'm tall when I'm young and I'm short when I'm old. What am I?
I'm tall, I'm young.
So why when I'm young I'm tall, but when I'm old I'm short? What am I?
I don't know.
You think?
Well, I know the answer you gave me.
That's a candle.
Because if you think about it, when you first get it, it's young, so it's tall, but the minute you burn it, it's getting older. So
okay, so it's a candle.
Yeah, that's that one's a candle. We'll go to the next one. What has hands but can't clap?
A seal, maybe?
Seals are alright, clapping right enough, but not a clock. Because the hands of the clock.
Like the bits in the clock, they're called hands. I
Do you
never
get
thought
it?
that.
Okay.
I thought it was seal or something as well.
It could have been, by the way. I've got a good one here, but I'm always in front of you, but I can't be seen. What am I? I'm always in front of you, but I can't be seen.
I'm always in front of you, but can't be seen.
Yep.
No eyes in the back of your head.
That's it.
Is it?
Well done. Yep. No eyes in the back of your head.
Offence for the offence.
That's fucking magic.
That was a good one, by the way. I've got another one. What has a head, a tail, but no body?
A head, a tail, but no body.
Think of things that's got heads and things that have got tails, but they've not got a body.
Snake.
No, it's a coin.
That doesn't make any
Oh,
sense.
no.
The heads and
If you like, it's got the Queen's head, and then it's got now people flip a coin and say heads or
That's a
tails.
complicated one. Though.
That's a hard one, by the way.
You can't hit us with ones
I
that
snuck
hard.
a few hard
These
ones
ones
in
like
there.
the one we got right there.
Right, okay. I am the beginning of everything, the end of everywhere. I'm the beginning of eternity and the end of time and space. What am I? That's a hard one.
Calendar.
No, it's the letter E.
I don't know.
That's
The
fucking
end,
mental.
That's
the end of
complicated.
everywhere, the beginning of eternity.
I think it was easy. Aye, the letter E. I think it was easier trying to figure out if the government set up 9/11 doing this.
They were quite complicated,
Aye.
I'll give you that. But
Can I ask Lee about something?
Aye,
Just
of course.
because when we were talking about the mark of the beast, we were on a ladies' podcast. The lady's name's Carol McGee. Do you know?
She's a fucking idiot. Oh.
What do you think of this woman?
This woman, right? Listen, this woman is working with the devil. She's a witch. A witch. That's what she is. That's the only answer you can actually give her. She's a witch and she deals with witchcraft. You know what I mean? So she's interfering with the devil. And see, when I watched that video with Kaz Milligan, right? Listen, I seen a thing dangling like that there, right, in the door. And I thought to myself, there we go, look, there's the devil coming in, right? Demons coming in.
That's cunt again.
That's what it is, demons. Demons coming in through the door and start doing that there. And she's sitting reading through fucking dead people and all that, right? Interfering with dead people's souls, and that's wrong. That is deeply fucking fiery pits. Do you know what I mean?
Black magic.
That is fucking... That's black as tar. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
That is out of control.
Yep.
Now, that woman must be, Do you know what I mean? That one must be eating with the fucking devil.
You think so?
Do you understand what I mean? So
Aye.
it's complicated. It's fucking weird. Why these people interfere with the devil? Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't be fucking with it.
No, I wouldn't be dealing with the devil.
How
at all.
far do you go with that? Like, in terms of like, that's like a sort of magic, sort of weird black magic thing. Like, see if a guy came in here and done like a card trick, would you be like, fuck it,
No,
fuck
I
out of here
wouldn't,
with
no,
that?
I'm not interested in that rubbish.
No?
Yeah, listen, I know I do wrong things. Not listen, we're all sinners at the end of the day. Listen, I believe in God, right? I'm going to tell you one thing. The reason why I believe in God, God's real.
Yeah.
Like, see, Jesus is actually real. I seen myself, right, praying to God and begging for God so many times to try and get out of jail and all that, right? And I'll tell you one thing, it fucking works. You know what I mean?
Sitting here with
It
the
does. No, it does. It really, it's absolutely amazing how God is. God is true. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
See, Jesus Christ is actually true.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
And
people should actually believe in Jesus Christ. See all these different religions, like Muslim religion or whatever, right? They're all false. They're all fake. Do you know what I mean?
False
it's
prophets.
Jesus. The Bible clearly says it. It says, whoever shall believe in me, but shall not perish. Perish or something? Perish or something. Aye, whatever.
So that means you're going to be salvation in it?
Aye, but listen, we're all sinners.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what sin we do, we're all sinners. You know, you get forgiven. You know what I mean?
What about if you're doing magic, like black magic, dark witchy
But it
shit?
doesn't matter what you do. Well, it depends, but there's 10 commandments. Do you know what I mean? Like, but listen, we all make mistakes. You know, I believe in God, but I know I do what I do is wrong. Do you know what I mean? But we all do, like, mistakes. But listen, people are willing to change their lives around. You know, but I know it's a horrible thing, like to talk about God or that, because it hurts in your fucking. I don't know. It affects your heart or something. I know what the feeling is. You know what I mean? It's quite complicated, isn't it? Like how your body reacts when you mention about God. Does that make sense?
Because people can get a bit.
It feels hurt.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean?
Because it's a bit scary, innit? Like,
Exactly.
what the fuck
it
is
really,
that?
It puts hair on your fucking back of your head. You know what I mean?
But it can be lovely. But see when it's like a nice day and you go outside and the sun's shining and you hear the birds singing and that, and you go, love our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Like that can fill you with love also.
Exactly. Sometimes you kind of get the fear as well. Your body reacts to different things.
Yeah.
It's amazing how your body reacts. It's complicated as well. Sometimes I think to myself and I feel like it's like brain fog. You feel dizzy with sometimes and you think to yourself, it's quite hard to understand what's going to happen in life. What's going to happen when I die and all that.
Aye, that's a
you know what I
scary
mean?
thought.
It's complicated. Like, but especially, see, listen, we're in Revelation. I don't know you know much about the Bible, that right? But do you know much about the Bible?
Not as much as I'd like to.
Like, there's a thing in the Revelation, right? And we're actually in Revelation right now. You can actually see the things that's happening, like lockdown, we're getting controlled. Look at the ULIS compliant and all that. This is all controlled. This is all mere cameras. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you drive down the M6 motorway and you're driving a car with no fucking insurance, or, well, if you just insured the car, they fucking pull you up.
Aye.
If you drive a car with no road tax, they pull you up. You know, I seen myself getting stopped about 4 times in one night.
Aye.
And the car was just being taxed. And they're saying that, oh, your car doesn't have any road tax. They're fucking controlling you with these AI cameras.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And now it's all this face recognition. Manchester's bad for that.
Is it?
Do you know what I mean? Manchester's really, really bad. If you're sitting driving your car, right, and, you know, the sun visor, well, listen, the sun visor covers your face, right? But if you're sitting with that there and you're sitting showing your face and you're driving your car in the middle of the night, what happens? The police is going to pull you because you're wanted. Why? Because of the face recognition, the AI.
Yep.
AI is a dangerous thing, very dangerous.
Yep.
That's my honest opinion.
Do you think that AI is a bad thing?
It is. It's really bad. 100% is mega bad.
It's quite demonic as well.
It
by
is.
the
It's
way.
very demonic. The world we live in right now is demonic. Look at the amount of people on TikTok. Look at the amount of people. People don't care. People love us or one another. Like Truth on the Tans and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Look at people like Sean Paul and all that. A ungrateful little bastard. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't he have any morals, no remorse about his dad, right? And you think to yourself, he sits there and he drinks, you know what I mean, into a pub, right? And you think to yourself, what a fucking ungrateful wee prick. Do you know what I mean? But your dad's fucking gone, but he burst out in tears, nothing like that at all. I's interested in his wee gay pals. You know, there's about 5 or 6 of them, and they sit and drinking and all that, right? And the guy's like scared as shit, right? The guy can't even walk by his cell in Glasgow. He's most of the time always in Edinburgh, right? The reason why that is because he's scared. That's why the guy's in fear. You know what I mean? So
Would you think? See, with Sean Paul, what do you think is his biggest problem with you?
See, with Sean Paul, right? I think the wee guy's jealous. I don't know what's his problem, right? But the fact is, I kind of just block him, right? But you see, with different fake accounts. Well, it's not fake accounts, but it's his accounts. The guy's got about 5 different accounts, right? But see, for Sean Paul, I asked him for Square Go twice. I met him in Kirky, right? He stays in Kirky. And I met him in the petrol station, right? And I actually put that foot down and I was pushing that car to the limit, right? I was doing about 140 mile an hour, leaving from Cumbernauld, heading towards the M80 motorway, right? Flying with a big BMW 5 Series BMW, right? Straight to the Shell garage in Kirky, right? And I asked him, I said, where are you? Where are you, you wee poof? Where are you and all that? You big fat bastard, you big bouncy castle. That's the way Sean Paul is, right? That's what he says. And I said, well, I'm fucking at the petrol station. I said, where the fuck are you? And then that's it. He just doesn't answer. So he's all under our mouth. You understand?
Aye.
But he doesn't say fuck all. You know, well, he says a lot, right?
Over the
but
phone.
He
Doesn't he?
exactly, over the phone. But he doesn't do fuck all about it. Doesn't he come and meet you face to face? The guy's the biggest shite bag. You know what I mean?
See, and I'm obviously sorry he lost his dad, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, no matter who they are,
But
right?
See, the fact is, I actually done a video.
Ah, you did actually,
I
aye?
did. I actually did and done a video, and I say, listen, Sean Paul, I'm very sorry for your loss of your dad, and all you got was, shut up, you big bouncy castle and all that. You know what I mean?
Aye. See, just going on to that, and we're talking a bit about like God and this and this. What do you, say you meet your maker, Lee Southerland is no more, he's gone, he's died. What do you think happens after that? What do you think in your heart happens? Do you think you go to heaven or hell, or what do you think happens?
It's like, it's only one, there's only one man that can judge as God, right? It's only Jesus. Listen, there's 2 ways, right? There's 2 books. You got the book of the life, right? Or the names of the book or something. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. But apparently there's 2 books, right? If your name is not on the book, right, you will be flinged in the case of fire or something like that.
Yep.
You'll be flinged in
Eternal
the
hellfire. Yeah.
Like the hell of fire or something like that. That's what it says, right? But if your name is on the book, then you will go to heaven. But if your name is not on it, I think you would have your side of the story and say, well, I accept you as my Lord and Saviour, and the reason why I accept you is because I believe in you. You know what I mean? And please forgive me for what I did. And I think there could be a slim chance that you'll go to heaven. Do you know what I mean?
Get remanded. Right, you're in remand now, right, till we make a decision. You could represent yourself in fucking purgatory or something.
But listen, I want to ask you something. Right, so you got big pearly gates. I think it's St. Peter at the pearly gates. She's like, big man, God's waiting on you.
No.
He's up in his office. You jump up to see God. You got the elevator. He's sitting in his office. What one thing would you want God to say to you? What would you like to hear from?
I would just say, well, what he would say.
What would you say to God? First of all, he's like, hello, my son. Welcome to the kingdom of heaven.
Well, I would say, I accept you as you're my Lord and Saviour, and I believe in you, and please don't let me go to hell.
Aye, and no, but he's not.
That's what it says.
He said to you, big man, you're in heaven now.
Your name's on the list.
Your name's on the list, right by the bouncer, the front of the queue. What would you like God to say to you about your life? Like, what would you like to be remembered for? Like, to be.
Well, listen, we're all good and we all do bad, but most of the majority we all doing good, right? Maybe give, I don't know, a £5 or a £1 to the homeless. You know, that's a good thing.
Aye.
Maybe
that should be enough to do it.
Maybe your best pal, you probably give him a line of £20, £50 or something.
Good
you know what I mean?
Good
you
guy.
done something good. Give something to the homeless. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Give your best pal, I don't know, a McDonald's or something.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? We all
That's
do
a
good, we all
certainty.
do bad.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what we do. Do you know what I mean?
This
So-
my friend right here, Evan. He buys me a pie on occasion.
How good's that?
And that's
Well, that's
one of the best gifts you can
we,
get.
we all do good things.
Have you ever had a kebab pie?
No, I did not. No.
Next time you come in, there's a bakery round the road here, Newlands Bakery, right? I'm going to give you the list of pies. Tell me if you're into these, right? So obviously you've got a classic Scotch pie, right? That's your
Right.
standard pie. You're into the Scotch pie?
Different types of pies.
Right. We'll just start, we'll work our way up. Macaroni pie.
Macaroni pie, I'm not a big fan.
No?
Don't like. I do like macaroni, but I'm not a big fan of the macaroni pie.
Right, okay, knowing that one. Next we've got, this is a mad one, Lee, a lasagna pie. So it's like a wee mini lasagna inside a fucking pie crust.
Right. It could possibly be a good.
It's good.
It's good, Lee.
They've got, I think they've got like steak and black pudding. I don't know if you've ever had one of
I
them.
tried them out.
They're good, and all, aren't they?
They're deadly. And then
With
what
the
else?
heavy gravy and all that.
Oh, come on.
Can't beat that. Dripping down your chin and that, like, you know what I mean? Brilliant, man. You can't.
Stained on your chin.
Aye, that is number one bakery, mate. We need to get Lee on there.
We need to get you a couple of pies next time.
Good proper Scotch pie.
Yep.
Just back to heaven, if we can take a wee trip back to heaven. I want to know, right? Big man's met you at the gates and he's like, look, you bought your pal of McDonald's, you can get in. He lets you in. What does Lee Southerland's heaven look like? If you could, is it all just ex-police motors? And he goes, there's the keys to any of them you want, and you can just drive about all day in heaven.
Ford Explorers and that.
I don't know.
What would you like to be there?
We need to wait and see what happens in heaven.
What would be your perfect, but you
what,
get up
what
there?
My perfect, I
Yeah.
don't know. Flying in wings, maybe?
Yeah, aye,
You're-
big pair of wings, that'd be good.
Is it, if you could have like one superpower, would it be to fly?
Possibly, aye.
Or would you rather be able to fly or read people's minds?
Complicated one. It's a very complicated one.
Yeah. That's a thinker.
Maybe read people's minds.
Aye.
You could do a lot in the courts with that, couldn't you?
Oh,
could
you'd
suss
fucking
out the
never
jury
get
and that. Like,
You would know what they're going to say to you before they even say it.
Aye, that's got some uses to it. I think up there
Crazy.
in heaven, my perfect heaven would be loads of juice, loads of fridges full of juice,
Aye.
PlayStations everywhere. That's about it, mate.
Aye.
That's all I need.
Aye. It's weird to think about, isn't it? It's a hard question.
Who
to
would you
answer.
want to hang about with up there?
Lee.
No, some legends of that
Kaz Milligan.
some legends of that have passed. Maybe
Do you know what I'd
Elvis.
want to get to heaven? I'd want to see Lee and Kaz driving about in an ex-police motor together. That's what I want. I want them to make up.
On live, heaven live.
They're both on live in the same motor. What did you ask me there?
Who would you want to like?
Hang
any
about with like
legends?
ex-celebs and that.
Yeah.
Ex-celebs. I would like to. I'd like to have a meeting with. Man, that's a hard one.
Kim Jong Il.
He would be full of shit, I think.
Would he?
I think. Oh man, that's a hard one. Do you got one for that? Is there somebody that's died that I'd love to meet them?
I would like to meet like Patrick Swayze.
Yeah.
You know, possibly all the celebrities and all that.
Aye, who else? Who'd like? Because I'm
Maybe-
thinking Swayze a good one.
Just different types
Why?
of...
Why Patrick Swayze? Why is the first?
I don't know.
First one?
He's quite a good... I don't know. The guy's quite good, like
Aye.
the films and stuff like
Aye.
that, you know, so... Like, there are loads of different types of celebrities, you know?
Yeah.
Possibly maybe meet... What's his name? Liam Payne?
Oh aye.
Oh, aye,
You
aye.
done that? You done that?
I did that. I
Aye.
set that up, you know?
So what? Because I'll tell you what happens, right? I'm in. This is a really weird feeling, right? So I'm lying in bed, right? And it happened sort of because it was in Argentina. It was Argentina, wasn't it?
I think it was, right?
Yep.
So it happened during the night here, if you know what I mean. So I'm lying in bed, right? I'm sleeping. My girlfriend wakes me up, right? She's like, Ev, bear in mind I'm in a deep sleep. She goes, Evan, shakes me. I'm like, what? She goes, Liam Payne's died. He killed himself. And see, because I just woke up. Like, see, when you first wake up, you're pure feeling weak. So see, that's the first thing you hear. I was like, what the fuck? And then I kind of fell back asleep when she came back in. I was pure thinking about Liam Payne on stage dancing and singing and that. And I remember saying to her, she came back in, and I was like, Megan, that's made me feel dead weird, man. It pure fucked me up. I'm weird way because I was like, he's so young and like,
mate.
Did that affect you? Did it hurt you?
It did. Like, that guy was so popular, it hurt everywhere. On social media, news, it hurt every single, you name it, newspapers a lot. He was a good celebrity to the nation of young people and all that. Do you know what I mean? Well, not just young people, but everyone. Do you know what I mean? And see the amount of people in George Square, no?
Aye, George Square.
Like, everybody burst out in tears and all that. Do you know what I mean? Even, like, older women and all that, they burst out in tears. It was so sad.
It shows you, like,
very, very sad.
what they're doing to these mad young celebrities, though. Like, they'll just get, like, they must. I don't know, like, you think, mad Liam Payne, I mean, he's probably having the best life ever and that, and they're pumping him full of drugs and all that, and like whatever else. You know
That's what I always think. I always think, like, you could maybe talk a bit about this, right?
I think, you know what it is? It's the day with that P. Diddy and all that, right?
Aye, he's scared in case that all that came out, by the way.
But there's a lot of celebrities that's getting outed and all that, right? And that's the main problem with these people, because it's dangerous.
Do you think he done something because he was scared because he was involved with some of that shit?
I think that's what it'll be.
I think that's what it is. He's meant to be right involved in that.
He's got drugged up and all that. But apparently that P. Diddy and all that, right? Apparently there's bodies underneath his house and all that as well. It's dangerous. Very toxic.
That guy seems like a right evil dude, doesn't he? Like,
apparently he's in jail now, like pure manipulate. Like he's running the jail he's in and that because he's loaded.
You know, he's trying to get the royal family to enter into his house as well. Did you see that?
No.
Really?
And what for a party of that?
I thought you were saying he's trying to get into the royal infirmary. I was like, what's
the
he
royal
wanting
family. No, like Prince Andrew and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
he'll be there. Aye, 100%. He'll be up there.
Crazy.
See, as well, what I was going to say about Liam Payne there, you always think that these people, see, before you get any fame, you always think, like, these famous people must have the best life ever. I want to ask you, right, is there anything that you, because you walk down the street in the town, right? No. Oh, Lee Southerland. Do you ever regret going on TikTok because of that? Do you ever wish you could just be just a normal guy walking through the street?
I get quite a lot. I get all these wee dafties coming up to you, especially maybe on a Friday or a Saturday night, and you're sitting in the car and you get these wee dafties walking in the front of your car, right? And they go, "That's a Lee Southerland. Oh, mate, can I get a selfie and all that, right?" And you get these wee bums sometimes, you know, they want to lift up the road or something like that. I says, you want to lift? I says, you pay the money up front, right? I charge them £50 or £60. Fuck it, right? I actually took a lot of people straight back up to Kilmarnock and places. I think the longest I ever took them was up in Perth somewhere, right?
Up to Kazzi's.
And I actually charged them £80, right? Just to take them straight up there. Only takes, £20 a diesel just to drive up. But I did,
Aye,
So,
fair play. But would you ever wish it was like you could just go to Greg's, go to Bingo, go wherever you're going, out of the town, and just everybody leaves you alone, no one bothers you? Would you like that?
I like the atmosphere with people coming up, right? And people say, well, listen, you know, Big Lee, you know, I'm your celebrity. And even people like coppers and stuff like that, they all know me. Do you know what I mean? Everybody knows me.
Yeah.
Most of the majority of people from England knows me as well, like Manchester and that
Most of
copper.
England,
I actually had 10 people that came up to me while I was in Manchester. It's crazy.
Aye.
But it's mental. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely mental.
Do you ever think about like putting on a disguise? Like a disguise,
avoid
like
people coming up to you.
Say you're just like, I can't be bored tonight. I just want to go to Tesco and that, do what I'm doing, and just stop all these people coming up to me, try to talk to me, get pictures. Would you ever like, wear a mask or that?
Not really, no.
Nah.
Because I'm not scared. But see, like Adam Lau and all that, these wee dafties, right?
Aye.
These guys have got serious mental health issues. There's no need to come up to you, right, and say, "Oh, yeah, woman's knickers" or something like that, right? Aye, yeah, big bouncy castle and all that, right? That was on Sucky Horse Street.
I remember seeing that video.
You know what I mean? There's no need for that coming up to you and try to accuse you or something. But no, a few months later, like Jordan Boyle and all that, you know, he's getting targeted with getting accused of something, name calling and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's disgusting. And that's all these people think about. You know, you're a beast, you're a pedo, whatever. Why sitting out people out and say something like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's horrible,
I don't get it at all.
I thought that video we had when that was sad.
I was banging it up. I didn't like that.
Disgusting. You know, and that wee fan, he thinks he's solid. You know what I mean? The same as that deck as well. There's no need for that. You know what I mean?
Do you think like I don't know, man, like see all these wee guys that are on the lives and that, and they're all arguing, and I felt, see that Jordan Boyle, I felt really sorry for that wee guy, because
I did. I felt sorry as well. There's no need for that.
It's meant to be your pal, and I think, you know, obviously I don't know exactly what happened. It sounded to me like in that situation, he was just mad with it, and he was bamming people up, and he was going to talk.
I don't know what happened.
So basically, right, there's these two boys, one's called Deck, the other one's Jordan Boyle, right? They're just guys that go on live and sit and fucking get mad with it and going live. Like Adam sort of a bit, they kind of go on live maybe a wee bit more, and they'll go out and they're in taxis arguing with people and that on live. But anyway, these two were like best pals, right? And then I think that Jordan Boyle was quite mad with it, and he was out with that Deck, and they were at a shop or something, and I think that Jordan Boyle was steaming. I think he was just going up to people and just bamming people up and all that. I don't think it was anything out of order. And that Deck went on live and was like, I'm not pals with that guy anymore, man. He's a fucking beast. He kept calling him a beast, and he was trying to get in a motor with two wee lasses in it and all that. But I think the wee cunt was just wrecked, and he was just fucking bounced. I don't know. You don't know with people, but like it didn't seem like that wee guy was. It doesn't seem like I know this isn't the whole thing you should say when it's like, is somebody a beast or no, right? But that wee guy, like, there's hundreds of wee birds that will go into his lives and be like, oh my god, he's so hot, because he's like a wee sort of netty guy, it's pure buzz cut and all that. Like, so it doesn't seem like the type of guy that would try something like that. Like, do you know what I mean? And then, so what happened was he went on live, and then everybody's like, what the fuck, Jordan Boyle's a beast, and because he's quite big on TikTok in that wee community. And then that Jordan Boyle, like, I think he lost his phone when he was mad with it, so he couldn't reply to it for a few days. And then he made a video, and he was like almost like greeting in it, and he was like,
that really kind of touched me a wee bit, because
he was saying like, I've got two wee brothers, like, do you know how damaging that is to try and he's like, never mind that, you're my best pal, like, you know that's no, but the wee guy was just trying to call him a beast so that people would be like, oh my god, John Ball's a beast, click on his video and get views. Like, your best pal doing that.
See that?
Twisted, mate.
See that fucking doing anything for views shit? That's going to put people in graves,
that's
bro.
what people do. Do you know what I mean? People enjoy that evil, toxic shite what they do to... See your best pal, right? Doesn't matter who they are, right? See best pals, you need to watch who they are. Do you know what I mean? Because it could be very toxic, and they could actually backstab you. Do you know what I mean?
At any moment.
I know exactly. I know the feeling. Do you know what I mean? I used to have like best pals and all that. But see, now I kind of keep myself to myself. You know what I mean?
Nobody
can't
can hurt
trust
you.
nobody anymore.
No.
People love to out you out. People love to grass you in. They are that shite. Do you know what I mean? So
even your pals turn into snakes.
We've got, too many snakes, not enough ladders. That's what I'm saying. We've got about 10 minutes left, so we've got just a few wee questions for people that are in our Patreon. I said Lee's coming back in the pod, he's want to ask him anything. So Sinky's asking, and I kind of asked you this, but you can maybe answer it again. If Lee somehow ever ends up in the jail again, what is his game plan? Is he going to go for the alpha male approach and be a bit I'm fucking Lee Southerland, or do you just get your head down and just go on with it?
just get your head down and just get on with it. Move on. Never get yourself into trouble. It's the worst mistake you ever did. I was actually wanting to do a charity event thing, but I was trying to get people in together, but it's difficult, you know what I mean? Maybe build up a community and maybe, I don't know, like maybe ex-offenders and talk about like mental health and all that, because mental health is quite a serious thing, because deep down, I know what mental health is like. I've been through that myself.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? We all get it. You understand?
Yep,
and like self-harming is a very tough thing, because there's a lot of young guys out there. Doesn't matter if they're young or old. Any guy out there, any man is like, it's a struggle. Do you know what I mean? It is a fucking hard fucking struggle.
Guys normally are a lot. It's a lot. Guys mask it more than like girls would.
Exactly.
As
I
well,
think,
you know what I mean?
I think guys kind of keep it into themselves, but women kind of let it out.
Mm-hmm.
I see guys out there and they kind of beat themselves up. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's guys out there try and slash themselves and they try and it's horrible. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
It's horrible, and they take drugs and drink, and then they just
Oh, fuck.
damage their body.
See when you go in the jail and that, is it bad for drugs, or are people getting drugs a lot in
Yes,
the
there
jail?
are drugs
Would
comes
you-
in and out.
If you never been like, fuck it, I'm in here for a while, I might as well do something.
Listen, the best for me it's hard, right? Because I'm very popular, I'm very well known, my face is recognised, right? Yes, you'll probably get odd dafty and all that and say, oh, ha ha ha, look at that dafty, you know what I mean?
Yep.
You'll probably get one of these stupid dafties. The best way is keep your head down. If they will react, then use self-defence. Just fucking punch them. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
Self-defence.
Aye.
You're self-defending yourself. You try to keep yourself safe.
Yep.
These wee dafties, you know what I mean? They want a name of themselves. And that's not the right forward. You know what I mean? It's
100%.
not the right pathway.
Yep.
Nah, I get you, man. I get you. I respect that.
I think if I was in jail, I would take some drugs.
It's scary. See the jail,
I would take
right?
drugs in jail just to get past the time a bit. You
Aye.
never. You seem like you're just
I
quite.
don't take drugs. I don't
you
really
don't even
drink
drink in that.
You
don't
never
you know?
been tempted?
No, I
No.
never took any drugs or that. Nothing
Good.
like that at all.
Stay off.
If you ever want a geezer. Right, Finley Hoof wants to know what's your favourite shape of pasta? Like spaghetti, penne, like.
What's your favourite pasta?
You like pasta?
Do you like pasta first?
I like the spicy pasta.
Aye.
Like arrabbiata or something?
You know what I really like is the Morrison's pasta.
Oh,
so
the
if
wee
you go
one.
to the salad daily place,
How
like,
good is that, mate?
It's quite good, isn't it?
The spicy chicken one?
Exactly. Aye.
Oh, mate.
The salad bar is
Aye, you get the
class as
tuna
well.
pasta and all that, and wee bit of sweet corn and all.
How
It's
underrated?
minted, you know?
Aye, how underrated is Morrison's salad bar, by the way?
Oh, mate, I love a Morrison's. I work close to one that's a godsend, man.
Do you know what I really like as well? Asda's pizza.
Oh,
Aye.
The homemade
over the
freshly
counter one.
pizza.
Aye, the one that's just in the clear packet, and you just
That's
aye.
right. Aye. You just go and get your obviously homemade pizza.
Aye.
I think it's a lot better than Domino's
Aye.
or Pizza Hut. I think it's a lot better. Do you know what I mean?
I like a Domino's, but I do like a Domino's.
But I prefer Asda. I think
Aye,
Asda pizza's
Asda's good,
minted.
but honest. And do
tastes
you know what's
fresher.
good as well, Lee? Have you ever had a Costco pizza?
I did. Aye, it's quite cheap, isn't it?
Aye, mate,
Quite
mate,
cheap. Some
get
size of pizzas, isn't it?
Big belter like that for 16, no, for 10, 11 quid
Aye,
or
and you get a
something.
big bottle of ginger as well. to
Aye,
take.
come on, you
Take
can't
back up
beat
the road
it.
with you.
I
you
feel
know?
like, do you know, I don't know how I put this together, but I feel like you would love Costco, and I don't know why.
I've been to
Aye.
Costco before. See the Costa cake? You ever tried that?
Aye,
It's quite good,
mate.
isn't it?
Aye, the birthday cakes there.
Aye, that's right, the birthday
dynamite,
sponge
mate.
cake.
So
See,
cheap as
no,
well.
it's good as well. See the wee samples as you're walking
Aye,
around.
that's right.
Aye,
aye.
you could get a 3-course meal in there just after the samples, man. Aye.
Wee whiskey.
Aye, no, class. Last question, and it's a good one. When does Lee wipe his arse front to back or back to front? So, say you're on a toilet. Do you go like
this
under and wipe like that way, or
like
front,
that way.
or like up the
Or
way?
just stand up, because I stand up.
Aye, I used to
I
stop.
think that's quite inappropriate.
I stand straight up like that.
Lee, want me to tell you something I used to
I
do,
don't
man?
know the answer at all.
Aye, tell us the answer. Well, come on, we'll tell, and then this is for the Patreon anyway. I go like that, and then I wipe it so I up my back. No, I don't spread it up, shite up my back, but I'll kind of go like that, man.
That's embarrassing. That's absolutely. That's fucking disgusting.
We'll move on for that. Good question anyway.
Lee, I used to. This is really embarrassing. I used to. When I was in primary school, I used to see like a urinal. Just you walk in, just to a piss at a urinal. I don't know why I thought this was normal. I used to walk in there, brother, and I used to just. Now, like, if you're doing a piss at a urinal, you just kind of pull it down a wee bit just so you can get your dick out and piss. I used to pull my trousers right down to my ankles and my boxers right. So my arse is just out in a urinal.
That's a power move, mate.
That is quite alpha looking back in it, but I was ridiculed for it and I've never done it again. I was a wee guy.
Oh, crazy.
That's some into it, isn't
There's
it?
no defence for that.
No, there is not. One more question before we go. What does the future hold for Lee Southerland? What do you want to happen in your future? Just peace and quiet?
Just have the best lifestyle as possible. what I really want, right? I want to become really popular, right? And this is what I want. I want to kind of get involved with, Ben Williams.
Aye.
I really want to try and get in with him. I tried to message the guy and all that. I want to try and get with partnership with that fucking, what's his name? Gavido? Or is it Gavido?
The mush guy,
Aye.
Gavino or something. Aye.
Mush or something, you know what I mean?
Get back Shadrach, that
Get
guy.
back Shadrach guy. I tried to message that guy. Impossible. You know what I mean? Them guys are top celebrities.
Aye.
They're the biggest TikTokers.
We
you can
might
get.
be able to get you in touch with Ben Williams, by the way.
Aye.
We might be able to.
Aye,
We could try. We could try.
I'm trying to get in.
What do you like about Ben Williams?
The guy is very popular.
Mhm.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
popular
And
guy.
I think it'll be a good chance to have my foot through the door to try and maybe build myself up a wee bit, get a bigger name of myself. But see, for Kaz Milligan, fuck him. Do you know what I mean?
Gone.
Fuck all the rest of these wee dafties. Do you
You
know what I
want to
mean?
go.
I want to climb up the fucking ladder.
What would you like to do with Ben Williams?
See, for Ben Williams, I would actually maybe do content like the same as that, like other TikTokers. I don't know, maybe just try and get in with him, like the same as Kaz Milligan.
Hang about.
Just to hang about, maybe get involved with the boxing event. And all
Aye, that would be
you
good.
know what I mean?
Good
So
for a steak.
that's what I want to do, because as soon as I get into that, I could possibly maybe get partnership with HS Tiki Talkie and what's that other guy's name?
Ed Matthews.
Ed Matthews and all that. You know what I mean? They're the biggest popular TikTokers.
Yep.
I'm very close to getting there, but I just need to get in there.
Well, think about
Keep messaging and that.
think about wee Darren Thompson. I know you heard that. You're
He's a bum. He's just got a big move, him. He's a waste of space, him.
he ends up fucking with them and all that.
I know, but I think he's just using him for clout.
Aye.
He's just using him for clout. I think the best opportunity is try to get in with Ben Williams. He's the best. You know what I mean? That guy's
number
that
one.
guy's probably got so many different types of contracts. You know, he started getting in with supercars. He started getting in with like different types of partnerships with other companies and all that. And it's quite good.
Would you be like, think about this, man? Lee Southerland, you could be Ben Williams' driver and you could drive him about in the supercars,
Yeah.
drop him off at the boxing events.
Yeah.
That would be fucking
TikTok live
Or
on at all
bodyguard.
times.
Oh, man.
We need to make that happen, mate. That's the future. That's 2025. Ben Williams.
Ben Williams.
Ben Williams.
That's right.
Ben Williams.
Ben Williams. I definitely
Does he
like Ben
appear? It's like
Williams.
Beetlejuice or something? Me saying a mirror.
Yeah,
Definitely
imagine
like
we
Ben
were
Williams.
like that. Here he is, and he
Oh,
walked
he
in.
walked
How
in here.
sick would that be?
Oh, that would be some laugh.
That's not going to happen, but I'm sorry.
It's alright, disappointing you. We'll just
I like
walk
that
out.
other guy as well on TikTok. Remember him who does the clothing brand? Remember the wee guy?
Oh,
He just opened his shop and
Restocked.
Restock. That's
He's sound that wee guy, isn't he?
He's starting to get quite obviously popular, isn't he?
Aye.
He is. Aye, maybe
get
you
into
could.
him.
Aye, he could get you some clobber in that.
Kit you out.
Yeah, he's starting to get quite popular now, isn't he?
Aye,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
some man. I think we've done it. Have we done it, Lee? It's been a fucking
been a
pleasure,
pleasure,
mate.
big man.
I'm glad we could squash the 2-day beef we had. you know we're your
Listen,
biggest fans.
slander. Do you know what I mean? It's not on my face.
It's no
You just have banter, you know.
That's all it is, mate.
I'm not a bad man. I only have a laugh with people, you know.
That's it.
That's
If
it,
people
mate.
accept to have a laugh, then willing to have a laugh, you know.
Yep. That's
Don't
it.
take it by heart. Always must remember this.
Yep.
Could not have said it better myself. Troops, the man, the legend, Lee Sutherland. 100 episodes, dusted. Couldn't have done it any better.
And
Let's
I just
go.
want to say thank you for inviting me and have a great Christmas and New Year.
You too, mate.
All right.
You
Thank you,
too.
Lee. Thank you. You're some man.
Brilliant.
Cheers, lads.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure.